A Painful Case by James Joyce. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Peter Tomlinson. Mr. James Duffy lived in Chapel-is-Odd because he wished to live as far as possible from the city of which he was a citizen, and because he found all the other suburbs of Dublin mean, modern, and pretentious. He lived in an old sombre house, and from his windows he could look into the disused distillery or upwards along the shallow river on which Dublin is built. The lofty walls of his uncarpeted room were free from pictures. He had himself bought every article of furniture in the room: a black iron bedstead, an iron washstand, 4 cane chairs, a clothes rack, a coal scuttle, a fender and irons, and a square table on which lay a double desk. A bookcase had been made in an alcove by means of shelves of white wood. The bed was clothed with white bedclothes, and a black and scarlet rug covered the foot. A little hand mirror hung above the washstand, and during the day a white-shaded lamp stood as the sole ornament of the mantelpiece. The books on the white wooden shelves were arranged from below upwards according to bulk. A complete Wordsworth stood at one end of the lowest shelf, and a copy of the Maynooth Catechism, sewn into the cloth cover of a notebook, stood at one end of the top shelf. Writing materials were always on the desk. In the desk lay a manuscript translation of Hauptmann's Michael Kramer, the stage directions of which were written in purple ink, and a little sheaf of papers held together by a brass pin. In these sheets a sentence was inscribed from time to time, and, in an ironical moment, the headline of an advertisement for Bile Beans had been pasted on to the first sheet. On lifting the lid of the desk, a faint fragrance escaped, the fragrance of new cedarwood pencils, or of a bottle of gum, or of an overripe apple which might have been left there and forgotten. Mr. Duffy abhorred anything which betokened physical or mental disorder. A medieval doctor would have called him Saturnine. His face, which carried the entire tale of his years, was of the brown tint of Dublin streets. On his long and rather large head grew dry black hair, and a tawny moustache did not quite cover an unamiable mouth. His cheekbones also gave his face a harsh character, but there was no harshness in the eyes, which, looking at the world from under their tawny eyebrows, gave the impression of a man ever alert to greet a redeeming instinct in others, but often disappointed. He lived at a little distance from his body, regarding his own acts with doubtful side-glances. He had an odd autobiographical habit which led him to compose in his mind from time to time a short sentence about himself containing a subject in the third person and a predicate in the past tense. He never gave alms to beggars and walked firmly, carrying a stout hazel. He had been for many years cashier of a private bank in Baggot Street. Every morning he came in from Chapel-is-Odd by tram. At midday he went to Dan Burke's and took his lunch, a bottle of lager beer and a small trayful of arrowroot biscuits. At 4 o'clock he was set free. He dined in an eating-house in George's Street, where he felt himself safe from the society of Dublin's gilded youth, and where there was a certain plain honesty in the bill of fare. His evenings were spent either before his landlady's piano or roaming about the outskirts of the city. His liking for Mozart's music brought him sometimes to an opera or a concert. These were the only dissipations of his life. He had neither companions nor friends, church nor creed. He lived his spiritual life without any communion with others, visiting his relatives at Christmas and escorting them to the cemetery when they died. He performed these two social duties for old dignity's sake, but conceded nothing further to the conventions which regulate the civic life. He allowed himself to think that in certain circumstances he would rob his bank, but, as these circumstances never arose, his life rolled out evenly, an adventureless tale. One evening he found himself sitting beside two ladies in the rotunda. The house, thinly peopled and silent, gave distressing prophecy of failure. The lady who sat next to him looked round at the deserted house once or twice and then said, "What a pity there is such a poor house to-night. It's so hard on people to have to sing to empty benches." He took the remark as an invitation to talk. He was surprised that she seemed so little awkward. While they talked he tried to fix her permanently in his memory. When he learned that the young girl beside her was her daughter, he judged her to be a year or so younger than himself. Her face, which must have been handsome, had remained intelligent. It was an oval face with strongly marked features. The eyes were very dark blue and steady. Their gaze began with a defiant note, but was confused by what seemed a deliberate swoon of the pupil into the iris, revealing for an instant a temperament of great sensibility. The pupil reasserted itself quickly. This half-disclosed nature fell again under the reign of prudence, and her astrakhan jacket, moulding a bosom of a certain fullness, struck the note of defiance more definitely. He met her again a few weeks afterwards at a concert in Earlsfort Terrace, and seized the moment when her daughter's attention was diverted to become intimate. She alluded once or twice to her husband, but her tone was not such as to make the allusion a warning. Her name was Mrs. Cynical. Her husband's great-great-grandfather had come from Leghorn. Her husband was captain of a mercantile boat plying between Dublin and Holland, and they had one child. Meeting her a third time by accident, he found courage to make an appointment. She came. This was the first of many meetings. They met always in the evening and chose the most quiet quarters for their walks together. Mr. Duffy, however, had a distaste for underhand ways, and, finding that they were compelled to meet stealthily, he forced her to ask him to her house. Captain Silico encouraged his visits, thinking that his daughter's hand was in question. He had dismissed his wife so sincerely from his gallery of pleasures that he did not suspect that anyone else would take an interest in her. As the husband was often away and the daughter out giving music lessons, Mr. Duffy had many opportunities of enjoying the lady's society. Neither he nor she had had any such adventure before, and neither was conscious of any incongruity. Little by little he entangled his thoughts with hers. He lent her books, providing her with ideas, shared his intellectual life with her. She listened to all. Sometimes in return for his theories she gave out some fact of her own life. With almost maternal solicitude she urged him to let his nature open to the full. She became his confessor. He told her that for some time he had assisted at the meetings of an Irish Socialist party, where he had felt himself a unique figure amidst a score of sober workmen in a garret lit by an inefficient oil lamp. When the party had divided into 3 sections, each under its own leader and in its own garret, he had discontinued his attendances. The workmen's discussions, he said, were too timorous. The interest they took in the question of wages was inordinate. He felt that they were hard-featured realists and that they resented an exactitude which was the produce of a leisure not within their reach. No social revolution, he told her, would be likely to strike Dublin for some centuries. She asked him why he did not write out his thoughts. For what, he asked her, with careful scorn. To compete with phrasemongers, incapable of thinking consecutively for 60 seconds? To submit himself to the criticisms of an obtuse middle class, which entrusted its morality to policemen and its fine arts to impresarios? He went often to her little cottage outside Dublin. Often they spent their evenings alone. Little by little, as their thoughts entangled, they spoke of subjects less remote. Her companionship was like a warm soil about an exotic. Many times she allowed the dark to fall upon them, refraining from lighting the lamp. The dark, discreet room, their isolation, the music that still vibrated in their ears, united them. This union exalted him. wore away the rough edges of his character, emotionalized his mental life. Sometimes he caught himself listening to the sound of his own voice. He thought that in her eyes he would ascend to an angelical stature, and, as he attached the fervent nature of his companion more and more closely to him, he heard the strange impersonal voice which he recognized as his own, insisting on the soul's incurable loneliness. We cannot give ourselves, it said. We are our own. The end of these discourses was that one night during which she had shown every sign of unusual excitement, Mrs. Sinico caught up his hand passionately and pressed it to her cheek. Mr. Duffy was very much surprised. Her interpretation of his words disillusioned him. He did not visit her for a week. Then he wrote to her asking her to meet him. As he did not wish their last interview to be troubled by the influence of their ruined confessional, they met in a little cake shop near the park gate. It was cold autumn weather, but in spite of the cold they wandered up and down the roads of the park for nearly 3 hours. They agreed to break off their intercourse. Every bond, he said, is a bond to sorrow. When they came out of the park they walked in silence towards the tram, but here she began to tremble so violently that, fearing another collapse on her part, he bade her good-bye quickly and left her. A few days later he received a parcel containing his books and music. 4 years passed. Mr. Duffy returned to his even way of life. His room still bore witness of the orderliness of his mind. Some new pieces of music encumbered the music stand in the lower room, and on his shelf stood 2 volumes of Nietzsche. Thus spake Zarathustra and the gay science. He wrote seldom in the sheaf of papers which lay in his desk. One of his sentences, written 2 months after his last interview with Mrs. Sinico, read, "Love between man and man is impossible because there must not be sexual intercourse, and friendship between man and woman is impossible because there must be sexual intercourse." He kept away from the concerts lest he should meet her. His father died. The junior partner of the bank retired, and still every morning he went into the city by tram, and every evening walked home from the city after having dined moderately in George's Street and read the evening paper for dessert. One evening, as he was about to put a morsel of corned beef and cabbage into his mouth, his hand stopped. His eyes fixed themselves on a paragraph in the evening paper which he had propped against the water carafe. He replaced the morsel of food on his plate and read the paragraph attentively. Then he drank a glass of water, pushed his plate to one side, doubled the paper down before him between his elbows, and read the paragraph over and over again. The cabbage began to deposit a cold white grease on his plate. The girl came over to him to ask was his dinner not properly cooked. He said it was very good and ate a few mouthfuls of it with difficulty. Then he paid his bill and went out. He walked along quickly through the November twilight, his stout hazel stick striking the ground regularly, the fringe of the buff mail peeping out of a side pocket of his tight reefer overcoat. On the lonely road which leads from the park gate to Chapelizod, he slackened his pace. His stick struck the ground less emphatically, and his breath, issuing irregularly, almost with a sighing sound, condensed in the wintry air. When he reached his house he went up at once to his bedroom and, taking the paper from his pocket, read the paragraph again by the failing light of the window. He read it not aloud, but moving his lips as a priest does when he reads the prayers secreto. This was the paragraph: Death of a lady at Sydney Parade. A painful case. Today, at the City of Dublin Hospital, the Deputy Coroner, in the absence of Mr. Leverett, held an inquest on the body of Mrs. Emily Sinico, aged 43 years, who was killed at Sydney Parade Station yesterday evening. The evidence showed that the deceased lady, while attempting to cross the line, was knocked down by the engine of the 10 o'clock slow train from Kingston, thereby sustaining injuries of the head and right side which led to her death. James Lennon, driver of the engine, stated that he had been in the employment of the railway company for 15 years. On hearing the guard's whistle, he set the train in motion, and a second or two afterwards brought it to rest in response to loud cries. The train was going slowly. P. Dunn, railway porter, stated that as the train was about to start, he observed a woman attempting to cross the lines. He ran towards her and shouted, but before he could reach her, she was caught by the buffer of the engine and fell to the ground. A juror: You saw the lady fall? Witness: Yes. Police Sergeant Crowley deposed that when he arrived he found the deceased lying on the platform apparently dead. He had the body taken to the waiting room pending the arrival of the ambulance. Constable 57E corroborated. Dr. Halpin, assistant house surgeon of the City of Dublin Hospital, stated that the deceased had 2 lower ribs fractured and had sustained severe contusions of the right shoulder. The right side of the head had been injured in the fall. The injuries were not sufficient to have caused death in a normal person. Death, in his opinion, had been probably due to shock and sudden failure of the heart's action. Mr. H. B. Patterson Finlay, on behalf of the railway company, expressed his deep regret at the accident. The company had always taken every precaution to prevent people crossing the lines except by the bridges, both by placing notices in every station and by the use of patent spring gates at level crossings. The deceased had been in the habit of crossing the lines late at night from platform to platform and, in view of certain other circumstances of the case, he did not think the railway officials were to blame. Captain Simico of Learville, Sydney Parade, husband of the deceased, also gave evidence. He stated that the deceased was his wife. He was not in Dublin at the time of the accident, as he had arrived only that morning from Rotterdam. They had been married for 22 years and had lived happily until about 2 years ago, when his wife began to be rather intemperate in her habits. Miss Mary Sinico said that of late her mother had been in the habit of going out at night to buy spirits. She, witness, had often tried to reason with her mother and had induced her to join a league. She was not at home until an hour after the accident. The jury returned a verdict in accordance with the medical evidence and exonerated Lennon from all blame. The deputy coroner said it was a most painful case and expressed great sympathy with Captain Sinico and his daughter. He urged on the railway company to take strong measures to prevent the possibility of similar accidents in the future. No blame attached to anyone. Mr. Duffy raised his eyes from the paper and gazed out of his window on the cheerless evening landscape. The river lay quiet beside the empty distillery, and from time to time a light appeared in some houses on the Lucan Road. What an end! The whole narrative of her death revolted him, and it revolted him to think that he had ever spoken to her of what he held sacred. The threadbare phrases, the inane expressions of sympathy, the cautious words of a reporter won over to conceal the details of a commonplace vulgar death, attacked his stomach. Not merely had she degraded herself, she had degraded him. He saw the squalid tract of her vice, miserable and malodorous. His soul's companion, he thought of the hobbling wretches whom he had seen carrying cans and bottles to be filled by the barman. Just God, what an end! Evidently she had been unfit to live, without any strength of purpose, an easy prey to habits, one of the wrecks on which civilization has been reared. But that she could have sunk so low! Was it possible he had deceived himself so utterly about her? He remembered her outburst of that night and interpreted it in a harsher sense than he had ever done. He had no difficulty now in approving of the course he had taken. As the light failed and his memory began to wander, he thought her hand touched his. The shock which had first attacked his stomach was now attacking his nerves. He put on his overcoat and hat quickly and went out. The cold air met him on the threshold. It crept into the sleeves of his coat. When he came to the public house at Chapelizod Bridge, he went in and ordered a hot punch. The proprietor served him obsequiously, but did not venture to talk. There were 5 or 6 workmen in the shop, discussing the value of a gentleman's estate in County Kildare. They drank at intervals from their huge pint tumblers and smoked, spitting often on the floor and sometimes dragging the sawdust over their spits with their heavy boots. Mr. Duffy sat on his stool and gazed at them, without seeing or hearing them. After a while they went out, and he called for another punch. He sat a long time over it. The shop was very quiet. The proprietor sprawled on the counter reading the Herald and yawning. Now and again a tram was heard swishing along the lonely road outside. As he sat there, living over his life with her and evoking alternately the two images in which he now conceived her, he realized that she was dead, that she had ceased to exist, that she had become a memory. He began to feel ill at ease. He asked himself what else could he have done. He could not have carried on a comedy of deception with her. He could not have lived with her openly. He had done what seemed to him best. How was he to blame? Now that she was gone, he understood how lonely her life must have been, sitting night after night alone in that room. His life would be lonely too until he, too, died, ceased to exist, became a memory, if anyone remembered him. It was after 9 o'clock when he left the shop. The night was cold and gloomy. He entered the park by the first gate and walked along under the gaunt trees. He walked through the bleak alleys where they had walked 4 years before. She seemed to be near him in the darkness. At moments he seemed to feel her voice touch his ear, her hand touch his. He stood still to listen. Why had he withheld life from her? Why had he sentenced her to death? He felt his moral nature falling to pieces. When he gained the crest of the Magazine Hill, he halted and looked along the river towards Dublin, the lights of which burned redly and hospitably in the cold night. He looked down the slope and, at the base, in the shadow of the wall of the park, he saw some human figures lying. Those venal and furtive loves filled him with despair. He gnawed the rectitude of his life. He felt that he had been outcast from life's feast. One human being had seemed to love him, and he had denied her life and happiness. He had sentenced her to ignominy, a death of shame. He knew that the prostrate creatures down by the wall were watching him and wished him gone. No one wanted him. He was outcast from life's feast. He turned his eyes to the grey gleaming river winding along towards Dublin. Beyond the river he saw a goods train winding out of Kingsbridge Station, like a worm with a fiery head winding through the darkness, obstinately and laboriously. It passed slowly out of sight, but still he heard in his ears the laborious drone of the engine reiterating the syllables of her name. He turned back the way he had come, the rhythm of the engine pounding in his ears. He began to doubt the reality of what memory told him. He halted under a tree and allowed the rhythm to die away. He could not feel her near him in the darkness, nor her voice touch his ear. He waited for some minutes listening. He could hear nothing. The night was perfectly silent. He listened again. Perfectly silent. He felt that he was alone. End of A Painful Case by James Joyce. Recording by Peter Tomlinson.
As Good as a Play by Horace E. Scudder, from The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 4. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dale Grothman. As Good as a Play by Horace E. Scudder. There was quite a row of them on the mantelpiece. They were all facing front, and it looked as if they had come out of the wall behind and were on their little stage facing the audience. There was the bronze monk reading a book by the light of a candle, who had a private opening under his girdle, so that sometimes his head was thrown violently back, and one looked down into him and found him full of brimstone matches. Then the little boy leaning against the greyhound. He was made of Parian, a very fine Parian, too, so that one would expect to find a glass cover over him. But no, the glass cover stood over a cat, and a cat made of worsted, too. Still, it was a very old cat, 50 years old, in fact. There was another young person there, young like the boy leaning on the greyhound, and she, too, was a Parian. She was very fair in front, but behind, that is a secret which is not quite time yet to tell. One other stood there, at least she seemed to stand, but nobody could see her feet, for her dress was so very wide and very finely flounced. She was the China girl that rose out of the penwiper. The fire in the grate below was of soft coal, and flashed up and down, throwing little jets of flame up that made very pretty footlights. So here was the stage, and here were the actors, but where was the audience? Oh, the audience was in the armchair in front. He had a special seat. He was a critic, and could get up when he wanted to, when the play became tiresome, and go out. "It is painful to say such things out loud," said the boy leaning against the greyhound, with a trembling voice. "But we have been together so long, and these people round us will never go away. Dear girl, will you know?" It was the Parian girl that he spoke to, and he did not look at her. He could not. He was leaning against the greyhound, and only looked at the audience. "I'm not quite sure," she coughed. "If, now, you were under the glass case—" "I am under the glass case," spoke up the cat made of worsted. "Marry me. I am 50 years old. Marry me, and live under a glass case." "Shocking!" she said. "How can you? 50 years old, too! That would indeed be a match." "Marry," muttered the bronze monk, reading a book. "A match! I am full of matches, but I don't marry. Folly!" "You stand up very straight, neighbor," said the cat made of worsted. "I never bend," said the bronze monk, reading a book. "Life is earnest. I read a book by candle. I am never idle." The cat made of worsted grinned to himself. "You've got a hinge in your back," said he. "They open you in the middle, your head flies back. How the blood must run down! And then you're full of brimstone matches. He, he, he!" And the cat made of worsted grinned out loud, and the boy leaning against the greyhound spoke again, and sighed. "I am a Parian, you know, and there is no one else here a Parian except yourself." "And the greyhound," said the Parian girl. "Yes, and the greyhound," he said eagerly. "He belongs to me. Come, a glass case is nothing to it. We could roam. Oh, we could roam. I don't like roaming. Then we could stay at home and lean against the greyhound." "No," said the Parian girl, "I don't like that." "Why?" "I have private reasons." "What?" "No matter." "I know," said the cat made of worsted. "I saw her behind. She's hollow. She's stuffed with lamplighters. He, he!" And the cat made of worsted grinned again. "I love you just as much," said the steadfast boy leaning against the greyhound, "and I don't believe the cat." "Go away," said the Parian girl angrily. "You're all hateful. I won't have you." "Ah!" sighed the boy leaning against the greyhound. "Ah!" came another sigh. It was from the China girl raised out of the penwiper. "How I pity you!" "Do you?" he said eagerly. "Do you? Then I love you. Will you marry me?" "Ah!" she said, "but—" "She can't," said the cat made of worsted. "She can't come to you. She hasn't got any legs. I know. I'm 50 years old. I never saw them." "Never mind the cat," said the boy leaning against the greyhound. "But I do mind the cat," she said, weeping. "I haven't. It's all penwiper." "Do I care?" he said. "She has thoughts," said the bronze monk, reading a book, "that last longer than beauty. She has a solid behind." "And she has no hinge in her back," grinned the cat made of worsted. "Come, neighbors, let us congratulate them. You begin." "Keep out of disagreeable company," said the bronze monk, reading a book. "That's not congratulations, that is advice," said the cat made of worsted. "Never mind, go on, my dear," to the parrying girl. "What? Nothing to say? Then I'll say it for you. Friends, may your love last as long as your courtship. Now I'll congratulate you." But before he could speak, the audience got up. "You shall not say a word. It must end happily." He went to the mantelpiece and took up the china girl rising out of the pen wiper. "Why, she has legs after all," he said. "They're false," said the cat made of worsted. "They're false. I know it. I'm 50 years old, and I've never seen true ones on her." The audience paid no attention, but took up the boy leaning against the greyhound. "Ha!" said the cat made of worsted. "Come, I like this. He's hollow. They're all hollow. He he he. Neighbor Monk, you're hollow. He he." The cat made of worsted never stopped grinning. The audience lifted the glass case from him and set it over the boy leaning against the greyhound and the china girl rising out of the pen wiper. "Be happy," he said. "Happy," said the cat made of worsted. "Happy." Still, they were happy. The end of As Good as a Play, by Horace E. Scudder.
The Crooked Man, by Arthur Conan Doyle. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Peter Tomlinson. One summer night, a few months after my marriage, I was seated by my own hearth, smoking a last pipe and nodding over a novel, for my day's work had been an exhausting one. My wife had already gone upstairs, and the sound of the locking of the hall door some time before told me that the servants had also retired. I had risen from my seat and was knocking out the ashes of my pipe when I suddenly heard the clang of the bell. I looked at the clock. It was 11:45. This could not be a visitor at so late an hour. A patient, evidently, and possibly an all-night sitting. With a wry face I went out into the hall and opened the door. To my astonishment it was Sherlock Holmes, who stood upon my step. "Ah, Watson," said he, "I hoped that I might not be too late to catch you." "My dear fellow, pray come in." "You look surprised, and no wonder. Relieved, too, I fancy. You still smoke the Arcadia mixture of your bachelor days, then? There's no mistaking that fluffy ash upon your coat. It's easy to tell that you have been accustomed to wear a uniform, Watson. You'll never pass as a purebred civilian as long as you keep that habit of carrying your handkerchief in your sleeve. Could you put me up tonight?" "With pleasure. You told me that you had bachelor quarters for one, and I see that you have no gentleman visitor at present. Your hat stand proclaims as much." "I shall be delighted if you will stay." "Thank you. I'll fill the vacant peg, then. Sorry to see that you've had the British workman in the house. He's a token of evil. Not the drains, I hope?" "No, the gas. Ah, he has left 2 nail marks from his boot upon your linoleum, just where the light strikes it. No, thank you, I had some supper at Waterloo, but I'll smoke a pipe with you with pleasure." I handed him my pouch, and he seated himself opposite to me and smoked for some time in silence. I was well aware that nothing but business of importance would have brought him to me at such an hour, so I waited patiently until he should come round to it. "I see that you are professionally rather busy just now," said he, glancing very keenly across at me. "Yes, I've had a busy day," I answered. "It may seem very foolish in your eyes," I added, "but really I don't know how you deduced it." Holmes chuckled to himself. "I have the advantage of knowing your habits, my dear Watson," said he. "When your round is a short one you walk, and when it is a long one you use a hansom. As I perceive from your boots, although used, are by no means dirty, I cannot doubt that you are at present busy enough to justify the hansom." "Excellent," I cried. "Elementary," said he. "It is one of those instances where the reasoner can produce an effect which seems remarkable to his neighbour, because the latter has missed the little point which is the basis of the deduction. The same may be said, my dear fellow, for the effect of some of these little sketches of yours, which is entirely meretricious, depending as it does upon your retaining in your own hands some factors in the problem which are never imparted to the reader. Now at present I am in the position of these same readers, for I hold in this hand several threads of one of the strangest cases which ever perplexed a man's brain, and yet I lack the one or two which are needful to complete my theory. But I'll have them, Watson, I'll have them." His eyes kindled and a slight flush sprung into his thin cheeks, for an instant only. When I glanced again his face had resumed that red Indian composure which had made so many regard him as a machine rather than a man. "The problem presents features of interest," said he. "I may even say exceptional features of interest. I have already looked into the matter, and have come, as I think, within sight of my solution. If you could accompany me in that last step, you might be of considerable service to me." "I should be delighted. Could you go as far as Aldershot tomorrow?" "I have no doubt Jackson would take my practice." "Very good. I want to start by the 11:10 from Waterloo." "That would give me time. Then, if you are not too sleepy, I will give you a sketch of what has happened and of what remains to be done." "I was sleepy before you came. I am quite wakeful now." "I will compress the story as far as may be done without omitting anything vital to the case. It is conceivable that you may even have read some account of the matter. It is the supposed murder of Colonel Berkeley, of the Royal Mallows at Aldershot, which I am investigating." "I have heard nothing of it." "It has not excited much attention yet, except locally. The facts are only 2 days old. Briefly they are these. The Royal Mallows is, as you know, one of the most famous Irish regiments in the British Army. It did wonders both in the Crimea and the Mutiny, and has since that time distinguished itself upon every possible occasion. It was commanded, up to Monday night, by James Berkeley, a gallant veteran who started as a full private, was raised to commissioned rank for his bravery at the time of the Mutiny, and so lived to command the regiment in which he had once carried a musket. Colonel Berkeley had married at the time when he was a sergeant, and his wife, whose maiden name was Miss Nancy Devoy, was the daughter of a former colour sergeant in the same corps. There was, therefore, as can be imagined, some little social friction when the young couple, for they were still young, found themselves in their new surroundings. They appear, however, to have quickly adapted themselves, and Mrs. Berkeley has always, I understand, been as popular with the ladies of the regiment as her husband was with his brother officers. I may add that she was a woman of great beauty, and that even now, when she has been married for upwards of 30 years, she is still of a striking and queenly appearance. Colonel Berkeley's family life appears to have been a uniformly happy one. Major Murphy, to whom I owe most of my facts, assures me that he has never heard of any misunderstanding between the pair. On the whole, he thinks that Berkeley's devotion to his wife was greater than his wife's to Berkeley. He was acutely uneasy if he were absent from her for a day. She, on the other hand, though devoted and faithful, was less obtrusively affectionate. But they were regarded in the regiment as the very model of a middle-aged couple. There was absolutely nothing in their mutual relations to prepare people for the tragedy which was to follow. Colonel Berkeley himself seems to have had some singular traits in his character. He was a dashing, jovial old soldier in his usual mood, but there were occasions on which he seemed to show himself capable of considerable violence and vindictiveness. This side of his nature, however, appears never to have been turned towards his wife. Another fact which had struck Major Murphy and 3 out of 5 of the other officers with whom I conversed was the singular sort of depression which came upon him at times. As the Major expressed it, the smile had often been struck from his mouth, as if by some invisible hand, when he had been joining the gaieties and chaff of the mess table. For days on end, when the mood was on him, he had been sunk in the deepest gloom. This and a certain tinge of superstition were the only unusual traits in his character which his brother officers had observed. The latter peculiarity took the form of a dislike to being left alone, especially after dark. This puerile feature in a nature which was conspicuously manly had often given rise to comment and conjecture. The 1st Battalion of the Royal Munsters, which is the old 117th, has been stationed at Aldershot for some years. The married officers live out of barracks, and the colonel has during all this time occupied a villa called Lachine, about half a mile from the North Camp. The house stands in its own grounds, but the west side of it is not more than 30 yards from the high road. A coachman and 2 maids form the staff of servants. These, with their master and mistress, were the sole occupants of Lachine, for the Barclays had no children, nor was it usual for them to have resident visitors. Now for the events at Lachine between 9 and 10 on the evening of last Monday. Mrs. Barclay was, it appears, a member of the Roman Catholic Church, and had interested herself very much in the establishment of the Guild of St. George, which was formed in connection with the Watt Street Chapel for the purpose of supplying the poor with cast-off clothing. A meeting of the Guild had been held that evening at 8, and Mrs. Barclay had hurried over her dinner in order to be present at it. When leaving the house, she was heard by the coachman to make some commonplace remark to her husband, and to assure him that she would be back before very long. She then called for Miss Morrison, a young lady who lives in the next villa, and the two went off together to their meeting. It lasted 40 minutes, and at 9:15 Mrs. Barclay returned home, having left Miss Morrison at her door as she passed. There is a room which is used as a morning room at Lachine. This faces the road and opens by a large glass folding door onto the lawn. The lawn is 30 yards across and is only divided from the highway by a low wall with an iron rail above it. It was into this room that Mrs. Barclay went upon her return. The blinds were not drawn, for the room was seldom used in the evening. But Mrs. Barclay herself lit the lamp and then rang the bell, asking Jane Stewart, the housemaid, to bring her a cup of tea, which was quite contrary to her usual habits. The colonel had been sitting in the dining-room, but hearing that his wife had returned, he joined her in the morning-room. The coachman saw him cross the hall and enter it. He was never seen again alive. The tea which had been ordered was brought up at the end of 10 minutes, but the maid, as she approached the door, was surprised to hear the voices of her master and mistress in furious altercation. She knocked without receiving any answer, and even turned the handle, but only to find that the door was locked upon the inside. Naturally enough, she ran down to tell the cook, and the two women with the coachman came up into the hall and listened to the dispute which was still raging. They all agreed that only 2 voices were to be heard, those of Barclay and of his wife. Barclay's remarks were subdued and abrupt, so that none of them were audible to the listeners. The ladies, on the other hand, were most bitter, and when she raised her voice could be plainly heard. "You coward!" she repeated over and over again. "What can be done now? What can be done now? Give me back my life. I will never so much as breathe the same air with you again. You coward! You coward!" Those were scraps of her conversation, ending in a sudden dreadful cry in the man's voice, with a crash and a piercing scream from the woman. Convinced that some tragedy had occurred, the coachman rushed to the door and strove to force it, while scream after scream issued from within. He was unable, however, to make his way in, and the maids were too distracted with fear to be of any assistance to him. A sudden thought struck him, however, and he ran through the hall door and round to the lawn upon which the long French windows open. One side of the window was open, which I understand was quite usual in the summer-time, and he passed without difficulty into the room. His mistress had ceased to scream and was stretched insensible upon a couch, while with his feet tilted over the side of an armchair, with his head upon the ground near the corner of the fender, was lying the unfortunate soldier, stone dead in a pool of his own blood. Naturally, the coachman's first thought on finding that he could do nothing for his master was to open the door. But here an unexpected and singular difficulty presented itself. The key was not in the inner side of the door, nor could he find it anywhere in the room. He went out again, therefore, through the window, and having obtained the help of a policeman and of a medical man, he returned. The lady against whom naturally the strongest suspicion rested was removed to her room, still in a state of insensibility. The Colonel's body was then placed upon the sofa and a careful examination made of the scene of the tragedy. The injury from which the unfortunate veteran was suffering was found to be a jagged cut some 2 inches long at the back part of his head, which had evidently been caused by a violent blow from a blunt weapon. Nor was it difficult to guess what that weapon may have been. Upon the floor, close by the body, was lying a singular club of hard carved wood with a bone handle. The Colonel possessed a varied collection of weapons brought from the different countries in which he had fought, and it is conjectured by the police that his club was among his trophies. The servants deny having seen it before, but among the numerous curiosities in the house it is possible that it may have been overlooked. Nothing else of importance was discovered in the room by the police, save the inexplicable fact that neither upon Mrs. Barclay's person, nor upon that of the victim, nor in any part of the room was the missing key to be found. The door had eventually to be opened by a locksmith from Aldershot. That was the state of things, Watson, when upon the Tuesday morning I, at the request of Major Murphy, went down to Aldershot to supplement the efforts of the police. I think that you will acknowledge that the problem was already one of interest, but my observations soon made me realize that it was in truth much more extraordinary than would at first sight appear. Before examining the room I cross-questioned the servants, but only succeeded in eliciting the facts which I have already stated. One other detail of interest was remembered by Jane Stewart, the housemaid. You remember that on hearing the sound of the quarrel she descended and returned with the other servants. On that first occasion, when she was alone, she says that the voices of her master and mistress were sunk so low that she could hear hardly anything, and judged by their tones rather than their words that they had fallen out. On my pressing her, however, she remembered that she heard the word David uttered twice by the lady. The point is of the utmost importance as guiding us towards the reason of the sudden quarrel. The Colonel's name, you remember, was James. There was one thing in the case which had made the deepest impression both upon the servants and the police. This was the contortion of the Colonel's face. It had set, according to their account, into the most dreadful expression of fear and horror which a human countenance is capable of assuming. More than one person fainted at the mere sight of him, so terrible was the effect. It was quite certain that he had foreseen his fate, and that it had caused him the utmost horror. This, of course, fitted in well enough with the police theory if the Colonel could have seen his wife making a murderous attack upon him. Nor was the fact of the wound being on the back of his head a fatal objection to this, as he might have turned to avoid the blow. No information could be got from the lady herself, who was temporarily insane from an acute attack of brain fever. From the police I learned that Miss Morrison, who you remember went out that evening with Mrs. Barclay, denied having any knowledge of what it was which had caused the ill humour in which her companion had returned. Having gathered these facts, Watson, I smoked several pipes over them, trying to separate those which were crucial from others which were merely incidental. There could be no question that the most distinctive and suggestive point in the case was the singular disappearance of the door key. A most careful search had failed to discover it in the room. Therefore it must have been taken from it, but neither the Colonel nor the Colonel's wife could have taken it. That was perfectly clear. Therefore a third person must have entered the room, and that third person could only have come in through the window. It seemed to me that a careful examination of the room and the lawn might possibly reveal some traces of this mysterious individual. You know my methods, Watson. There was not one of them which I did not apply to the inquiry, and it ended by my discovering traces, but very different ones from those which I had expected. There had been a man in the room, and he had crossed the lawn coming from the road. I was able to obtain 5 very clear impressions of his footmarks, one in the roadway itself at the point where he had climbed the low wall, 2 on the lawn, and 2 very faint ones upon the stained boards near the window where he had entered. He had apparently rushed across the lawn, for his toe marks were much deeper than his heels. But it was not the man who surprised me, it was his companion. His companion? Holmes pulled a large sheet of tissue paper out of his pocket and carefully unfolded it upon his knee. "What do you make of that?" he asked. The paper was covered with the tracings of the footmarks of some small animal. It had 5 well-marked footpads, an indication of long nails, and the whole print might be nearly as large as a dessert spoon. "It's a dog," said I. "Did you ever hear of a dog running up a curtain?" I found distinct traces that this creature had done so. "A monkey, then?" "But it's not the print of a monkey." "What can it be, then?" "Neither dog nor cat nor monkey, nor any creature that we are familiar with. I have tried to reconstruct it from the measurements. Here are 4 prints where the beast has been standing motionless. You see that it is no less than 15 inches from forefoot to hind. And add to that the length of neck and head, and you get a creature not much less than 2 feet long, probably more if there is any tail. But now observe this other measurement. The animal has been moving, and we have the length of its stride. In each case it is only about 3 inches. You have an indication, you see, of a long body with very short legs attached to it. It has not been considerate enough to leave any of its hair behind it. But in general shape must be what I have indicated. And it can run up a curtain, and it is carnivorous." "How do you deduce that?" "Because it ran up the curtain. A canary's cage was hanging in the window, and its aim seems to have been to get at the bird." "Then what was the beast?" "Ah, if I could give it a name it might go a long way towards solving the case. On the whole, it was probably some creature of the weasel and stoat tribe, and yet it is larger than any of these that I have seen." "But what had it to do with the crime?" "That also is still obscure, but we have learned a good deal, you perceive. We know that a man stood in the road looking at the quarrel between the Barclays. The blinds were up and the room lighted. We know also that he ran across the lawn, entered the room, accompanied by a strange animal, and that he either struck the Colonel or, as is equally possible, that the Colonel fell down from sheer fright at the sight of him, and cut his head on the corner of the fender. Finally, we have the curious fact that the intruder carried away the key with him when he left." "Your discoveries seem to have left the business more obscure than it was before," said I. "Quite so. They undoubtedly showed that the affair was much deeper than was at first conjectured. I thought the matter over, and I came to the conclusion that I must approach the case from another aspect. But really, Watson, I am keeping you up, and I might just as well tell you all this on our way to Aldershot tomorrow." "Thank you. You have gone rather too far to stop." It is quite certain that when Mrs. Barclay left the house at 7:30, she was on good terms with her husband. She was never, as I think I've said, ostentatiously affectionate, but she was heard by the coachman chatting with the Colonel in a friendly fashion. Now it was equally certain that, immediately on her return, she had gone to the room in which she was least likely to see her husband, had flown to tea as an agitated woman will, and finally, on his coming in to her, had broken into violent recriminations. Therefore something had occurred between 7:30 and 9 o'clock which had completely altered her feelings towards him. But Miss Morrison had been with her during the whole of that hour and a half. It was absolutely certain, therefore, in spite of her denial, that she must know something of the matter. My first conjecture was that possibly there had been some passages between this young lady and the old soldier, which the former had now confessed to the wife. That would account for the angry return, and also for the girl's denial that anything had occurred. Nor would it be entirely incompatible with most of the words overheard. But there was the reference to David, and there was the known affection of the Colonel for his wife to weigh against it, to say nothing of the tragic intrusion of this other man, which might, of course, be entirely disconnected with what had gone before. It was not easy to pick one's steps, but, on the whole, I was inclined to dismiss the idea that there had been anything between the Colonel and Miss Morrison, but more than ever convinced that the young lady held the clue as to what it was which had turned Mrs. Barclay to hatred of her husband. I took the obvious course, therefore, of calling upon Miss M., of explaining to her that I was perfectly certain that she held the facts in her possession, and of assuring her that her friend, Mrs. Barclay, might find herself in the dock upon a capital charge unless the matter were cleared up. Miss Morrison is a little ethereal slip of a girl, with timid eyes and blonde hair, but I found her by no means wanting in shrewdness and common sense. She sat thinking for some time after I had spoken, and then, turning to me with a brisk air of resolution, she broke into a remarkable statement which I will condense for your benefit. I promised my friend that I would say nothing of the matter, and a promise is a promise, said she. But if I can really help her when so serious a charge is laid against her, and when her own mouth, poor darling, is closed by illness, then I think I am absolved from my promise. I will tell you exactly what happened upon Monday evening. We were returning from the Watt Street Mission about 8:45. On our way we had to pass through Hudson Street, which is a very quiet thoroughfare. There is only one lamp in it, upon the left-hand side, and as we approached this lamp I saw a man coming towards us with his back very bent, and something like a box slung over one of his shoulders. He appeared to be deformed, for he carried his head low and walked with his knees bent. We were passing him when he raised his face to look at us in the circle of light thrown by the lamp, and as he did so he stopped and screamed out in a dreadful voice, "My God, it's Nancy!" Mrs. Barclay turned as white as death, and would have fallen down had the dreadful-looking creature not caught hold of her. I was going to call for the police, but she, to my surprise, spoke quite civilly to the fellow. "I thought you had been dead this 30 years, Henry," said she, in a shaking voice. "So I have," said he, and it was awful to hear the tones that he said it in. He had a very dark, fearsome face, and a gleam in his eye that comes back to me in my dreams. His hair and whiskers were shot with grey, and his face was all crinkled and puckered like a withered apple. "Just walk on a little way, dear," said Mrs. Barclay. "I want to have a word with this man. There's nothing to be afraid of." She tried to speak boldly, but she was still deadly pale, and could hardly get her words out for the trembling of her lips. I did as she asked me, and they talked together for a few minutes. Then she came down the street with her eyes blazing, and I saw the crippled wretch standing by the lamp-post and shaking his clenched fists in the air as if he were mad with rage. She never said a word until we were at the door here, when she took me by the hand and begged me to tell no one what had happened. "It's an old acquaintance of mine who has come down in the world," said she. "When I promised her I would say nothing, she kissed me, and I've never seen her since. I have told you now the whole truth, and if I withheld it from the police it is because I did not realize then the danger in which my dear friend stood. I know that it can only be to her advantage that everything should be known." There was her statement, Watson, and to me, as you can imagine, it was like a light on a dark night. Everything which had been disconnected before began at once to assume its true place, and I had a shadowy presentiment of the whole sequence of events. My next step obviously was to find the man who had produced such a remarkable impression upon Mrs. Barclay. If he was still in Aldershot it should not be a very difficult matter. There are not such a very great number of civilians, and a deformed man was sure to have attracted attention. I spent a day in the search, and by evening, this very evening, Watson, I had run him down. The man's name is Henry Wood, and he lives in lodgings in this same street in which the ladies met him. He has only been 5 days in the place. In the character of a registration agent I had a most interesting gossip with his landlady. The man is by trade a conjurer and performer, going round the canteens after nightfall and giving a little entertainment at each. He carries some creature about with him in that box. about which the landlady seemed to be in considerable trepidation, for she had never seen an animal like it. He uses it in some of his tricks, according to her account. So much the woman was able to tell me, and also that it was a wonder the man lived, seeing how twisted he was, and that he spoke in a strange tongue sometimes, and that for the last 2 nights she had heard him groaning and weeping in his bedroom. He was all right as far as money went, but in his deposit he had given her what looked like a bad florin. She showed it to me, Watson, and it was an Indian rupee. So now, my dear fellow, you can see exactly how we stand and why it is I want you. It is perfectly plain that after the ladies parted from this man, he followed them at a distance, and he saw the quarrel between husband and wife through the window, that he rushed in, and that the creature which he carried in his box got loose. That is all very certain. But he's the only person in this world who can tell us exactly what happened in that room. And you intend to ask him? Most certainly, but in the presence of a witness. And I am the witness. If you'll be so good. If he can clear the matter up, well and good. If he refuses, we have no alternative but to apply for a warrant. But how do you know he'll be there when we return? You may be sure that I took some precautions. I have one of my Baker Street boys mounting guard over him, who would stick to him like a burr, go where he might. We shall find him in Hudson Street tomorrow, Watson, and meanwhile I should be the criminal myself if I kept you out of bed any longer. It was midday when we found ourselves at the scene of the tragedy, and after my companion's guidance we made our way at once to Hudson Street. In spite of his capacity for concealing his emotions, I could easily see that Holmes was in a state of suppressed excitement, while I was myself tingling with that half-sporting, half-intellectual pleasure which I invariably experienced when I associated myself with him in his investigations. "This is the street," said he, as we turned into a short thoroughfare lined with plain 2-storied brick houses. "Ah, here is Simpson to report." "He's in all right, Mr. Holmes," cried a small street Arab, running up to us. "Good, Simpson," said Holmes, patting him on the head. "Come along, Watson. This is the house." He sent in his card with a message that he had come on important business, and a moment later we were face to face with the man whom we had come to see. In spite of the warm weather, he was crouching over a fire, and the little room was like an oven. The man sat all twisted and huddled in his chair in a way which gave an indescribable impression of deformity. But the face which he turned towards us, though worn and swarthy, must at some time have been remarkable for its beauty. He looked suspiciously at us now out of yellow-shot, bilious eyes, and, without speaking or rising, he waved towards 2 chairs. "Mr. Henry Wood, late of India, I believe," said Holmes affably. "I've come over this little matter of Colonel Berkeley's death." "What should I know about that?" "That's what I want to ascertain. You know, I suppose, that unless the matter is cleared up, Mrs. Berkeley, who is an old friend of yours, will in all probability be tried for murder." The man gave a violent start. "I don't know who you are," he cried, "nor how you come to know what you do know. But you will swear that this is true that you tell me?" "Why, they are only waiting for her to come to her senses to arrest her." "My God, are you in the police yourself?" "No." "What business is it of yours, then?" "It's every man's business to see justice done." "You can take my word that she is innocent." "Then you are guilty." "No, I am not." "Who killed Colonel James Berkeley, then?" "It was a just Providence that killed him. But mind you this, that if I had knocked his brains out, as it was in my heart to do, he would have had no more than his due from my hands. If his own guilty conscience had not struck him down, it is likely enough that I might have had his blood upon my soul. You want me to tell you the story? Well, I don't know why I shouldn't, for there's no cause for me to be ashamed of it. It was in this way, sir. You see me now with my back like a camel and my ribs all awry. But there was a time when Corporal Henry Wood was the smartest man in the 117th Foot. We were in India then, in cantonments, a place we'll call Burtee. Barclay, who died the other day, was sergeant in the same company as myself, and the belle of the regiment, and the finest girl that ever had the breath of life between her lips, was Nancy Devoy, the daughter of the colour sergeant. There were two men that loved her, and one that she loved, and you will smile when you look at this poor thing huddled before the fire and hear me say that it was for my good looks that she loved me. Well, though I had her heart, her father was set upon her marrying Barclay. I was a harum-scarum, reckless lad, and he had had an education, and was already marked for the sword belt. But the girl held true to me, and it seemed that I would have had her when the mutiny broke out and all hell was loose in the country. We were shut up in Bertie, the regiment of us, with half a battery of artillery, a company of Sikhs, and a lot of civilians and womenfolk. There were 10,000 rebels round us, and they were as keen as a set of terriers round a rat cage. About the second week of it our water gave out, and it was a question of whether we could communicate with General Neill's column, which was moving up country. It was our only chance, for we could not hope to fight our way out with all the women and children. So I volunteered to go out and to warn General Neill of our danger. My offer was accepted, and I talked it over with Sergeant Barclay, who was supposed to know the ground better than any other man, and who drew up a route by which I might get through the rebel lines. At 10 o'clock the same night I started off upon my journey. There were 1,000 lives to say, but it was only one that I was thinking when I dropped over the wall that night. My way ran down a dried-up watercourse, which we hoped would screen me from the enemy's sentries, but as I crept round the corner of it I walked right into 6 of them, who were crouching down in the dark waiting for me. In an instant I was stunned with a blow and bound hand and foot, but the real blow was to my heart and not to my head, for as I came to and listened to as much as I could understand of their talk, I heard enough to tell me that my comrade, the very man who had arranged the way that I was to take, had betrayed me by means of a native servant into the hands of the enemy. Well, there's no need for me to dwell on that part of it. You know now what James Barclay was capable of. Bertie was relieved by Neil next day, but the rebels took me away with them in their retreat, and it was many a long year before I ever saw a white face again. I was tortured and tried to get away, and was captured and tortured again. You can see for yourselves the state in which I was left. Some of them that fled into Nepal took me with them, and then afterwards I was up past Darjeeling. The hill folk up there murdered the rebels who had me, and I became their slave for a time until I escaped. But instead of going south, I had to go north till I found myself among the Afghans. There I wandered about for many a year, and at last came back to the Punjab, where I lived mostly among the natives and picked up a living by the conjuring tricks I had learned. What use was it for me, a wretched cripple, to go back to England or to make myself known to my old comrades? Even my wish for revenge would not make me do that. I had rather that Nancy and my old pals should think of Harry Wood as having died with a straight back than see him living and crawling with a stick like a chimpanzee. They never doubted that I was dead, and I meant that they never should. I heard that Barclay had married Nancy, and that he was rising rapidly in the regiment, but even that did not make me speak. But when one gets old, one has a longing for home. For years I've been dreaming of the bright green fields and the hedges of England. At last I determined to see them before I died. I saved enough to bring me across, and then I came here where the soldiers are, for I know their ways and how to amuse them, and so earn enough to keep me. Your narrative is most interesting, said Sherlock Holmes. I have already heard of your meeting with Mrs. Barclay and your mutual recognition. You then, as I understand, followed her home and saw through the window an altercation between her husband and her, in which she doubtless cast his conduct to you in his teeth. Your own feelings overcame you, and you ran across the lawn and broke in upon them. I did, sir, and at the sight of me he looked as if I had never seen a man look before, and over he went with his head on the fender. But he was dead before he fell. I read death on his face as plain as I can read that text over the fire. The bare sight of me was like a bullet through his guilty heart. And then Nancy fainted, and I caught up the key of the door from her hand, intending to unlock it and get help. But as I was doing it, it seemed to me better to leave it alone and get away, for the thing might look black. against me, and anyway my secret would be out if I were taken. In my haste I thrust the key into my pocket and dropped my stick while I was chasing Teddy, who had run up the curtain. When I got him into his box, from which he had slipped, I was off as fast as I could run. "Who's Teddy?" asked Holmes. The man leaned over and pulled up the front of a kind of hutch in the corner. In an instant out there slipped a beautiful reddish-brown creature, thin and lithe, with the legs of a stoat, a long, thin nose, and a pair of the finest red eyes that ever I saw in an animal's head. "It's a mongoose," I cried. "Well, some call them that, and some call them ichneumon," said the man. "Snake-catcher is what I call them, and Teddy is amazing quick on cobras. I have one here without the fangs, and Teddy catches it every night to please the folk in the canteen. Any other points, sir? Well, we may have to apply to you again if Mrs. Barclay should prove to be in serious trouble. In that case, of course, I'd come forward. But if not, there is no object in raking up this scandal against a dead man, foully as he has acted. You have at least the satisfaction of knowing that for 30 years of his life his conscience bitterly reproached him for this wicked deed. Ah, there goes Major Murphy on the other side of the street. Good-bye, Wood. I want to learn if anything has happened since yesterday." We were in time to overtake the Major before he reached the corner. "Ah, Holmes," he said, "I suppose you have heard that all this fuss has come to nothing." "What then?" "The inquest is just over. The medical evidence showed conclusively that death was due to apoplexy. You see, it was quite a simple case after all." "Oh, remarkably superficial," said Holmes, smiling. "Come, Watson, I don't think we shall be wanted in Aldershot any more." "There's one thing," said I, as we walked down to the station. "If the husband's name was James and the other was Henry, what was this talk about David?" "That one word, my dear Watson, should have told me the whole story, had I been the ideal reasoner which you are so fond of depicting. It was evidently a term of reproach." "Of reproach?" "Yes. David strayed a little occasionally, you know, and on one occasion in the same direction as Sergeant James Barclay. You remember the small affair of Uriah and Bathsheba? My biblical knowledge is a trifle rusty, I fear, but you will find the story in the 1st or 2nd of Samuel. End of The Crooked Man by Arthur Conan Doyle. Recording by Peter Tomlinson.
The Rogueries of Delilah the Crafty and Her Daughter Zainab the Coney-Catcher. Excerpted from the Book of 1,000 Nights and a Night, Volume 7, Nights 698 through 708, translated by Richard F. Burton. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, in October 2018. The Rogueries of Delilah the Crafty and Her Daughter Zainab the Coney-Catcher. There lived in the time of Harun al-Rashid a man named Ahmed al-Danaf and another Hassan Shuman Hait, the twain past masters in fraud and feints, who had done rare things in their day, wherefore the Caliph invested them with caftans of honor and made them captains of the watch for Baghdad, Ahmed of the right hand and Hassan of the left hand, and appointed to each of them a stipend of 1,000 dinars a month and 40 stalwart men to be at their bidding. Moreover, to calamity, Ahmed was committed the watch of the district outside the walls. So Ahmed and Hassan went forth in company of the Emir Khalid. The Wali, or chief of police, attended each by his 40 followers on horseback, and preceded by the crier, crying aloud and saying, "By command of the Caliph, none is captain of the watch of the right hand but Ahmed al-Danaf, and none is captain of the watch of the left hand but Hassan Shuman, and both are to be obeyed when they bid, and are to be held in all honor and worship." Now there was in the city an old woman called Delilah the Wily, who had a daughter by name of Zainab the Coney-Catcher. They heard the proclamation made, and Zainab said to Delilah, See, O my mother, this fellow Ahmad al-Danef, he came hither from Cairo, a fugitive, and played the double dealer in Baghdad, till he got into the Caliph's company, and is now become captain of the right hand, whilst the mangy chap Hassan Shuman is captain of the left hand, and each hath a table spread morning and evening, and a monthly wage of 1,000 dinars, whereas we abide unemployed and neglected in this house, without estate and without honor, and have none to ask of us. Now Delilah's husband had been the town captain of Baghdad, with a monthly wage of 1,000 dinars, but he died, leaving 2 daughters, one married and with a son by name of Ahmad al-Lakit, or Ahmad the Abortion, and the other called Zainab, a spinster. And this Delilah was a past mistress in all manner of craft and trickery and double-dealing. She could wile the very dragon out of his den, and Iblis himself might have learnt deceit of her. Her father had also been governor of the carrier pigeons to the Caliph, with a solde of 1,000 dinars a month. He used to rear the birds to carry letters and messages, wherefore in time of need each was dearer to the Caliph than one of his own sons. So Zainab said to her mother, "Up and play off some feint and fraud that may haply make us notorious in Baghdad. So perchance we shall win our father's stipend for ourselves." Replied the old trot, "As thy head liveth, O my daughter, I will play off higher class rogueries in Baghdad than ever played Calamity Ahmed or Hassan the Pestilent." So saying, she rose and threw over her face a lisam veil, and donned clothes such as the poorer Sufis wear, petticoat trousers falling over her heels, and a gown of white wool with a broad girdle. She also took a pitcher and filled it with water to the neck, after which she set 3 dinars in the mouth, and stopped it up with a plug of palm fibre. Then she threw round her shoulder, baldrich wise, a rosary as big as a load of firewood, and taking in her hand a flag, made of party-coloured rags, red and yellow and green, went out crying, "Allah! Allah!" with tongue celebrating the praises of the Lord, whilst her heart galloped in the devil's racecourse, seeing how she might play some sharping trick upon town. She walked from street to street till she came to an alley swept and watered and marble paved, where she saw a vaulted gateway with a threshold of alabaster, and a Moorish porter standing at the door, which was of sandal wood, plated with brass and furnished with a ring of silver for a knocker. Now this house belonged to the chief of the Caliph's sergeant ushers, a man of great wealth in fields, houses, and allowances, called the Emir Hassan Shar al-Tariq, or Evil of the Way, and therefore called because his blow forewent his word. He was married to a fair damsel, Khatun hight, whom he loved, and who made him swear, on the night of his going in unto her, that he would take none other wife over her, nor lie abroad for a single night. And so things went on till one day he went to the divan, and saw that each emir had with him a son or 2. Then he entered the hammam bath, and looking at his face in the mirror, noted that the white hairs in his beard overlay its black, and he said in himself, "Will not he who took thy sire bless thee with a son?" So he went in to his wife in angry mood, and she said to him, "Good evening to thee." But he replied, "Get thee out of my sight. From the day I saw thee I have seen naught of good." "How so?" quoth she. Quoth he, "On the night of my going in unto thee, thou madest me swear to take no other wife over thee. And this very day I have seen each emir with a son, and some with 2. So I minded me of death, and also that to me hath been vouchsafed neither son nor daughter, and that whoso leaveth no male hath no memory. This then is the reason of my anger, for thou art barren, and knowing thee is like planing a rock." Cried she, "Allah's name upon thee! Indeed, I have worn out the mortars with beating wool and pounding drugs, and I am not to blame. The barrenness is with thee, for that thou art a snub-nosed mule, and thy sperm is weak and watery, and impregnateth not, neither getteth children." Said he, When I return from my journey, I will take another wife. And she said, My luck is with Allah. Then he went out from her, and both repented of the sharp words spoken each to the other. Now, as the emir's wife looked forth of her lattice, as she were a bride of the hordes for the jewelry upon her, behold, there stood Delilah, espying her, and seeing her clad in costly clothes and ornaments, she said to herself, "'Twould be a rare trick, O Delilah, to entice yonder young lady from her husband's house, and strip her of all her jewels and clothes, and make off with the whole lot." So she took up her stand under the windows of the emir's house, and fell to calling aloud upon Allah's name, and saying, "Be present, O ye walis, ye friends of the Lord." Whereupon every woman in the street looked from her lattice, and seeing a matron clad, after Sufi fashion, in clothes of white wool, as she were a pavilion of light, said, "Allah bring us a blessing by the aidance of this pious old person, from whose face issueth light." And Khatun, the wife of the Emir Hassan, burst into tears and said to her handmaid, "Get thee down, O Makbula, and kiss the hand of the Sheikh Abu Ali the porter, and say to him, Let yonder religious enter to my lady, so haply she may get a blessing of her." So she went down to the porter, and kissing his hand, said to him, "My mistress telleth thee, suffer yonder religious enter to my lady, so haply she may get a blessing of her, and we too may be blessed, one and all." The gatekeeper went up to Delilah and kissed her hand, but she forbade him, saying, "Away from me, lest my ablution be made null and void. Thou also art of the attracted Godwards, and kindly looked upon by the Allah's saints, and under his especial guardianship. May he deliver thee from this servitude, O Abu Ali." Now the emir owed 3 months' wage to the porter, who was straitened thereby, but knew not how to recover his due from his lord. So he said to the old woman, "O my mother, give me to drink from thy pitcher, so I may win a blessing through thee." She took the ewer from her shoulder and whirled it about in the air, so that the plug flew out of its mouth, and the 3 dinars fell to the ground. The porter saw them and picked them up, saying in his mind, "Glory to God! This old woman is one of the saints that have hordes at their command. It hath been revealed to her of me that I am in want of money for daily expenses, so she hath conjured me these 3 dinars out of the air." Then said he to her, "Take, O my aunt, these 3 dinars which fell from thy pitcher." And she replied, "Away with them from me. I am of the folk who occupy not themselves with the things of the world. No, never. Take them and use them for thine own benefit, in lieu of those the emir oweth thee." Quoth he, "Thanks to Allah for succor. This is of the chapter of Revelation." Thereupon the maid accosted her, and kissing her hand, carried her up to her mistress. She found the lady as she were a treasurer, whose guardian talisman had been loosed. The Khatun bade her welcome and kissed her hand. Quoth she, "O my daughter, I come not to thee save for thy will, and by Allah's will." Then Khatun set food before her, but she said, "O my daughter, I eat naught except of the food of paradise, and I keep continual fast, breaking it but 5 days in the year. But, O my child, I see thee chagrined, and desire that thou tell me the cause of thy concern." "O my mother," replied Khatun, "I made my husband swear on my wedding night that he would wive none but me, and he saw others with children, and longed for them, and said to me, 'Thou art a barren thing.' I answered, 'Thou art a mule which begetteth not.' So he left me in anger, saying, 'When I come back from my journey, I will take another wife, for he hath villages and lands and large allowances, and if he beget children by another, they will possess the money and take the estates from me." Said Delilah, "O my daughter, knowest thou not of my master, the Sheikh Abu al-Hamlat, whom if any debtor visit, Allah quitteth him his debt, and if a barren woman she conceiveth?" Khatun replied, "O my mother, since the day of my wedding, I have not gone forth the house, no, not even to pay visits of condolence or congratulation." The old woman rejoined, O my child, I will carry thee to him, and do thou cast thy burden on him, and make a vow to him. Haply when thy husband shall return from his journey, and lie with thee, thou shalt conceive by him, and bear a girl or a boy, but be it female or male, it shall be a dervish of the Sheikh Abu al-Hamlet. Thereupon Khatun rose and arrayed herself in her richest raiment, and donning all her jewelry, said, Keep thou an eye on the house, to her maid, who replied, I hear and obey, O my lady. Then she went down, and the porter Abu Ali met her, and asked her, Whither away, O my lady? I go to visit the Sheikh Abu al-Hamlet, answered she. And he, Be a year's fast incumbent upon me. Verily yon religious is of Allah's saints and full of holiness. O my lady, and she hath hidden treasure at her command, for she gave me 3 dinars of red gold, and divined my case without my asking her, and knew that I was in want. Then the old woman went out with the young lady Khatun, saying to her, Inshallah, O my daughter, when thou hast visited the Sheikh Abu al-Hamlet, there shall betide thee solace of soul, and by leave of Almighty Allah thou shalt conceive, and thy husband the Emir shall love thee by the blessing of the Sheikh, and shall never again let thee hear a despiteful word. Quoth Khatun, I will go with thee to visit him, O my mother. But Delilah said to herself, Where shall I strip her and take her clothes and jewelry with the folk coming and going? Then she said to her, O my daughter, walk thou behind me within sight of me, for this thy mother is a woman sorely burdened. Every one who hath a burden casteth it on me, and all who have pious offerings to make give them to me and kiss my hand. So the young lady followed her at a distance, whilst her anklets tinkled and her hair coins clinked as she went, till they reached the bazaar of the merchants. Presently they came to the shop of a young merchant by name Sidi Hassan, who was very handsome and had no hair on his face. He saw the lady approaching, and fell to casting stolen glances at her, which when the old woman saw, she beckoned to her and said, Sit down in this shop till I return to thee. Khatun obeyed her and sat down in the shop front of the young merchant, who cast at her one glance of eyes that cost him 1,000 sars. Then the old woman accosted him and saluted him, saying, Tell me, is not thy name Sidi Hassan, son of the merchant Mohsin? He replied, Yes, who told thee my name? Quoth she, Folk of good repute direct me to thee. Know thou this young lady is my daughter, and her father was a merchant who died and left her much money. She is come of marriageable age, and the wise say, Offer thy daughter in marriage, and not thy son. And all her life she hath not come forth the house till this day. Now a divine warning and a command given in secret bid me to wed her to thee. So if thou art poor, I will give thee capital, and will open for thee, instead of 1 shop, 2 shops. Thereupon quoth the young merchant to himself, I asked Allah for a bride, and he hath given me 3 things, to wit, coin, clothing, and coint. Then he continued to the old trot, O my mother, that whereto thou directest me is well, but this long while my mother saith to me, I wish to marry thee, but I object, replying, I will not marry except on the sight of my own eyes. Said Delilah, Rise and follow my steps, and I will show her to thee naked. So he rose and took 1,000 dinars, saying to himself, Haply we may need to buy somewhat, or pay the fees for drawing up the marriage contract. The old woman bade him walk behind the young lady at a distance, but within shot of sight, and said to herself, Where wilt thou carry the young lady and the merchant, that thou mayest strip them both, whilst his shop is still shut? Then she walked on, and the Khatun after her, followed by the young merchant, till she came to a dyery kept by a master dyer by name Haj Mohammed, a man of ill repute, like the colocasia seller's knife, cutting male and female, and loving to eat both figs and pomegranates. He heard a tinkle of the ankle rings, and, raising his head, saw the lady and the young man. Presently the old woman came up to him, and after salaaming to him and sitting down opposite him, asked him, "Art thou not Hajj Mohammed the dyer?" He answered, "Yes, I am he. What dost thou want?" Quoth she, "Verily, folks of fair repute have directed me to thee. Look at yonder handsome girl, my daughter, and that comely beardless youth, my son. I have brought them both up and spent much money on both of them. Now thou must know that I have a big old ruinous house, which I have shored up with wood, and the builder saith to me, Go and live in some other place, lest belike it fall upon thee, and when this is repaired, return hither. So I went forth to seek me a lodging, and people of worth directed me to thee, and I wish to lodge my son and daughter with thee." Quoth the dyer in his mind, Verily, here is fresh butter upon cake come to thee. But he said to the old woman, "'Tis true, I have a house and saloon and upper floor, but I cannot spare any part thereof, for I want it all for guests and for the indigo growers, my clients." She replied, "Oh, my son, 'twill be only for a month or two at the most, till our house be repaired, and we are strange folk. Let the guest chamber be shared between us and thee, and by thy life, O my son, and thou desire that thy guests be ours, we will welcome them, and eat with them, and sleep with them." Then he gave her the keys, one big and one small and one crooked, saying to her, "The big key is that of the house, the crooked one is that of the saloon, and the little one is that of the upper floor." So Delilah took the keys and fared on, followed by the lady, who forewent the young merchant, till she came to the lane wherein was the house. She opened the door and entered, introducing the damsel, to whom she said, "O my daughter, this," pointing to the saloon, "is the lodging of the Sheikh Abu al-Hamlet, but go thou into the upper floor and loose thy outer veil, and wait till I come to thee." So she went up and sat down. Presently appeared the young merchant, whom Delilah carried into the saloon, saying, "Sit down, whilst I fetch my daughter and show her to thee." So he sat down, and the old trot went up to Khatun, who said to her, "I wish to visit the sheikh before the folk come." Replied the beldame, "O my daughter, we fear for thee." Asked Khatun, "Why so?" And Delilah answered, "Because here is a son of mine, a natural who knoweth not summer from winter, but goeth ever naked. He is the sheikh's deputy, and if he saw a girl like thee come to visit his chief, he would snatch her earrings and tear her ears and rend her silken robes. So do thou doff thy jewelry and clothes, and I will keep them for thee, till thou hast made thy pious visitation." Accordingly the damsel did off her outer dress and jewels, and gave them to the old woman, who said, "I will lay them for thee on the sheikh's curtain, that a blessing may betide thee." Then she went out, leaving the lady in her shift and petticoat trousers, and hid the clothes and jewels in a place on the staircase, after which she betook herself to the young merchant, whom she found impatiently awaiting the girl, and he cried, "Where is thy daughter, that I may see her?" But she smote palm on breast, and he said, "What aileth thee?" Quoth she, "Would there were no such things as the ill neighbor and the envious? They saw thee enter the house with me, and asked me of thee, and I said, This is my bridegroom I have found for my daughter. So they envied me on thine account, and said to my girl, Is thy mother tired of keeping thee, that she marrieth thee to a leper? Thereupon I swore to her that she should not see thee save naked." Quoth he, "I take refuge with Allah from the envious," and baring his forearm, showed her that it was like silver. Said she, "Have no fear, thou shalt see her naked, even as she shall see thee naked." And he said, "Let her come and look at me." Then he put off his pelisse and sables, and his girdle and dagger, and the rest of his raiment, except his shirt and bag trousers, and would have laid the purse of 1,000 dinars with them, but Delilah cried, "Give them to me, that I may take care of them." So she took them, and fetching the girl's clothes and jewelry, shouldered the whole, and locking the door upon them, went her ways. She deposited her spoils with a druggist of her acquaintance, and returned to the dyer, whom she found sitting, awaiting her. Quoth he, Inshallah, the house pleaseth thee? And quoth she, There is a blessing in it, and I go now to fetch porters to carry hither our goods and furniture. But my children would have me bring them a panade with meat, so do thou take this dinar and buy the dish, and go and eat the morning meal with them. Asked the dyer, Who shall guard the dairy meanwhile, and the people's goods that are therein? And the old woman answered, Thy lad. So be it, rejoined he, and taking a dish and cover, went out to do her bidding. So far concerning the dyer, who will again be mentioned in the tale. But as regards the old woman, she fetched the clothes and jewels she had left with the druggist, and going back to the dairy, said to the lad, Run after thy master, and I will not stir hence till you both return. To hear is to obey, answered he, and went away, while she began to collect all the customers' goods. Presently there came up an ass-driver, a scavenger, who had been out of work for a week, and who was an hashish eater to boot, and she called him, saying, Hither, O donkey boy. So he came to her, and she asked, Knowest thou my son the dyer? Whereto he answered, Yes, I know him. Then she said, The poor fellow is insolvent and loaded with debts, and as often as he is put in prison, I set him free. Now we wish to see him declared bankrupt, and I am going to return the goods to their owners, so do thou lend me thine ass to carry the load, and receive this dinar to its hire. When I am gone, take the hand-saw and empty out the vats and jars, and break them, so that if there come an officer from the Qazi's court, he may find nothing in the diary. Quoth he, I owe the Hajj a kindness, and will do something for Allah's love. So she laid the things on the ass, and the protector protecting her, made for her own house, so that she arrived there in safety, and went in to her daughter Zaynab, who said to her, O my mother, my heart hath been with thee. What hast thou done by way of roguery? Delilah replied, I have played off 4 tricks on 4 whites, the wife of the sergeant usher, a young merchant, a dyer, and an ass-driver, and have brought thee all their spoil on the donkey boy's beast. Cried Zaynab, O my mother, thou wilt never more be able to go about the town, for fear of the sergeant usher, whose wife's raiment and jewelry thou hast taken, and the merchant whom thou hast stripped naked, and the dyer whose customers' goods thou hast stolen, and the owner of the ass. Rejoined the old woman, Pooh, my girl, I reek not of them, save the donkey boy, who knoweth me. Meanwhile the dyer bought the meat panade, and set out for the house, followed by his servant with the food on head. On the way thither he passed his shop, where he found the donkey boy breaking the vats and jars, and saw that there was neither stuff nor liquor left in them, and that the dairy was in ruins. So he said to him, Hold thy hand, O ass-driver. And the donkey boy desisted and cried, Praised be Allah for thy safety, O master. Verily my heart was with thee. Why so? Thou art become bankrupt, and they have filed a docket of thine insolvency. Who told thee this? Thy mother told me, and bade me break the jars and empty the vats, that the Qazi's officers might find nothing in the shop if they should come. Allah confound the far one, cried the dyer. My mother died long ago. And he beat his breast, exclaiming, Alas for the loss of my goods and those of the folk! The donkey boy also wept and ejaculated, Alas for the loss of my ass! And he said to the dyer, Give me back my beast which thy mother stole from me. The dyer laid hold of him by the throat and fell to buffeting him, saying, Bring me the old woman, whilst the other buffeted him in return, saying, Give me back my beast. So they beat and cursed each other till the folk collected around them, and one of them asked, What is the matter, O Master Mohammed? The ass-driver answered, I will tell thee the tale, and related to them his story, saying, I deemed I was doing the dyer a good turn, but when he saw me, he beat his breast and said, My mother is dead, and now I for one require my ass of him, it being he who hath put this trick on me, that he might make me lose my beast. Then said the folk to the dyer, O Master Mohammed, dost thou know this matron? that thou didst entrust her with the diary and all therein? And he replied, I know her not, but she took lodgings with me to-day, she and her son and daughter. Quoth one, In my judgment the dyer is bound to indemnify the ass-driver. Quoth another, Why so? Because, replied the first, he trusted not the old woman, nor gave her his ass, save only because he saw that the dyer had entrusted her with the diary and its contents. And a third said, O master, since thou hast lodged her with thee, it behooveth thee to get the man back his ass. Then they made for the house, and the tale will come round to them again. Meanwhile the young merchant remained awaiting the old woman's coming with her daughter, but she came not, nor did the daughter, whilst the young lady in like manner sat expecting her return with leave from her son, the God-attended one, the Sheikh's deputy, to go into the holy presence. So, weary of waiting, she rose to visit the Sheikh by herself, and went down into the saloon, where she found the young merchant, who said to her, Come hither, where is thy mother, who brought me to marry thee? She replied, My mother is dead. Art thou the old woman's son, the ecstatic, the deputy of the Sheikh Abu al-Hamlet? Quoth he, The swindling old trot is no mother of mine. She hath cheated me and taken my clothes and 1,000 dinars. Quoth Khatun, And me also hath she swindled, for she brought me to see the Sheikh Abu al-Hamlet, and in lieu of doing so she hath stripped me. Thereupon he, I look to thee to make good my clothes and my 1,000 dinars. And she, I look to thee to make good my clothes and jewelry. And behold, at this moment in came the dyer, and seeing them both stripped of their raiment, said to them, Tell me where your mother is. So the young lady related all that had befallen her, and the young merchant related all that had betided him, and the master dyer exclaimed, Alas for the loss of my goods and those of the folk! And the ass-driver ejaculated, Alas for my ass! Give me, O dyer, my ass! Then said the dyer, This old woman is a sharper. Come forth, that I may lock the door. Quoth the young merchant, 'Twere a disgrace to thee that we should enter thy house dressed, and go forth from it undressed. So the dyer clad him and the damsel, and sent her back to her house, where we shall find her after the return of her husband. Then he shut the diary, and said to the young merchant, Come, let us go and search for the old woman, and hand her over to the wali, the chief of police. So they and the ass-man repaired to the house of the master of police, and made their complaint to him. Quoth he, O folk, what want ye? And when they told him, he rejoined, How many old women are there not in the town? Go ye and seek for her, and lay hands on her, and bring her to me, and I will torture her for you, and make her confess. So they sought for her all round the town, and an account of them will presently be given. As for old Delilah the wily, she said, I have a mind to play off another trick, to her daughter, who answered, O my mother, I fear for thee. But the beldam cried, I am like the bean husks which fall, proof against fire and water. So she rose, and donning a slave girl's dress of such as serve people of condition, went out to look for some one to defraud. Presently she came to a by-street, spread with carpets and lighted with hanging lamps, and heard a noise of singing women and drumming of tambourines. Here she saw a handmaid bearing on her shoulder a boy, clad in trousers laced with silver, and a little Abba cloak of velvet, with a pearl-embroidered tarbush cap on his head, and about his neck a collar of gold set with jewels. Now the house belonged to the provost of the merchants of Baghdad, and the boy was his son. He had a virgin daughter to boot, who was promised in marriage, and it was her betrothal they were celebrating that day. There was with her mother a company of noble dames and singing women, and whenever she went upstairs or down, the boy clung to her. So she called the slave girl and said to her, Take thy young master and play with him till the company break up. Seeing this, Delilah asked the handmaid, What festivities are these in your mistress's house? And was answered, She celebrates her daughter's betrothal this day, and she hath singing women with her. Quoth the old woman to herself, O Delilah, the thing to do is to spirit away this boy from the maid. Delilah began crying out, "Oh, disgrace! Oh, ill luck!" Then pulling out a brass token resembling a dinar, she said to the maid, who was a simpleton, "Take this ducat and go in to thy mistress and say to her, Alcar rejoiceth with thee and is beholden to thee for thy favors. And on the day of assembly she and her daughters will visit thee and handsel the tiring women with the usual gifts." Said the girl, "O my mother, my young master here catcheth hold of his mamma whenever he seeth her." And she replied, "Give him to me whilst thou goest in and comest back." So she gave her the child, and taking the token went in, whereupon Delilah made off with the boy to a by-lane, where she stripped him of his clothes and jewels, saying to herself, "O Delilah, 'twould indeed be the finest of tricks, even as thou hast cheated the maid and taken the boy from her, so now to carry on the game and pawn him for 1,000 dinars." So she repaired to the jewel bazaar, where she saw a Jew goldsmith seated with a cage full of jewelry before him, and said to herself, "'Twould be a rare trick to choose this Jew fellow and get 1,000 gold pieces worth of jewelry from him, and leave the boy in pledge for it." Presently the Jew looked at them, and seeing the boy with an old woman, knew him for the son of the provost of the merchants. Now the Israelite was a man of great wealth, but would envy his neighbor if he sold and himself did not sell. So espying Delilah, he said to her, "What seekest thou, O my mistress?" She asked, "Art thou Master Azira, the Jew?" having first inquired his name of others, and he answered, "Yes." Quoth she, "This boy's sister, daughter of the Shabanar of the merchants, is a promised bride, and today they celebrate her betrothal, and she hath need of jewelry. So give me 2 pair of gold ankle rings, a brace of gold bracelets, and pearl eardrops, with a girdle, a poniard, and a seal ring." He brought them out, and she took of him 1,000 dinars worth of jewelry, saying, "I will take these ornaments on approval, and whatso pleaseth them they will keep, and I will bring thee the price, and leave this boy with thee till then." He said, "Be it as thou wilt." So she took the jewelry and made off to her own house, where her daughter asked her how the trick had sped. She told her how she had taken and stripped the Shabandar's boy, and Zaynab said, "Thou wilt never be able to walk abroad again in the town." Meanwhile the maid went in to her mistress and said to her, "O my lady, Alcar saluteth thee and rejoiceth with thee, and on assembly day she will come, she and her daughters, and give the customary presents." Quoth her mistress, "Where is thy young master?" Quoth the slave girl, "I left him with her, lest he cling to thee, and she gave me this as largesse for the singing women." So the lady said to the chief of the singers, "Take thy money." And she took it, and found it a brass counter, whereupon the lady cried to the maid, "Get thee down, O whore, and look to thy young master." Accordingly she went down, and finding neither boy nor old woman, shrieked aloud and fell on her face. Their joy was changed into annoy, and behold, the provost came in, when his wife told him all that had befallen, and he went out in quest of the child, whilst the other merchants also fared forth, and each sought his own road. Presently the Shabandar, who looked everywhere, espied his son seated naked in the Jew's shop, and said to the owner, "This is my son." "'Tis well," answered the Jew. So he took him up without asking for his clothes, of the excess of his joy at finding him. But the Jew laid hold of him, saying, "Allah succor the Caliph against thee." The provost asked, "What aileth thee, O Jew?" And he answered, "Verily, the old woman took of me 1,000 dinars worth of jewelry for thy daughter, and left this lad in pledge for the price. And I had not trusted her, but that she offered to leave the child, whom I knew for thy son." Said the provost, "My daughter needeth no jewelry. Give me the boy's clothes." Thereupon the Jew shrieked out, "Come to my aid, O Moslems!" But at that moment up came the dyer, and the assman, and the young merchant, who were going about seeking the old woman, and inquired the cause of their jangle. So they told them the case, and they said, "This old woman is a cheat, who hath cheated us before you." Then they recounted to them how she had dealt with them, and the provost said, "Since I have found my son, be his clothes his ransom." If I come upon the old woman, I will require them of her. And he carried the child home to his mother, who rejoiced in his safety. Then the Jews said to the 3 others, Whither go ye? And they answered, We go to look for her. Quoth the Jew, Take me with you, presently adding, Is there any one of you knoweth her? The donkey boy cried, I know her. And the Jew said, If we all go forth together, we shall never catch her, for she will flee from us. Let us each take a different road, and be our rendezvous at the shop of the Haj Massoud, the Moorish barber. They agreed to this and set off, each in a different direction. Presently Delilah sallied forth again to play her tricks, and the ass-driver met her and knew her. So he caught hold of her and said to her, Woe to thee! Hast thou been long at this trade? She asked, What aileth thee? And he answered, Give me back my ass. Quoth she, Cover what Allah covereth, O my son. Dost thou seek thine ass and the people's things? Quoth he, I want my ass, that's all. And quoth she, I saw that thou wast poor, so I deposited thine ass for thee with the Moorish barber. Stand off whilst I speak him fair, that he may give thee the beast. So she went up to the Majarabi and kissed his hand and shed tears. He asked her what ailed her, and she said, O my son, look at my boy who standeth yonder. He was ill and exposed himself to the air, which injured his intellect. He used to buy asses, and now if he stand, he saith nothing but, My ass. If he sitteth, my ass. And if he walketh, he crieth, My ass. Now I have been told by a certain physician that his mind is disordered, and that nothing will cure him but drawing 2 of his grinders and cauterizing him twice on either temple. So do thou take this dinar and call him to thee, saying, Thine ass is with me? Said the barber, May I fast for a year if I do not give him his ass in his fist. Now he had with him 2 journeymen, so he said to one of them, Go heat the irons. Then the old woman went her way, and the barber called to the donkey boy, saying, Thine ass is with me, good fellow. Come and take him, and as thou livest, I will give him into thy palm. So he came to him, and the barber carried him into a dark room, where he knocked him down, and the journeyman bound him hand and foot. Then the Majarabi arose and pulled out 2 of his grinders, and fired him on either temple, after which he let him go, and he rose and said, O Moor, why hast thou used me with this usage? Quoth the barber, Thy mother told me that thou hadst taken cold whilst ill, and hadst lost thy reason, so that whether sitting or standing or walking, thou wouldst say nothing but, My ass. So here is thine ass in thy fist. Said the other, Allah requite thee for pulling out my teeth. Then the barber told him all that the old woman had related, and he exclaimed, Allah torment her! And the twain left the shop and went out disputing. When the barber returned, he found his booth empty, for whilst he was absent, the old woman had taken all that was therein, and made off with it to her daughter, whom she acquainted with all that had befallen, and all she had done. The barber, seeing his place plundered, caught hold of the donkey boy, and said to him, Bring me thy mother. But he answered, saying, She is not my mother, she is a sharper, who have cozened much people and stolen my ass. And lo, at this moment up came the dyer, and the Jew, and the young merchant, and seeing the Moorish barber holding on to the ass-driver, who was fired on both temples, they said to him, What hath befallen thee, O donkey boy? So he told them all that had betided him, and the barber did the like, and the others in turn related to the Moor the tricks the old woman had played them. Then he shut up his shop, and went with them to the office of the police-master, to whom they said, We look to thee for our case and our coin. Quoth the Wali, And how many old women are there not in Baghdad? Say me, doth any of you know her? Quoth the ass-man, I do, so give me 10 of thine officers. He gave them 60 archers, and they all 5 went out, followed by the sergeants, and patrolled the city till they met the old woman. When they laid hands on her, and carrying her to the house of the chief of police, stood waiting under his office windows till he should come forth. Presently the warders fell asleep, for excess of watching with their chief, and old Delilah feigned to follow their example, till the ass-man and his fellows slept likewise, when she stole away from them, and going into the wali's harem, kissed the hand of the mistress of the house and asked her, "Where is the chief of police?" The lady answered, "He is asleep. What wouldst thou with him?" Quoth Delilah, "My husband is a merchant of chattels, and gave me 5 Mamelukes to sell, whilst he went on a journey. The master of police met me and bought them of me for 1,000 dinars, and 200 for myself, saying, 'Bring them to my house.' So I have brought them." Hearing the old woman's story, she believed it and asked, "Where are the slaves?" Delilah replied, "O my lady, they are asleep under the palace window." Whereupon the dame looked out, and seeing the Moorish barber clad in Mameluke habit, and the young merchant as he were a drunken Mameluke, and the Jew and the dyer and the ass driver as they were shaven Mamelukes, said to herself, "Each of these white slaves is worth more than 1,000 dinars." So she opened her chest and gave the old woman the 1,000 ducats, saying, "Fare thee forth now, and come back anon, when my husband waketh. I will get thee the other 200 dinars from him." Answered the old woman, "O my lady, 100 of them are thine, under the sherbet googlet whereof thou drinkest, and the other 100 do thou keep for me against I come back," presently adding, "Now let me out by the private door." So she let her out, and the protector protected her, and she made her way home to her daughter, to whom she related how she had gotten 1,000 gold pieces and sold her 5 pursuers into slavery, ending with, "O my daughter, the one who troubleth me most is the ass driver, for he knoweth me." Said Zaynab, "O my mother, abide quiet awhile, and let what thou hast done suffice thee, for the crook shall not always escape the shock." When the chief of police awoke, his wife said to him, "I give thee joy of the 5 slaves thou hast bought of the old woman." Asked he, "What slaves?" And she answered, "Why dost thou deny it to me? Allah willing, they shall become like thee, people of condition." Quoth he, "As my head liveth, I have bought no slaves. Who saith this?" Quoth she, "The old woman, the brokeress, from whom thou boughtest them, and thou didst promise her 1,000 dinars for them, and 200 for herself." Cried he, "Didst thou give her the money?" And she replied, "Yes, for I saw the slaves with my own eyes, and on each is a suit of clothes worth 1,000 dinars, so I sent out to bid the sergeants have an eye to them." The wali went out, and seeing the 5 plaintiffs, said to the officers, "Where are the 5 slaves we bought for 1,000 dinars of the old woman?" Said they, "There are no slaves here, only these 5 men, who found the old woman, and seized her, and brought her hither. We fell asleep whilst waiting for thee, and she stole away and entered the harem. Presently out came a maid, and asked us, 'Are the 5 with you with whom the old woman came?' And we answered, 'Yes.' Cried the master of police, 'By Allah, this is the biggest of swindles!' And the 5 men said, 'We look to thee for our goods.' Quoth the wali, 'The old woman, your mistress, sold you to me for 1,000 gold pieces.' Quoth they, 'That were not allowed of Allah. We are free-born men, and may not be sold, and we appeal from thee to the Caliph.' Rejoined the master of police, 'None showed her the way to the house save you, and I will sell you to the galleys for 200 dinars apiece.' Just then, behold, up came the Emir Hassan Shah al-Tariq, who, on his return from his journey, had found his wife stripped of her clothes and jewelry, and heard from her all that had passed. Whereupon quoth he, 'The master of police shall answer me this,' and repairing to him said, 'Doth thou suffer old women to go around about the town and cozen folk of their goods? This is thy duty, and I look to thee for my wife's property.' Then said he to the 5 men, 'What is the case with you?' So they told him their stories, and he said, 'Ye are wronged men,' and turning to the master of police, asked him, 'Why dost thou arrest them?' Answered he, 'None brought the old wretch to my house save these 5, so that she took 1,000 dinars of my money and sold them to my women.' Whereupon the 5 cried, 'O Emir Hassan, be thou our advocate in this cause.' Then said the master of police to the emir, 'Thy wife's goods are at my charge, and I will be surety for the old woman. But which of you knoweth her?' They cried, 'We all know her. Send 10 apparitors with us, and we will take her.' So he gave them 10 men, and the ass driver said to them, Follow me, for I should know her with blue eyes. Then they fared forth, and lo, they met old Delilah coming out of a by-street. So they at once laid hands on her and brought her to the office of the wali, who asked her, Where are the people's goods? But she answered, saying, I have neither gotten them nor seen them. Then he cried to the gaoler, Take her with thee and clap her in gold till the morning. But he replied, I will not take her, nor will I imprison her, lest she play a trick on me, and I be answerable for her. So the master of police mounted and rode out with Delilah and the rest to the bank of the Tigris, where he bade the lamplighter crucify her by her hair. He drew her up by the pulley and bound her on the cross, after which the master of police set 10 men to guard her and went home. Presently the night fell down, and sleep overcame the watchmen. Now a certain Badawi had heard one man say to a friend, Praise be to Allah for thy safe return. Where hast thou been all this time? Replied the other, In Baghdad, where I broke my fast on honey fritters. Quoth the Badawi to himself, Needs must I go to Baghdad to eat honey fritters therein. For in all his life he had never entered Baghdad, nor seen fritters of the sort. So he mounted his stallion and rode on towards Baghdad, saying in his mind, 'Tis a fine thing to eat honey fritters. On the honor of an Arab I will break my fast with honey fritters, and naught else. And he rode on till he came to the place where Delilah was crucified, and she heard him utter these words. So he went up to her and said to her, What art thou? Quoth she, I throw myself on thy protection, O Sheikh of the Arabs. And quoth he, Allah indeed protect thee, but what is the cause of thy crucifixion? Said she, I have an enemy, an oilman, who frieth fritters, and I stopped to buy some of him, when I chanced to spit, and my spittle fell on the fritters. So he complained of me to the governor, who commanded to crucify me, saying, I adjudge that ye take 10 pounds of honey fritters, and feed her therewith upon the cross. If she eat them, let her go, but if not, leave her hanging. And my stomach will not brook sweet things. Cried the Badawi, By the honor of the Arabs, I departed not the camp, but that I might taste of honey fritters. I will eat them for thee. Quoth she, None may eat them, except he be hung up in my place. So he fell into the trap and unbound her, whereupon she bound him in her stead, after she had stripped him of his clothes and turband, and put them on. Then, covering herself with his burnous and mounting his horse, she rode to her house, where Zaynab asked her, What meaneth this plight? And she answered, They crucified me, and told her all that had befallen her with Badawi. This is how it fared with her. But as regards the watchman, the first who woke roused his companions, and they saw that the day had broken. So one of them raised his eyes and cried, Delilah! Replied the Badawi, By Allah, I have not eaten all night. Have ye brought the honey fritters? All exclaimed, This is a man and a Badawi. And one of them asked him, O Badawi, where is Delilah, and who loosed her? He answered, 'Twas I. She shall not eat the honey fritters against her will, for her soul abhorreth them. So they knew that the Arab was ignorant of her case, whom she had cozened, and said to one another, Shall we flee, or abide the accomplishment of that which Allah hath written for us? As they were talking, up came the chief of police, with all the folk whom the old woman had cheated, and said to the guards, Arise, loose Delilah. Quoth the Badawi, We have not eaten to-night. Hast thou brought the honey fritters? Whereupon the wali raised his eyes to the cross, and seeing the Badawi hung up in the stead of the old woman, said to the watchman, What is this? Pardon, O our Lord. Tell me what hath happened. We were weary with watching with thee on guard, and Delilah is crucified. So we fell asleep, and when we awoke, we found the Badawi hung up in her room, and we are at thy mercy. O folk, Allah's pardon be upon you. She is indeed a clever cheat. Then they unbound the Badawi, who laid hold of the master of police, saying, Allah succor the Caliph against thee. I look to none but thee for my horse and clothes. So the wali questioned him and told him what had passed between Delilah and himself. The magistrate marveled and asked him, "Why didst thou release her?" And the Badawi answered, "I knew not that she was a felon." Then said the others, "O chief of police, we look to thee in the matter of our goods, for we delivered the old woman into thy hands, and she was in thy guard, and we cite thee before the Divan of the Caliph." Now the Emir Hassan had gone up to the Divan, when in came the Wali with the Badawi and the 5 others, saying, "Verily, we are wronged men." "Who hath wronged you?" asked the Caliph. So each came forward in turn and told his story, after which said the Master of Police, "O Commander of the Faithful, the old woman cheated me also, and sold me these 5 men as slaves for 1,000 dinars, albeit they are freeborn." Quoth the Prince of True Believers, "I take upon myself all that you have lost," adding to the Master of Police, "I charge thee with the old woman." But he shook his collar, saying, "O Commander of the Faithful, I will not answer for her, for after I had hung her on the cross, she tricked this Badawi, and when he loosed her, she tied him up in her room and made off with his clothes and horse." Quoth the Caliph, "Whom but thee shall I charge with her?" And quoth the Wali, "Charge Ahmad al-Danaf, for he hath 1,000 dinars a month, and 41 followers, at a monthly wage of 100 dinars each." So the Caliph said, "Hark ye, Captain Ahmed." "At thy service, O Commander of the Faithful," said he, and the Caliph cried, "I charge thee to bring the old woman before us." Replied Ahmed, "I will answer for her." Then the Caliph kept the Badawi and the 5 with him, whilst Ahmed and his men went down to their hall, saying to one another, "How shall we lay hands on her, seeing that there are many old women in the town?" And quoth Ahmed and Hasan Shuman, "What counsellest thou?" Whereupon quoth one of them, by name Ali Kitf al-Jamal, to al-Danaf, "Of what dost thou counsel with Hasan Shuman? Is the pestilent one of any great sheikhs?" Said Hasan, "O Ali, why dost thou disparage me? By the most great name, I will not company with thee at this time." And he rose and went out in wrath. Then said Ahmad, "O my braves, let every sergeant take 10 men, each to his own quarter, and search for Delilah." All did his bidding, Ali included, and they said, "Ere we disperse, let us agree to rendezvous in the quarter Al-Kalkh." It was noised abroad in the city that Calamity Ahmed had undertaken to lay hands on Delilah the Wily, and Zaynab said to her, "O my mother, and thou be indeed a trickstress, do thou befool Ahmed al-Danaf and his company?" Answered Delilah, "I fear none save Hasan Shuman." And Zaynab said, "By the life of my browlock, I will assuredly get thee the clothes of all the 41. Then she dressed and veiled herself, and going to a certain druggist who had a saloon with 2 doors, salamed to him and gave him an ashrafi, and said to him, "Take this gold piece as a douceur for thy salon, and let it to me till the end of the day." So he gave her the keys, and she fetched carpets and so forth on the stolen ass, and furnished the place, set on each raised pavement a tray of meat and wine. Then she went out and stood at the door with her face unveiled, and behold, up came Ali Kitf al-Jamal and his men. She kissed his hand, and he fell in love with her, seeing her to be a handsome girl, and said to her, "What dost thou want?" Quoth she, "Art thou Captain Ahmed al-Danaf?" And quoth he, "No, but I am of his company, and my name is Ali Camel's Shoulder." Asked she, "Whither fare you?" And he answered, "We go about in quest of a sharkish old woman who hath stolen folks' goods, and we mean to lay hands on her. But who art thou, and what is thy business?" She replied, "My father was a taverner at Mosul, and he died and left me much money. So I came hither for fear of the dignities, and asked of the people who would protect me, to which they replied, 'None but Ahmed al-Danaf.' Said the men, 'From this day forth thou art under his protection.' And she replied, 'Hearten me by eating a bit and drinking a sup of water.' They consented, entering, ate and drank till they were drunken, when she drugged them with bhang and stripped them of their clothes and arms, and on like wise she did with the 3 other companions. Presently Calamity Ahmed went out to look for Delilah, but found her not, neither set eyes on any of his followers, and went on till he came to the door where Zaynab was standing. She kissed his hand, and he looked on her, and fell in love with her. Quoth she, Art thou Captain Ahmed al-Danaf? And quoth he, Yes, who art thou? She replied, I am a stranger from Mosul. My father was a vintner at that place, and he died and left me much money, wherewith I came to this city, for fear of the powers that be, and opened this tavern. The master of police hath imposed a tax on me, but it is my desire to put myself under thy protection, and pay thee what the police would take of me, for thou hast the better right of it. Quoth he, Do not pay him aught. Thou shalt have my protection and welcome. Then quoth she, Please to heal my heart, and eat of my victual. So he entered, and ate, and drank wine, till he could not sit upright, when she drugged him, and took his clothes and arms. Then she loaded her purchase on the Badawi's horse and the donkey boy's ass, and made off with it, after she had aroused Ali Kitfal Jamal. Camel Shoulder awoke and found himself naked, and saw Ahmed and his men drugged and stripped, so he revived them with the counter-drug, and they awoke and found themselves naked. Quoth Calamity Ahmed, O lads, what is this? We are going to catch her, and lo, this strumpet hath caught us. How Hassan Shuman will rejoice over us! But we will wait till it is dark, and then go away. Meanwhile, Pestilence Hassan said to the hall-keeper, Where are the men? And as he asked, up they came naked, and he recited these two couplets. Men in their purposes are much alike, but in their issues difference comes to light. Of men some wise are, others simple souls, as of the stars, some dull, some pearly bright. Then he looked at them and asked, Who hath played you this trick and made you naked? And they answered, We went in quest of an old woman, and a pretty girl stripped us. Quoth Hassan, She hath done right well. They asked, Dost thou know her? And he answered, Yes, I know her, and the old trot too. Quoth they, What shall we say to the Caliph? And quoth he, O Danaf, do thou shake thy collar before him, and he will say, Who is answerable for her? And if he ask why thou hast not caught her, say thou, We know her not, but charge Hassan Shuman with her. And if he give her into my charge, I will lay hands on her. So they slept that night, and on the morrow they went up to the Caliph's divan, and kissed ground before him. Quoth he, Where is the old woman, O Captain Ahmed? But he shook his collar. The Caliph asked him why he did so, and he answered, I know her not, but do thou charge Hassan Shuman to lay hands on her, for he knoweth her and her daughter also. Then Hassan interceded for her with the Caliph, saying, Indeed, she hath not played off these tricks because she coveted the folk's stuff, but to show her cleverness and that of her daughter, to the intent that thou shouldst continue her husband's stipend to her and that of her father and her daughter. So, an thou wilt spare her life, I will fetch her to thee. Cried the Caliph, By the life of my ancestors, if she restore the people's goods, I will pardon her on thine intercession. And said the Pestilence, Give me a pledge, O Prince of True Believers. Whereupon Al-Rashid gave him the kerchief of pardon. So Hassan repaired to Delilah's house and called upon her. Her daughter Zaynab answered him, and he asked her, Where is thy mother? Upstairs, she answered, and he said, Bid her take the people's goods and come with me to the presence of the Caliph, for I have brought her the kerchief of pardon, and if she will not come with a good grace, let her blame only herself. So Delilah came down, and tying the kerchief about her neck, gave him the people's goods on the donkey boy's ass and the Badawi's horse. Quoth he, There remain the clothes of my chief and his men. And quoth she, By the most great name, 'twas not I who stripped them. Rejoined Hassan, Thou sayest sooth, it was thy daughter Zaynab's doing, and this was a good turn she did thee. Then he carried her to the divan, and laying the people's goods and stuff before the Caliph, set the old trot in his presence. As soon as he saw her, he bade throw her down on the carpet of blood, whereat she cried, I cast myself on thy protection, O Shuman. So he rose, and kissing the Caliph's hand, said, Pardon, O commander of the faithful. Indeed, thou gavest me the kerchief of pardon. Said the Prince of True Believers, I pardon her for thy sake. Come hither, O old woman. What is thy name? My name is wily Delilah, answered she, and the Caliph said, Thou art indeed crafty and full of guile. Whence she was dubbed Delilah the Wily One. Then quoth he, Why hast thou played all these tricks on the folk and wearied our hearts? And quoth she, I did it not of lust for their goods, but because I had heard of the tricks which Ahmed al-Danaf and Hassan Shuman played in Baghdad, and said to myself, I too will do the like. And now I have returned the folk their goods. But the ass-driver rose and said, I invoke Allah's law between me and her, for it sufficed her not to take my ass, but she must needs egg on the Moorish barber to tear out my eye teeth and fire me on both temples. Thereupon the Caliph bade give him 100 dinars, and ordered the dyer the like, saying, Go, set up thy diary again. So they called down blessings on his head and went away. The Badawi also took his clothes and horse and departed, saying, 'Tis henceforth unlawful and forbidden me to enter Baghdad and eat honey fritters. And the others took their goods and went away. Then said the Caliph, Ask a boon of me, O Delilah. And she said, Verily, my father was governor of the carrier pigeons to thee, and I know how to rear the birds, and my husband was town captain of Baghdad. Now I wish to have the reversion of my husband, and my daughter wishes to have that of her father. The Caliph granted both their requests, and she said, I ask of thee that I may be portress of thy khan. Now he had built a khan of 3 stories for the merchants to lodge in, and had assigned to its service 40 slaves, and also 40 dogs he had brought from the king of Sulaymaniyah when he deposed him, and there was in the khan a cook-slave, who cooked for the chattels, and fed the hounds for which he let make collars. Said the Caliph, O Delilah, I will write thee a patent of guardianship of the khan, and if aught be lost therefrom, thou shalt be answerable for it. 'Tis well, replied she, but do thou lodge my daughter in the pavilion over the door of the khan, for it hath terraced roofs, and carrier pigeons may not be reared to advantage, save in an open space. And Caliph granted her this also, and she and her daughter removed to the pavilion in question, where Zaynab hung up the 41 dresses of Calamity Ahmed and his company. Moreover, they delivered to Delilah the 40 pigeons which carried the royal messages, and the Caliph appointed the Wily One mistress over the 40 slaves, and charged them to obey her. She made the place of her sitting behind the door of the khan, and every day she used to go up to the Caliph's divan, lest he should need to send a message by pigeon post, and stay there till eventide, whilst the 40 slaves stood on guard at the khan, and when darkness came on, they loosed the 40 dogs that they might keep watch over the place by night. Such were the doings of Delilah the Wily One in Baghdad. And thus ends the story of the rogueries of Delilah the Crafty and her daughter Zaynab the Coney Catcher.
Dick Baker's Cat by Mark Twain. From The Lords of the Housetop, 13 Cat Tales. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dale Grothman. Dick Baker's Cat by Mark Twain. One of my comrades there, another of those victims of 18 years of unrequited toil and blighted hopes, was one of the gentlest spirits that ever bore its patient cross in a weary exile. Grave and simple, Dick Baker, pocket miner of Dead Horse Gulch. He was 46, gray as a rat, earnest, thoughtful, slenderly educated, slouchily dressed, and clay-soiled, but his heart was finer metal than any gold his shovel ever brought to light, than any, indeed, that was ever mined or minted. Whenever he was out of luck or a little downhearted, he would fall into mourning over the loss of a wonderful cat he used to own, for where women and children are not, men of kindly impulses take up with pets, for they must love something. And he always spoke of the strange sagacity of the cat with an air of a man who believed in his secret heart that there was something human about it, maybe even supernatural. I heard him talk about this animal once. He said, "Gentlemen, I used to have a cat here by the name of Tom Quartz, which you'd have took an interest in, I reckon. Most anybody would. I had him for 8 years, and he was the remarkablest cat I ever see. He was a large gray one of the Tom species, and he had more hard natural sense than any man in this camp, and a power of dignity. He wouldn't let the governor of California be familiar with him. He never catched a rat in his life, 'peared to be above it. He never cared for nothing but mining. He knowed more about mining, that cat did, than any man I ever see. You couldn't tell him nothing about placer diggings. And as for pocket mining, why, he was just born for it. He would dig out after me and Jim when we went over the hills prospecting, and he would trot along behind us for as much as 5 miles, if we went so fur. And he had the best judgment about mining ground, why you never see anything like it. When we went to work, he'd scatter a glance around, and if he didn't think much of the indications, he would give a look as much as to say, 'Well, I'll have to get you to excuse me,' and without another word, he'd hoist his nose into the air and shove for home. But if the ground suited him, he would lay low and keep dark till the first pan was washed, and then he would sidle up and take a look, and if there were about 6 or 7 grams of gold, he was satisfied. He didn't want no better prospecting than that. And then he would lay down on our coats and snore like a steamboat until we struck the pocket, and then get up and superintend. He was lightning on superintending. Well, by and by, up comes your quartz excitement. Everybody was into it. Everybody was picking and blasting instead of shoveling dirt on the hillside. Everybody was putting down a shaft instead of scraping the surface. Nothing would do Jim, but we must tackle the ledges too, and so we did. We commenced to putting down a shaft, and Tom Quartz he began to wonder what in the dickens it was all about. He hadn't ever seen any mining like that before, and he was all upset, you may say. He couldn't come to the right understanding of it, no way. It was too much for him. He was down on it too, you bet you. He was down on it powerful, and always appeared to consider it the cussedest foolishness out. But that cat, you know, was always again newfangled arrangements. Somehow he never could abide 'em. You know how it is with old habits. But by and by Tom Quartz began to get sort of reconciled a little, although he never could altogether understand the eternal sinking of the shaft and never panning out anything. At last he got to coming down the shaft, hisself, to try to cipher it out. And when he'd get the blues and feeling kind of scruffy and aggravated and disgusted, knowing as he did that the bills were running up all the time and we weren't making a cent, he would curl up on a gunny sack in the corner and go to sleep. Well, one day, when the shaft was down about 8 foot, the rock got so hard that we had to put in a blast, the first blasting we'd ever done since Tom Quartz was born. And then we lit the fuse and clumb out and got off about 50 yards and forgot and left Tom Quartz sound asleep on the gunny sack. In about a minute we saw a puff of smoke burst up out of the hole, and then everything let go with an awful crash, and about 4 million tons of rock and dirt and smoke and splinters shot up about 1.5 miles into the air. And by George, right in the dead center of it was old Tom Quartz, a-going end over end, and a-snorting and a-sneezing and a-clawing and a-reaching for things like all possessed. But it weren't no use, you know. It weren't no use. And that was the last we see of him for about 2.5 minutes, and then all of a sudden it began to rain rocks and rubbish, and directly he came down kerwhoosh about 10 feet off from where we stood. Well, I reckon he was perhaps the orneriest looking beast you ever see. One ear was sot back on his neck, and his tail was stove up, and his eye winkers was singed off, and he was all black up with powder and smoke, and all sloppy with mud and slush from one end to the other. Well, sir, it weren't no use to try to apologize. We couldn't say a word. He took a sort of disgusted look at hisself, and then he looked at us, and it was just exactly the same as if he said, 'Gents, maybe you think it's smart to take advantage of a cat that ain't had no experience with quartz mining, but I think different.' And then he turned on his heels and marched off home, without ever saying another word. That was just his style, and maybe you won't believe it, but after that you never see a cat so prejudiced against quartz mining as what he was. And by, when he did get going down the shaft again, you'd have been astonished at his sagacity. The minute we touched off a blast and the fuse began to sizzle, he gave a look as much as to say, 'Well, I'll have to get you to excuse me,' and it was surprising the way he'd skin out of that hole and go for a tree. Sagacity? It ain't no name for it. 'Twas inspiration." I said, "Well, Mr. Baker, his prejudice against quartz mining was remarkable, considering how he came by it. Couldn't you ever cure him of it?" "Cure him? No. When Tom Quartz was sot once, he was always sot. And you might have blowed him up as much as 3,000,000 times, and you never would have broke him his cussed prejudice against quartz mining." The End of Dick Baker's Cat, by Mark Twain.
The Duke's Mystery by Andrew Forrester, pseudonym for James Redding Ware, 1832 to 1909. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Peter Tomlinson. Little more than 5 years ago, a series of robberies on a grand scale was perpetrated at the West End of London. There was hardly a tradesman of note who did not suffer from these depredations, which for a long while baffled all the skill and vigilance of the police. After a lapse of perhaps 6 months from the formation of the belief that these robberies were the result of a concerted action by the rascaldom of the metropolis, the victims and their friends formed themselves into a committee, and I was retained to investigate the affair. As the matter had by this time assumed great importance, I employed 5 or 6 assistants and systematically went to work. The police were also on the alert, and special instructions were given from Scotland Yard that they should cooperate with me, or practically, I may say, act under my instructions. It would be tedious to relate all the disguises and stratagems which I assumed and devised. It must suffice to say that half a dozen men went through more variations in their appearance than the chameleon, and were nearly or quite ubiquitous during the investigation. I saw that a gang had to be crushed. I knew that success or failure was but an issue of time and money. On the former I could give and get as much as the associated tradesmen would pay for. Of the latter there would, I believed, be no stint. The parties affected, and liable to be affected, by the operations of the gang were prepared to lay out all the cash needful to secure the punishment of the criminals. The job was not a light one. We made a few mistakes, to the injury, however, of no one who had a character worth keeping. We got at times on wrong tracks. We were often on the heels of the thieves, and yet failed to grasp them. We were none of us faint-hearted or lacking in patience. Each trip only made us walk the more carefully. Each blunder only made us wary. Each divergence only made us examine the supposed clues with greater nicety. One morning a police constable and one of my men came to me with news. "We have a clue, sir," said the police constable, U-99. "That's well. What is it?" I observed. "At least we think we have," said my assistant. I told him of it. "I found it out," added the constable. "No, don't say that. I had most to do with it. How do you make that out? Well, how much did you know about it before I told you of it? And how much did you know when you told me of it? I saw that there was a pretty quarrel brewing between this pair of worthies, and I tried to stop it. But that was not so easy a task as the reader may at first be inclined to suppose. If I put a restraint upon my assistant for the sake of peace, I might be incidentally puffing up the constable's vanity and wantonly injuring the laudable pride of my own staff. If I were attempted to curb the policeman, I might drive him off to Scotland Yard, where the clue would be followed up, and my own professional credit with the tradesman injured. I must put up with a little of this altercation and endeavour to soothe the irritation of both. The fact is that somebody, an omnibus driver, I believe, had told the police officer that something he was accustomed to see was a jolly rum affair. The policeman, being on the beat along which my man had to travel, and knowing him, repeated his information and echoed the busman's opinion in his own vernacular. My assistant joined in the opinion already expressed and went beyond it. "It is a rum affair, as you say," observed my man. "I think," he added, "that it's a clue to what we very particularly want to find out. You come up to the governor with me tomorrow when you're off duty, and I'll introduce you. If we turn it to account, mind, he'll not be unhandsome. He'll make it worth your while. That I warrant." They then chatted over the business, and I dare say my assistant let the officer into the secret of our instructions far enough to aid his comprehension of the gravity of the effects to which this clue might lead. What, then, was this clue? I dare say asks the always impatient reader. It was a small matter. It did not seem to point directly at the information I wanted, but many a real clue has not been more definite or reliable than that now to be followed to its end. It was a little nut which required cracking. There might be in it the kernel I wanted, or there might not. With nothing like regularity of time or periodicity, but with great frequency, a shabby hack brougham might be seen about, or, after dusk, proceeding along a road leading through a western reach of the metropolis into the most picturesque western suburb. My clue began with the vehicle at the north-eastern corner of the Green Park, and ended just on the eastern entrance to the village. It was a suspicious fact that this hack brougham was not driven by the same man throughout the entire distance. One driver was met about halfway on the road, when he alighted from the box and handed the whip to the person, always the same, who met him. The brougham was one of those registered at Somerset House as a cab. It was a private vehicle, which appeared like the property of some indigent postmaster or jobber. Where could this vehicle go to and come from? Among the difficulties in our case was that of tracing the goods. It was, I confess, not a little remarkable that no part of the goods could be traced. We had searched all the most notorious fences. I do not think there was one known place in which goods of the kind in question would be brought that we had not examined. Could this brougham be the means of conveying the plunder in small quantities to and from its place of concealment to the place or places of conversion into money? Those were questions we determined to solve. A diligent watch was set at stages from the Green Park. Next evening the carriage did not present itself, nor the next, but on the third evening it was seen to emerge from a lane in Piccadilly near to a street in which there is an inferior livery stable. It was now followed and kept in sight during its entire journey. I saw the driver changed. I critically scanned the hirsute visage of the rider. Just outside the village, on the high road, there stood, and yet stands, a cottage residence in not the finest state, with coach-house and stabling for more carriages and horses than the occupants seemed to make use of. The house was, I may also explain, shut out from the view of travellers by a close wooden paling, a high gate, and a tall, dense, leafy hedge. At this cottage the brougham stopped. The rider alighted, and the servant placed the horse and the vehicle in the outbuildings allotted to them, which were entered by the rear. All this looked to me very suspicious. I determined, however, to pursue my inquiries. There was not yet enough evidence, in my own opinion, to justify an application for a search warrant, and less justification for anyone's arrest on a criminal charge. Inquiries in the village and neighbourhood elicited not much, but the few scraps of fact we did get tended to fortify suspicion that here was a depot of the plunder. The tradespeople were pumped, but those wells of gossip or scandal were nearly dry. The truth was, this cottage neither excited remark by ostentation, nor the reverse. What it required, it ordered and paid for. The trade done with its inmates by the shopkeepers who were honoured with their patronage was not large enough to arouse the envy of their rivals. It may astonish some people who are tormented by scandal to know that rumour may be either avoided or manipulated if you know how to go about the task. While I was engaged in these inquiries with two of my assistants, the man who had the words with the policeman, as described, had another, and what he called a jolly row with that officer. The matter was, I believe, through this, mentioned at the headquarters of the Metropolitan Police, and the authorities took it up. An active sergeant of the detective police called upon me and asked for information, which I thought myself scarcely at liberty to refuse to give, so gave it. He forthwith set to work and got warrants to search the premises and arrest the inmates. The time he selected for pouncing on the suspects was 12 at night. That evening the shabby brougham turned out of the livery stables, wended its way through slush and traffic along Piccadilly, and at about the usual spot the driver was changed. Away the brougham went again at a slightly accelerated pace, as though the horse's head was lightened. The party alighted at the cottage, and the stable was occupied as before. At 12:30 a body of police effected an entrance into the cottage by the rear. The whole of the small household was aroused. Great was the consternation of Miss Goodwin, and her brother was nearly killed by alarm. Of the rest not much different can be said. Groom and coachman, one person, housekeeper and general servant, also one person, who completed the human establishment, were awfully frightened. The highly intelligent sergeant insisted upon ransacking the house, searching the stables and exploring the garden. In the meantime the lady, gentlemen and servants were told to consider themselves in custody. In vain the gentlemen protested against this outrage, and sometimes gently threatened to bring down all the vengeance of the law upon his sister's tormentors. The sergeant treated the threat with disdain, and ridiculed the claim of his prisoner to kinship with Miss Goodwin. All entreaties, menaces, expostulations, and threats were answered by references to his duty or intimations that he knew what he was about. The search and exploration revealed nothing. The officer was sorely disappointed, but not yet discomfited. He saw that, at all events, he was safe if he went on, and that if he turned back he might expose himself to the charge of negligence. There was enough that was wrong, more than sufficient that was mysterious, to cover any excess of vigilance or any stretch of duty. So on he resolved to go. When Mr. Goodwin was told that he must accompany the officer as his prisoner, and the lady must also share that inconvenience, they again put forth every form of remonstrance. All were useless. The officer was inexorable and unbelieving. He rudely expressed his disbelief of the assertion that the fair tenant of the cottage was a pure and innocent young lady of small independent estate, and that the visitor was her brother and guardian. Those explanations, he said, might do for the magistrate tomorrow, but they would not do for the police. There was no getting out of the awful mess. Mr. and Miss Goodwin were removed by the sergeant under his warrants, to the chief metropolitan police station and there confined in vulgar cells. At times during the wretched journey to London the prisoners were defiant, and at others they sank into despair. Once, on the way to the metropolis, the lady remarked to her companion, "Never mind, dear George, we're not thieves. They have searched my house in every part, but they have found nothing." "Now," observed the officer, "don't say anything that'll injure yourselves while I'm with you. I don't want you to criminate yourselves. Only mind, I shall give all that I hear as evidence, and I don't mind saying that I don't like the look of things. Found nothing? Well, if that sort of talk ain't thieves' patter, I don't know what is. I ain't found nothing yet, but if I get a remand, won't I find nothing?" Mr. Goodwin shuddered. Miss Goodwin was eloquent in the form of denunciation. The gentleman, by the time of the arrival of the party at the station house, had recovered his self-possession. He demanded the means of communicating with the solicitor. This was afforded him. He chose the name of a well-known criminal practitioner, one of the cleverest and one of the most respectable of his class. The professional man recognized his client. He had before been employed as the agent of that client's family solicitor in a prosecution. Within 10 minutes after the arrival of the lawyer at the station, the door of Mr. Goodwin's cell was opened, and that gentleman with his attorney was shown into the head private apartment of the officer who lives on the premises. Miss Goodwin was also looked after with as much tenderness during her stay in this urban hostelry. After a short further interview between the attorney and gentleman, and a few words with the lady in compulsory waiting, a conference was held between the magistrate, his learned clerk, and the attorney. Mr. and Miss Goodwin were then next shown into his worship's private room, and the brother and sister were liberated on their own recognisances. Nothing further was done in the case against the occupants of the suburban cottage. Nothing was done by the lady and gentleman against any other person for setting the law in motion against them. The vigilant sergeant got promoted. On what theory and by what influences, let the reader guess. Was it as a reward for past clever and prudent service? Was it the price of perpetual silence? Was it the seal upon a mystery? I cannot explain why the sergeant was thus dealt with, but as much of some other things as I can properly explain, I will. First, let me say that I had no further interference by the police with my plans for the detection of the real thieves, and that I hunted them down to conviction. In the second place, I may inform the reader that Mr. Goodwin was no other than an alias for His Grace the Duke of No Matter Where, a nobleman who boasts of a long pedigree, and whose own father was not a little proud of the historic traditions of the house of No Matter Where. The living Duke has a large rent roll, an almost infinitesimal portion of which goes to Miss Goodwin, who, although not a sister, is in very intimate relationship towards him. He has reasons of his own, I dare say, for the quiet, or, as I should say, mysterious manner in which his visits to the cottage in the western suburb were shrouded. End of The Duke's Mystery by Andrew Forrester. Recording by Peter Tomlinson.
The Four Reformers, from Fables, by Robert Louis Stevenson. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dale Grothman. The Four Reformers, by Robert Louis Stevenson. Four reformers met under a bramble bush. They were all agreed the world must be changed. "We must abolish property," said the one. "We must abolish marriage," said the second. "We must abolish God," said the third. "I wish we could abolish work," said the fourth. "Do not let us get beyond practical politics," said the first. "The first thing is to reduce men to a common level." "The first thing," said the second, is to give freedom to the sexes. The first thing, said the third, is to try to find out how to do it. The first step, said the first, is to abolish the Bible. The first thing, said the second, is to abolish the laws. The first thing, said the third, is to abolish mankind. The end of The Four Reformers by Robert Louis Stevenson.
A Girl's Life on Board a Man of War by Bessie Chandler. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. A Girl's Life on Board a Man of War. In the first place, there are no front steps or doorbells to a man of war. We hadn't even a number and a door plate, or a gate and a front yard. And yet there was yard enough, the whole of the Navy Yard, shut in from the city by its massive iron gates and high yellow walls. I used to wonder why the government was so fond of yellow paint. It isn't one of the national colors. It isn't even clean-looking. And it is only lately that we have accepted it with sunflowers and ginger jars as being artistic. But whether it is in fashion or out of fashion, Uncle Sam sticks to his yellow paint, and his yellow paint sticks to all the buildings and walls of the Navy Yard. Were you ever in a Navy Yard? It is like a miniature city, with its roads and neatly kept walks. It has great blocks of buildings, too, and machine shops, storehouses, stables, officers' houses, and even a little fire department of its own. But I think we children like best the old ship houses, enormous sheds built over ships in all stages of completion, from gaunt skeletons with their thick live oak ribs up to hulls that looked almost ready for launching. Many of them were begun during the war, but will never be finished. They belong to a bygone period of naval architecture. Sometime they will be broken up, and the iron and copper taken out. But if the old ship houses had been built for the purpose, they couldn't be better places to play hide-and-seek and I-spy in. They were full of dark, mysterious corners, and the great ship in the center was such a good thing to dodge around. There are piles of cannonballs here and there, all over the Navy Yard, generally neatly arranged in a pyramid with 100 at the bottom and 1 at the top. We used to try to calculate how many were in each pile, and as the answers never came out the same, it was an endless amusement. Many of the posts are old condemned cannon, the breech end driven into the ground, and the muzzle aimlessly holding a ball several sizes too big. Somehow they always made me think of pathetic little roast pigs with apples in their mouths. There is one little square in the Navy Yard where various trophies are arranged, such as models of famous ships captured, torpedo boats taken in the war, and rebel rams. We never meddled with these harmless old things, as I now know they were, but they seemed to us then very deadly and mysterious. Then there are the granite dry docks, which are like a ship's hospital, and nearly always some patient was having her wounds dressed and healed, and her system toned up. Down the steps of the dry dock, the gas pipes still run that were put in during the war, when, night and day, the workmen were busy building and repairing ships. All this was our playground. Our home proper lay in the water, quite a distance from shore. It was a very comfortable feeling at night to know that a burglar would either have to swim out to us or bump against us in a boat, and either course put him to so much trouble that he preferred to stay away. At least, we never saw one. Close to the ship's side, looking very like a baby in its mother's lap, was a little square boat called the scow. It ran on a rope between the ship and the shore, taking us back and forth as often as we wanted to go. At a signal from the shore, it would come over, looking more than ever like a toddling baby in leading strings, as it lurched along on its rope. Perhaps I ought to explain that, in the words of Pinafore, I was a gallant captain's daughter, and my father had been ordered to command the ship for 3 years. A captain's quarters on board a receiving ship are very roomy and pleasant, and he is allowed to have his family with him. The receiving ships are old men of war that have done gallant duty in their day, but are, in their old age, safely anchored in port, while their younger, stronger sisters do the cruising about. Our ship had been in battle, and we could see the places in her bow where the shot had torn away her planking, and it had been repaired with new. I used to shut my eyes sometimes and think how she must have looked in those old war days. No pretty cabins then, no flowers growing up on deck, or birds singing in the window. No, she was stripped for action then. The decks were cleared and the guns ready. Grim, resolute men stood by each cannon's side, and the deck was strewn with sawdust to catch the blood they knew would flow. And the brass plates in the deck, over which we walked each day with careless feet, were yawning holes through which, from the magazines below, they passed up powder and shot. Looking up at her side from the water was almost like looking up at the wall of a house, and not a very hospitable house either, for there was a row of little windows on either side, and the muzzle of a wicked-looking gun stuck out of each. We went up the side on a regular stairway, and not hand over hand on a rope, as some people used to think. And when finally on board, I think one was more impressed by the bigness and cleanness than anything else. The broad deck was as spotless as a Dutch housekeeper's pantry, and the brass work shone as no patent polish, except the old-fashioned one of strong arms, can make brass shine. Here and there was a sailor in his picturesque dark blue dress, a marine paced up and down the deck, ready to escort or direct you with all the civility of a Broadway policeman, and another one guarded the cabin door. The deck was roofed over, but with such a high, airy roof that it was more like a church than anything else, and from every one of the ports one saw the shimmer of the sea. We had a pretty little parlor, not unlike any other, except for the low ceiling and great beams overhead. And it was quite as full of the pretty, useless little things that in some way produce the subtle atmosphere of a cozy home as any land parlor I know of. There was a pleasant dining room where no smell of cooking ever came, for the very good reason that the kitchen galley, as we called it, was 3 decks below. We slept in French bedsteads and used stationary wash stands, and we could take salt water baths in our own bathroom. Think of a salt water bath that doesn't imply a bathhouse and a bathing suit, a crowd of observers, and the total wreck of one's crimps. Along one side of my room ran a broad transom, which is a kind of sofa built into the wall. One of the windows opened directly upon it, and it was pleasant to lie there of a summer afternoon and look down the bay. Ferry boats were constantly passing, their big wheels churning the water white and leaving a broad, rippling wake, while sailboats flitted noiselessly along, and now and then some college boatman glided by in his fragile, silent shell. The gulls were always flying about. Away down the bay were the forts, and the water constantly tapping against the side of the ship made the most soothing of lullabies. There were many very convenient and often amusing things about our way of life. For instance, it was funny to throw things out of one's window and not have them lodge on the sidewalk or in the front yard. The scraps and rubbish all floated out of sight instantly, but now and then we lost something that we really wanted. I remember sewing on some fancy work by the window one day, when an impish little breeze whisked my ribbon from my lap and bore it triumphantly away. I had only time to make a fruitless clutch at its wagging blue tail, for in a moment my 4 yards of new satin ribbon floated out with the tide. Hove overboard became our family slang expression. It was used on all occasions when a thing turned up missing. Afterward, when we came to live on land, we all had to fight against the tendency to throw newspapers and boxes into our neighbors' gardens, the hove overboard instinct being strong within us. Every morning the Marines were drilled on deck, and we were never tired of watching them go through their different evolutions. Then, every week or so, we had fire quarters, a sort of rehearsal of what would really be done should a fire break out. The hose was laid, men were stationed, and shouting enough was done to conduct the biggest kind of a conflagration. The upper deck, in summer, was to us what piazzas are to land folks. It was always cool under the awning, and very clean, the deck being holystoned as all the decks were every week. The holystoning was done early Sunday morning, and the scrubbing interfered sadly with our naps. We could have taken such long ones and still have been in time for church, for the church was on the ship too, only one deck away. It was a very informal little church on the gun deck, and consisted of a few benches drawn up in line, a flag-draped stand which answered for desk, lectern, and pulpit, and a melodeon played by my sister. The chaplain of the ship conducted the service, which was always impressive. On either side, down the long deck, were the great guns, pointing through the open ports at the sunny bay, which flashed and sparkled and was never for a moment still. The ceiling of this deck was very low. That is, no one but an exceptionally tall man would have bumped his head. But we all bowed, as the traditional goose does in going through a barn door. The beams overhead were quite thickly studded with iron hooks, from which the sailors' hammocks hung at night. Sometimes in the evening some of the sailors wanted to sing, and they would send one of their number to ask my sister if she would play for them. She was quite a little girl, with long wavy brown hair, and it was a pretty sight to see her at the melodeon, a ring of sailors around her, while one lantern hung overhead to a hammock hook lighted up the scene, giving quite a Rembrandt effect. As a rule, we saw little or nothing of the sailors. They were constantly being enlisted, trained, and detailed for other ships, which were fitting out to go to sea. Now and then one deserted, which always caused a little ripple of excitement. I remember one old quartermaster who was quite the pride of the ship. He was an old man with long, perfectly white hair, and generally sat on the upper deck with his little kit of sewing utensils beside him, mending or making flags. He was always singing a hymn, and visitors were quite struck by his appearance, and indeed he looked like the ideal sailor. But alas, he was only a figurehead, and was seldom allowed leave of absence, for his worst enemy, a black bottle, waited for him on shore, and it was days after he had had an outing before he was able to sit up again, his saintly face beaming as he made his flags and sung his little hymns. Sometimes salutes were fired from the battery in honor of a distinguished guest, an admiral, the Secretary of the Navy, or the President. We rather enjoyed that, but we were careful to see that the frailest bric-a-brac was set well back from the table, and to take down the decorated plates from the wall, for the firing jarred the whole ship. As we grew older, we had many parties, the materials being right at hand, under the same roof. The hard, smooth decks were the best kind of ballroom floors. There were plenty of flags and bunting for trimming. There was a brass band on board, and partners galore in the shape of the officers, whose bright uniforms always added to the picturesqueness of a dance. But the great trouble with Navy life is that it doesn't stay put. Once in so often, someone at Washington gives the kaleidoscope a turn, and so everybody is in a different place. So, after 3 happy years, like little Joe, we moved on. It was a sad day when, with our respective shawl straps and bundles, we left the bare, stripped cabins and went over the side for the last time, and across in the little scow to the carriage that was waiting on the dock. As we drove off, each tried to see the last of the old ship. Her flag fluttered faintly in the wind, as if she too felt badly at the parting, and could only wave a feeble good-bye. And so our halcyon days on board a man-of-war were ended. End of a Girl's Life on Board a Man-of-War, by Bessie Chandler. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista.
The Japan's Vox by Arthur Conan Doyle. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Peter Tomlinson. It was a curious thing, said the private tutor, one of those grotesque and whimsical incidents which occur to one as one goes through life. I lost the best situation which I am ever likely to have through it. But I am glad that I went to Thorpe Place, for I gained, well, as I tell you the story, you will learn what I gained. I don't know whether you are familiar with that part of the Midlands which is drained by the Avon. It is the most English part of England. Shakespeare, the flower of the whole race, was born right in the middle of it. It is a land of rolling pastures, rising in higher folds to the westwards until they swell into the Malvern Hills. There are no towns, but numerous villages, each with its grey Norman church. You have left the brick of the southern and eastern counties behind you, and everything is stone. Stone for the walls and lichened slabs of stone for the roofs. It is all grim and solid and massive, as benefits the heart of a great nation. It was in the middle of this country, not very far from Evesham, that Sir John Bollamore lived, in the old ancestral home of Thorpe Place, and thither it was that I came to teach his two little sons. Sir John was a widower. His wife had died 3 years before, and he had been left with these two lads, aged 8 and 10, and one dear little girl of 7. Miss Witherton, who is now my wife, was governess to this little girl. I was tutor to the two boys. Could there be a more obvious prelude to an engagement? She governs me now, and I tutor 2 little boys of our own. But there, I've already revealed what it was which I gained in Thorpe Place. It was a very, very old house, incredibly old, pre-Norman, some of it, and the Bollamores claim to have lived in that situation since long before the Conquest. It struck a chill to my heart when first I came there. Those enormously thick grey walls, the rude crumbling stones, the smell as from a sick animal which exhaled from the rotting plaster of the aged building. But the modern wing was bright, and the garden was well kept. No house could be dismal which had a pretty girl inside it, and such a show of roses in front. Apart from a very complete staff of servants, there were only 4 of us in the household. These were Miss Witherton, who was at that time 4 and 20, and as pretty, well, as pretty as Mrs. Colmore is now. Myself, Frank Colmore, aged 30, Mrs. Stevens, the housekeeper, a dry, silent woman, and Mr. Richards, a tall, military-looking man who acted as steward to the Bollamore estates. We 4 always had our meals together, but Sir John had his usually alone in the library. Sometimes he joined us at dinner, but on the whole we were just as glad when he did not. For he was a very formidable person. Imagine a man 6 feet 3 inches in height, majestically built, with a high-nosed, aristocratic face, brindled hair, shaggy eyebrows, a small pointed Mephistophelian beard, and lines upon his brow and round his eyes as deep as if they had been carved with a penknife. He had grey eyes, weary, hopeless-looking eyes, proud and yet pathetic, eyes which claimed your pity and yet dared you to show it. His back was rounded with study, but otherwise he was as fine a looking man of his age, 55 perhaps, as any woman would wish to look upon. But his presence was not a cheerful one. He was always courteous, always refined, but singularly silent and retiring. I have never lived so long with any man and known so little of him. If he were indoors, he spent his time either in his own small study in the eastern tower or in the library in the modern wing. So regular was his routine that one could always say, at any hour exactly where he would be. Twice in the day he would visit his study, once after breakfast and once about 10 at night. You might set your watch by the slam of the heavy door. For the rest of the day he would be in his library, save that for an hour or two in the afternoon he would take a walk or a ride, which was solitary like the rest of his existence. He loved his children, and was keenly interested in the progress of their studies, but they were a little awed by the silent, shaggy-browed figure, and they avoided him as much as they could. Indeed, we all did that. It was some time before I came to know anything about the circumstances of Sir John Bollamore's life. For Mrs. Stevens, the housekeeper, and Mr. Richards, the land steward, were too loyal to talk easily of their employer's affairs. As to the governess, she knew no more than I did, and our common interest was one of the causes which drew us together. At last, however, an incident occurred which led to a closer acquaintance with Mr. Richards and a fuller knowledge of the life of the man whom I served. The immediate cause of this was no less than the falling of Master Percy, the youngest of my pupils, into the mill race, with imminent danger both to his life and to mine, since I had to risk myself in order to save him. Dripping and exhausted, for I was far more spent than the child, I was making for my room when Sir John, who had heard the hubbub, opened the door of his little study and asked me what was the matter. I told him of the accident, but assured him that his child was in no danger, while he listened with a rugged, immobile face, which expressed in its intense eyes and tightened lips all the emotion which he tried to conceal. "One moment. Step in here. Let me have the details," said he, turning back through the open door. And so I found myself within that little sanctum, inside which, as I afterwards learned, no other foot had for 3 years been set save that of the old servant who cleaned it out. It was a round room, conforming to the shape of the tower in which it was situated, with a low ceiling, a single narrow ivy-wreathed window, and the simplest of furniture. An old carpet, a single chair, a deal table, and a small shelf of books made up the whole contents. On the table stood a full-length photograph of a woman. I took no particular notice of the features, but I remember that a certain gracious gentleness was the prevailing impression. Beside it were a large black japanned box and 1 or 2 bundles of letters or papers fastened together with elastic bands. Our interview was a short one, for Sir John Bollamore perceived that I was soaked, and that I should change without delay. The incident led, however, to an instructive talk with Richards, the agent, who had never penetrated into the chamber which chance had opened to me. That very afternoon he came to me, all curiosity, and walked up and down the garden path with me, while my 2 charges played tennis upon the lawn beside us. "You hardly realize the exception which has been made in your favour," said he. "That room has been kept such a mystery, and Sir John's visits to it have been so regular and consistent, that almost a superstitious feeling has arisen about it in the household. I assure you that if I were to repeat to you the tales which are flying about, tales of mysterious visitors there, and of voices overheard by the servants, you might suspect that Sir John had relapsed into his old ways." "Why do you say relapsed?" I asked. He looked at me in surprise. "Is it possible," said he, "that Sir John Bollamore's previous history is unknown to you?" "Absolutely." "You astound me. I thought that every man in England knew something of his antecedents. I should not mention the matter if it were not that you are now one of ourselves, and that the facts might come to your ears in some harsher form if I were silent upon them. I always took it for granted that you knew that you were in the service of Devil Bollamore." "But why Devil?" I asked. "Ah, you are young and the world moves fast. but 20 years ago the name of Devil Bollamore was one of the best known in London. He was the leader of the fastest set, bruiser, driver, gambler, drunkard, a survival of the old type, and as bad as the worst of them. I stared at him in amazement. "What?" I cried. "That quiet, studious, sad-faced man? The greatest rip and debauchee in England, all between ourselves, Colmore. But you understand now what I mean when I say that a woman's voice in his room might even now give rise to suspicions. But what can have changed him so? Little Beryl Clare, when she took the risk of becoming his wife. That was the turning point. He'd got so far that his own fast set had thrown him over. There is a world of difference, you know, between a man who drinks and a drunkard. They all drink, but they taboo a drunkard. He had become a slave to it, hopeless and helpless. Then she stepped in, saw the possibilities of a fine man in the wreck, took a chance in marrying him, though she might have had the pick of a dozen, and, by devoting her life to it, brought him back to manhood and decency. You have observed that no liquor is ever kept in the house. There never has been any since her foot crossed its threshold. A drop of it would be like blood to a tiger even now. Then her influence still holds him. That is the wonder of it. When she died 3 years ago, we all expected and feared that he would fall back into his old ways. She feared it herself, and the thought gave a terror to death, for she was like a guardian angel to that man, and lived only for the one purpose. By the way, did you see a black Japan box in his room? Yes. I fancy it contains her letters. If ever he has occasion to be away, if only for a single night, he invariably takes his black Japan box with him. Well, Colmore, perhaps I have told you rather more than I should, but I shall expect you to reciprocate if anything of interest should come to your knowledge." I could see that the worthy man was consumed with curiosity, and just a little piqued that I, the newcomer, should have been the first to penetrate into the untrodden chamber. But the fact raised me in his esteem, and from that time onwards I found myself upon more confidential terms with him. And now the silent and majestic figure of my employer became an object of greater interest to me. I began to understand that strangely human look in his eyes, those deep lines upon his careworn face. He was a man who was fighting a ceaseless battle, holding at arm's length from morning till night a horrible adversary who was forever trying to close with him, an adversary who would destroy him body and soul could it but fix its claws once more upon him. As I watched the grim, round-backed figure pacing the corridor or walking in the garden, this imminent danger seemed to take bodily shape, and I could almost fancy that I saw this most loathsome and dangerous of all the fiends crouching closely in his very shadow, like a half-cowed beast which slinks beside its keeper, ready at any unguarded moment to spring at his throat. And the dead woman, the woman who had spent her life in warding off this danger, took shape also in my imagination, and I saw her as a shadowy but beautiful presence which intervened for ever with arms uplifted to screen the man whom she loved. In some subtle way he divined the sympathy which I had for him, and he showed in his own silent fashion that he appreciated it. He even invited me once to share his afternoon walk, and although no word passed between us on this occasion, it was a mark of confidence which he had never shown to anyone before. He asked me also to index his library. It was one of the best private libraries in England, and I spent many hours in the evening in his presence, if not in his society, he reading at his desk, and I sitting in a recess by the window, reducing to order the chaos which existed among his books. In spite of these close relations, I was never again asked to enter the chamber in the turret. And then came my revulsion of feeling. A single incident changed all my sympathy to loathing, and made me realize that my employer still remained all that he had ever been, with the additional vice of hypocrisy. What happened was as follows. One evening Miss Witherton had gone down to Broadway, the neighbouring village, to sing at a concert for some charity, and I, according to my promise, had walked over to escort her back. The drive sweeps round under the eastern turret, and I observed as I passed that the light was lit in the circular room. It was a summer evening, and the window, which was a little higher than our heads, was open. We were, as it happened, engrossed in our own conversation at the moment, and we had paused upon the lawn which skirts the old turret, when suddenly something broke in upon our talk and turned our thoughts away from our own affairs. It was a voice, the voice undoubtedly of a woman. It was low, so low that it was only in that still night air that we could have heard it. But, hushed as it was, there was no mistaking its feminine timbre. It spoke hurriedly, gaspingly for a few sentences, and then was silent, a piteous, breathless, imploring sort of voice. Miss Witherton and I stood for an instant staring at each other. Then we walked quickly in the direction of the hall door. "It came through the window," I said. "We must not play the part of eavesdroppers," she answered. "We must forget that we have ever heard it." There was an absence of surprise in her manner which suggested a new idea to me. "You have heard it before," I cried. I could not help it. My own room is higher up on the same turret. It has happened frequently. Who can the woman be? I have no idea. I had rather not discuss it. Her voice was enough to show me what she thought. But granting that our employer led a double and dubious life, who could she be, this mysterious woman who kept him company in the old tower? I knew from my own inspection how bleak and bare a room it was. She certainly did not live there. But in that case, where did she come from? It could not be anyone of the household. They were all under the vigilant eyes of Mrs. Stevens. The visitor must come from without. But how? And then suddenly I remembered how ancient this building was, and how probable that some medieval passage existed in it. There is hardly an old castle without one. The mysterious room was the basement of the turret, so that if there were anything of the sort it would open through the floor. There were numerous cottages in the immediate vicinity. The other end of the secret passage might lie among some tangle of bramble in the neighbouring copse. I said nothing to anyone, but I felt that the secret of my employer lay within my power. And the more convinced I was of this, the more I marvelled at the manner in which he concealed his true nature. Often as I watched his austere figure, I asked myself if it were indeed possible that such a man should be living this double life, and I tried to persuade myself that my suspicions might after all prove to be ill-founded. But there was the female voice, there was the secret nightly rendezvous in the turret chamber. How could such facts admit of an innocent interpretation? I conceived a horror of the man. I was filled with loathing at his deep, consistent hypocrisy. Only once during all those months did I ever see him without that sad but impassive mask which he usually presented towards his fellow man. For an instant I caught a glimpse of those volcanic fires which he had damped down so long. The occasion was an unworthy one, for the object of his wrath was none other than the aged charwoman whom I have already mentioned as being the one person who was allowed within his mysterious chamber. I was passing the corridor which led to the turret, for my own room lay in that direction, when I heard a sudden, startled scream, and merged in it the husky, growling note of a man who is inarticulate with passion. It was the snarl of a furious wild beast. Then I heard his voice thrilling with anger. "You would dare," he cried, "you would dare to disobey my directions!" An instant later the charwoman passed me, flying down the passage, white-faced and tremulous, while the terrible voice thundered behind her. "Go to Mrs. Stevens for your money. Never set foot in Thorpe Place again." Consumed with curiosity, I could not help following the woman, and found her round the corner leaning against the wall and palpitating like a frightened rabbit. "What is the matter, Mrs. Brown?" I asked. "It's master," she gasped. "Oh, how he frightened me! If you had seen his eyes, Mr. Colmore, sir, I thought he would have been the death of me." But what had you done? Done, sir? Nothing. At least nothing to make so much of. Just laid my hand on that black box of his. Ain't even opened it. When in he came, and you heard the way he went on. I've lost my place, and glad I am of it, for I would never trust myself within reach of him again. So it was the Japan box which was the cause of this outburst, the box from which he would never permit himself to be separated. What was the connection, or was there any connection between this and the secret visits of the lady whose voice I had overheard? Sir John Bollamore's wrath was enduring as well as fiery, for from that day Mrs. Brown, the charwoman, vanished from our ken, and Thorpe Place knew her no more. And now I wish to tell you the singular chance which solved all these strange questions and put my employer's secret in my possession. The story may leave you with some lingering doubts as to whether my curiosity did not get the better of my honour, and whether I did not condescend to play the spy. If you choose to think so, I cannot help it, but can only assure you that, improbable as it may appear, the matter came about exactly as I describe it. The first stage of this denouement was that the small room in the turret became uninhabitable. This occurred through the fall of the worm-eaten oaken beam which supported the ceiling. Rotten with age, it snapped in the middle one morning and brought down a quantity of plaster with it. Fortunately, Sir John was not in the room at the time. His precious box was rescued from among the debris and brought into the library, where, henceforth, it was locked within his bureau. Sir John took no steps to repair the damage, and I never had an opportunity of searching for that secret passage, the existence of which I had surmised. As to the lady, I had thought that this would have brought her visits to an end, had I not one evening heard Mr. Richards asking Mrs. Stevens who the woman was whom he had overheard talking to Sir John in the library. I could not catch her reply, but I saw from her manner that it was not the first time that she had had to answer or avoid the same question. "You've heard the voice, Colmore," said the agent. I confessed that I had. "And what do you think of it?" I shrugged my shoulders and remarked that it was no business of mine. "Come, come, you are just as curious as any of us. Is it a woman or not?" "It is certainly a woman." "Which room did you hear it from?" "From the turret room before the ceiling fell." "But I heard it from the library only last night. I passed the doors as I was going to bed, and I heard something wailing and praying just as plainly as I hear you. It may be a woman." "Why, what else could it be?" He looked at me hard. "There are more things in heaven and earth," said he. "If it is a woman, how does she get there?" "I don't know." "No, nor I. But if it is the other thing— But there, for a practical business man at the end of the 19th century, this is rather a ridiculous line of conversation." He turned away, but I saw that he felt even more than he had said. To all the old ghost stories of Thorpe Place, a new one was being added before our very eyes. It may by this time have taken its permanent place, for though an explanation came to me, it never reached the others. And my explanation came in this way. I had suffered a sleepless night from neuralgia, and about midday I had taken a heavy dose of chlorodyne to alleviate the pain. At that time I was finishing the indexing of Sir John Bollamore's library, and it was my custom to work there from 5 till 7. On this particular day I struggled against the double effect of my bad night and the narcotic. I've already mentioned that there was a recess in the library, and in this it was my habit to work. I settled down steadily to my task, but my weariness overcame me, and falling back upon the settee, I dropped into a heavy sleep. How long I slept I do not know, but it was quite dark when I awoke. Confused by the chlorodyne which I had taken, I lay motionless in a semi-conscious state. The great room, with its high walls covered with books, loomed darkly all around me. A dim radiance from the moonlight came through the farther window, and against this lighter background I saw that Sir John Bollamore was sitting at his study table. His well-set head and clearly cut profile were sharply outlined against the glimmering square behind him. He bent as I watched him, and I heard the sharp turning of a key and the rasping of metal upon metal. As if in a dream, I was vaguely conscious that this was the japanned box which stood in front of him, and that he had drawn something out of it, something squat and uncouth, which now lay before him upon the table. I never realized, it never occurred to my bemuddled and torpid brain, that I was intruding upon his privacy, that he imagined himself to be alone in the room. And then, just as it rushed upon my horrified perceptions, and had half risen to announce my presence, I heard a strange, crisp, metallic clicking, and then the voice. Yes, it was a woman's voice. There could not be a doubt of it, but a voice so charged with entreaty and with yearning love that it will ring for ever in my ears. It came with a curious far-away tinkle, but every word was clear, though faint, very faint, for they were the last words of a dying woman. "I am not really gone, John," said the thin, gasping voice. "I am here at your very elbow, and shall be until we meet once more. I die happy to think that morning and night you will hear my voice. Oh, John, be strong until we meet again." I said that I had risen in order to announce my presence, but I could not do so while the voice was sounding. I could only remain half lying, half sitting, paralyzed, astounded, listening to those yearning, distant musical words. And he was so absorbed that even if I had spoken he might not have heard me. But with the silence of the voice came my half-articulated apologies and explanations. He sprang across the room, switched on the electric light, and in its white glare I saw him, his eyes gleaming with anger, his face twisted with passion, as the hapless charwoman may have seen him weeks before. "Mr. Colmore," he cried, "you here? What is the meaning of this, sir?" With halting words I explained it all, my neuralgia, the narcotic, my luckless sleep and singular awakening. As he listened, the glow of anger faded from his face, and the sad, impassive mask closed once more over his features. "My secret is yours, Mr. Colmore," said he. "I've only myself to blame for relaxing my precautions. Half-confidences are worse than no confidences, and so you may know all since you know so much. The story may go where you will when I have passed away, but until then I rely upon your sense of honour that no human soul shall hear it from your lips. I am proud still, God help me, or at least I am proud enough to resent that pity which this story would draw upon me. I have smiled at envy and disregarded hatred, but pity is more than I can tolerate. You have heard the source from which the voice comes. That voice which has, as I understand, excited so much curiosity in my household. I am aware of the rumours to which it has given rise. These speculations, whether scandalous or superstitious, are such as I can disregard and forgive. What I should never forgive would be a disloyal spying and eavesdropping in order to satisfy an illicit curiosity. But of that, Mr. Colmore, I acquit you. When I was a young man, sir, many years younger than you are now, I was launched upon town without a friend or adviser, and with a purse which brought only too many false friends and false advisers to my side. I drank deeply of the wine of life. If there is a man living who has drunk more deeply, he is not a man whom I envy. My purse suffered, my character suffered, my constitution suffered. Stimulants became a necessity to me. I was a creature from whom my memory recoils, and it was at that time, the time of my blackest degradation, that God sent into my life the gentlest, sweetest spirit that ever descended as a ministering angel from above. She loved me, broken as I was, loved me, and spent her life in making a man once more of that which had degraded itself to the level of the beasts. But a fell disease struck her, and she withered away before my eyes. In the hour of her agony it was never of herself, of her own sufferings and her own death that she thought. It was all of me. The one pang which her fate brought to her was the fear that when her influence was removed I should revert to that which I had been. It was in vain that I made oath to her that no drop of wine would ever cross my lips. She knew only too well the hold that the devil had upon me, she who had striven so to loosen it, and it taunted her night and day the thought that my soul might again be within his grip. It was from some friend's gossip of the sick-room that she heard of this invention, this phonograph, and with the quick insight of a loving woman she saw how she might use it for her ends. She sent me to London to procure the best which money could buy. With her dying breath she gasped into it the words which have held me straight ever since. Lonely and broken, what else have I in all the world to uphold me? But it is enough. Please God, I shall face her without shame when he is pleased to reunite us. That is my secret, Mr. Colmore, and whilst I live, I leave it in your keeping. End of The Japanned Box by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Recording by Peter Tomlinson.
The Lost Duchess by Anonymous. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Lost Duchess. Part 1. Has the Duchess returned? No, Your Grace. Knowles came farther into the room. He had a letter on a salver. When the Duke had taken it, Knowles still lingered. The Duke glanced at him. Is an answer required? No, Your Grace. Still Knowles lingered. Something a little singular has happened. The carriage has returned without the Duchess, and the men say that they thought her Grace was in it. What do you mean? I hardly understand myself, Your Grace. Perhaps you would like to see Barnes. Barnes was the coachman. Send him up. When Knowles had gone, and he was alone, his Grace showed signs of being slightly annoyed. He looked at his watch. I told her she'd better be in by 4. She says that she's not feeling well, and yet one would think that she was not aware of the fatigue entailed in having the Prince come to dinner, and a mob of people to follow. I particularly wished her to lie down for a couple of hours. Knowles ushered in not only Barnes, the coachman, but Moysey, the footman, too. Both these persons seemed to be ill at ease. The Duke glanced at them sharply. In his voice there was a suggestion of impatience. What is the matter? Barnes explained as best he could. If you please, Your Grace, we waited for the Duchess outside Cane and Wilson's, the drapers. The Duchess came out, got into the carriage, and Moysey shut the door, and her Grace said, "Home," and yet when we got home, she wasn't there. She wasn't where? Her Grace wasn't in the carriage, Your Grace. What on earth do you mean? Her Grace did get into the carriage. You shut the door, didn't you? Barnes turned to Moysey. Moysey brought his hand up to his brow in a sort of military salute. He had been a soldier in the regiment in which, once upon a time, the Duke had been a subaltern. She did. The Duchess came out of the shop. She seemed rather in a hurry, I thought. She got into the carriage and she said, "Home, Moysey." I shut the door and Barnes drove straight home. We never stopped anywhere, and we never noticed nothing happen on the way. And yet when we got home, the carriage was empty. The Duke started. Do you mean to tell me that the Duchess got out of the carriage while you were driving full pelt through the streets without saying anything to you and without you noticing it? The carriage was empty when we got home, Your Grace. Was either of the doors open? No, Your Grace. You fellows have been up to some infernal mischief. You have made a mess of it. You never picked up the Duchess, and you're trying to palm this tale off on me to save yourselves. Barnes was moved to adjuration. I'll take my Bible oath, Your Grace, that the Duchess got into the carriage outside Cane and Wilson's. Moysey seconded his colleague. I will swear to that, Your Grace. She got into that carriage, and I shut the door, and she said, "Home, Moysey." The Duke looked as if he did not know what to make of the story and its tellers. What carriage did you have? Her Grace's brougham, Your Grace. Knowles interposed. The brougham was ordered because I understood that the Duchess was not feeling very well, and there's rather a high wind, Your Grace. The Duke snapped at him. "What has that to do with it? Are you suggesting that the Duchess was more likely to jump out of a brougham while it was dashing through the streets than out of any other kind of vehicle?" The Duke's glance fell on the letter which Knowles had brought him when he first had entered. He had placed it on his writing table. He now took it up. It was addressed, "To His Grace the Duke of Datchet, Private. Very pressing." The name was written in a fine, clear, almost feminine hand. The words in the left-hand corner of the envelope were written in a different hand. They were large and bold, almost as though they had been painted with the end of the penholder, instead of being written with a pen. The envelope itself was of an unusual size, and bulged out as though it contained something else besides a letter. The Duke tore the envelope open. As he did so, something fell out of it onto the writing table. It looked as though it was a lock of a woman's hair. As he glanced at it, the Duke seemed to be a trifle startled. The Duke read the letter. "Your Grace will be so good as to bring £500 in gold to the Piccadilly end of the Burlington Arcade within an hour of the receipt of this. The Duchess of Datchet has been kidnapped. An imitation duchess got into the carriage, which was waiting outside Cane and Wilson's, and she alighted on the road. Unless your Grace does as you are requested, the Duchess of Datchet's left-hand little finger will be at once cut off, and sent home in time to receive the Prince to dinner. Other portions of her Grace will follow. A lock of her Grace's hair is enclosed with this as an earnest of our good intentions. Before 5:30 p.m. your Grace is requested to be at the Piccadilly end of the Burlington Arcade with £500 in gold. You will there be accosted by an individual in a white top hat, and with a gardenia in his buttonhole. You will be entirely at liberty to give him into custody, or to have him followed by the police, in which case the Duchess's left arm, cut off at the shoulder, will be sent home for dinner, not to mention other extremely possible contingencies. But you are advised to give the individual in question the £500 in gold, because in that case the Duchess herself will be home in time to receive the Prince to dinner, and with one of the best stories with which to entertain your distinguished guests they ever heard. Remember, not later than 5:30, unless you wish to receive your Grace's little finger." The Duke stared at this amazing epistle when he had read it, as though he found it difficult to believe the evidence of his eyes. He was not a demonstrative person as a rule, but this little communication astonished even him. He read it again. Then his hands dropped to his sides, and he swore. He took up the lock of hair which had fallen out of the envelope. Was it possible that it could be his wife's, the Duchess? Was it possible that a Duchess of Datchet could be kidnapped in broad daylight in the heart of London, and be sent home, as it were, in pieces? Had sacrilegious hands already been playing pranks with that great lady's hair? Certainly that hair was so like her hair that the mere resemblance made his Grace's blood run cold. He turned on Messrs. Barnes and Moysey, as though he would have liked to rend them. "You scoundrels!" He moved forward as though the intention had entered his ducal heart to knock his servants down. But if that were so, he did not act quite up to his intention. Instead, he stretched out his arm, pointing at them as if he were an accusing spirit. "Will you swear that it was the Duchess who got into the carriage outside Cane and Wilson's?" Barnes began to stammer. "I'll swear, your Grace, that I thought—" The Duke stormed an interruption. "I don't ask what you thought. I ask you, will you swear it was?" The Duke's anger was more than Barnes could face. He was silent. Moysey showed a larger courage. "I could have sworn that it was at the time, your Grace. But now it seems to me that it's a rummy go." "A rummy go?" The peculiarity of the phrase did not seem to strike the Duke just then. At least, he echoed it as if it didn't. "You call it a rummy go? Do you know that I am told in this letter that the woman who entered the carriage was not the Duchess? What were you thinking about? Or what case you will be able to make out for yourselves, you know better than I. But I can tell you this, that in an hour you will leave my service, and you may esteem yourselves fortunate if, tonight, you are not both of you sleeping in jail. One might almost have suspected that the words were spoken in irony, but before they could answer, another servant entered, who also brought a letter for the Duke. When the Grace's glance fell on it, he uttered an exclamation. The writing on the envelope was the same writing that had been on the envelope which had contained the very singular communication, like it in all respects, down to the broomstick end thickness of the private, and very pressing in the corner. "Who brought this?" stormed the Duke. The servant appeared to be a little startled by the violence of his Grace's manner. "A lady, or at least, your Grace, she seemed to be a lady." "Where is she?" "She came in a hansom, your Grace. She gave me that letter and said, 'Give that to the Duke of Datchet at once, without a moment's delay.' Then she got into the hansom again and drove away." "Why didn't you stop her?" "Your Grace?" The man seemed surprised, as though the idea of stopping chance visitors to the ducal mansion vi et armis had not, until that moment, entered into his philosophy. The Duke continued to regard the man as if he could say a good deal if he chose. Then he pointed to the door. His lips said nothing, but the gesture much. The servant vanished. "Another hoax," the Duke said grimly, as he tore the envelope open. This time the envelope contained a sheet of paper, and in the sheet of paper another envelope. The Duke unfolded the sheet of paper. On it some words were written. These: "The Duchess appears so particularly anxious to drop you a line that one really hasn't the heart to refuse her. Her Grace's communication, written amidst blinding tears, you will find enclosed with this." "Knowles," said the Duke, in a voice which actually trembled, "Knowles, hoax or no hoax, I will be even with the gentleman who wrote that." Handing the sheet of paper to Mr. Knowles, his Grace turned his attention to the envelope which had been enclosed. It was a small, square envelope of the finest quality, and it reeked with perfume. The Duke's countenance assumed an added frown. He had no fondness for envelopes which were scented. In the centre of the envelope were the words, "To the Duke of Datchet," written in the big, bold, sprawling hand which he knew so well. "Mabel's writing," he said, half to himself, as with shaking fingers he tore the envelope open. The sheet of paper which he took out was almost as stiff as cardboard. It, too, emitted what his Grace deemed the nauseous odours of the perfumer's shop. On it was written this letter: "My dear Hereward, for heaven's sake do what these people require. I don't know what has happened or where I am, but I'm nearly distracted. They have already cut off some of my hair, and they tell me that, if you don't let them have £500 in gold by 5:30, they will cut off my little finger too. I would sooner die than lose my little finger, and I don't know what else besides. By the token which I send you, and which has never until now been off my breast, I conjure you to help me. Hereward, help me!" When he had read that letter the Duke turned white, very white, as white as the paper on which it was written. He passed the epistle on to Knowles. "I suppose that also is a hoax." Mr. Knowles was silent. He still yielded to his constitutional disrelish to commit himself. At last he asked, "What is it that your Grace proposes to do?" The Duke spoke with a bitterness which almost suggested a personal animosity toward the inoffensive Mr. Knowles. "I propose, with your permission, to release the Duchess from the custody of my estimable correspondent. I propose, always with your permission, to comply with his modest request, and to take him his £500 in gold." He paused, then continued in a tone which, coming from him, meant volumes. "Afterwards, I propose to cry quits with the concocter of this pretty little hoax, even if it costs me every penny I possess. He shall pay more for that £500 than he supposes." Part 2. The Duke of Datchet, coming out of the bank, lingered for a moment on the steps. In one hand he carried a canvas bag which seemed well weighted. On his countenance there was an expression which to a casual observer might have suggested that his Grace was not completely at his ease. That casual observer happened to come strolling by. It took the form of Ivor Dacre. Mr. Dacre looked the Duke of Datchet up and down in that languid way he has. He perceived the canvas bag. Then he remarked, possibly intending to be facetious, Been robbing the bank? Shall I call a cart? Nobody minds what Ivor Dacre says. Besides, he is the Duke's own cousin. Perhaps a little removed, still, there it is. So the Duke smiled a sickly smile, as if Mr. Dacre's delicate wit had given him a passing touch of indigestion. Mr. Dacre noticed that the Duke looked sallow, so he gave his pretty sense of humour another airing. Kitchen boiler burst. When I saw the Duchess just now, I wondered if it had. His Grace distinctly started. He almost dropped the canvas bag. You saw the Duchess just now, Ivor? When? The Duke was evidently moved. Mr. Dacre was stirred to languid curiosity. I can't say I clocked it. Perhaps half an hour ago. Perhaps a little more. Half an hour ago? Are you sure? Where did you see her? Mr. Dacre wondered. The Duchess of Datchet could scarcely have been eloping in broad daylight. Moreover, she had not yet been married a year. Everyone knew that she and the Duke were still as fond of each other as if they were not man and wife. So although the Duke, for some cause or other, was evidently in an odd state of agitation, Mr. Dacre saw no reason why he should not make a clean breast of all he knew. She was going like blazes in a hansom cab. In a hansom cab? Where? Down Waterloo Place. Was she alone? Mr. Dacre reflected. He glanced at the Duke out of the corners of his eyes. His languid utterance became a positive drawl. I rather fancy she wasn't. Who was with her? My dear fellow, if you were to offer me the bank, I couldn't tell you. Was it a man? Mr. Dacre's drawl became still more pronounced. I rather fancy that it was. Mr. Dacre expected something. The Duke was so excited, but he by no means expected what actually came. Ivor, she's been kidnapped. Mr. Dacre did what he had never been known to do before within the memory of man. He dropped his eyeglass. Datchet! She has. Some scoundrel has decoyed her away and trapped her. He's already sent me a lock of her hair, and he tells me that if I don't let him have £500 in gold by 5:30, he'll let me have her little finger. Mr. Dacre did not know what to make of his Grace at all. He was a sober man. It couldn't be that. Mr. Dacre felt really concerned. I'll call a cab, old man, and you'd better let me see you home. Mr. Dacre half raised his stick to hail a passing hansom. The Duke caught him by the arm. You ass! What do you mean? I'm telling you the simple truth. My wife's been kidnapped. Mr. Dacre's countenance was a thing to be seen and remembered. Oh, I hadn't heard that there was much of that sort of thing about just now. They talk of poodles being kidnapped, but as for duchesses... You'd really better let me call that cab. Ivor, do you want me to kick you? Don't you see that to me it's a question of life and death? I've been in there to get the money. His Grace motioned toward the bank. I'm going to take it to the scoundrel who has my darling at his mercy. Let me but have her hand in mine again, and he shall continue to pay for every sovereign with tears of blood until he dies. Look here, Datchet, I don't know if you're having a joke with me, or if you're not well. The Duke stepped impatiently into the roadway. Ivor, you're a fool. Can't you tell jest from earnest, health from disease? I'm off. Are you coming with me? It would be as well that I should have a witness. Where are you off to? To the other end of the arcade. Who is the gentleman you expect to have the pleasure of meeting there? How should I know? The Duke took a letter from his pocket. It was the letter which had just arrived. The fellow is to wear a white top hat and a gardenia in his buttonhole. What is it you have there? It's the letter which brought the news. Look for yourself and see. But, for God's sake, make haste. His Grace glanced at his watch. It's already 5:20. And do you mean to say that on the strength of a letter such as this you are going to hand over £500 to... The Duke cut Mr. Dacre short. What are £500 to me? Besides, you don't know all. There is another letter, and I have heard from Mabel, but I will tell you all about it later. If you are coming, come. Folding up the letter, Mr. Dacre returned it to the Duke. As you say, what are £500 to you? It's as well they are not as much to you as they are to me, or I'm afraid... Hang it, Ivor, Do prose afterwards." The Duke hurried across the road. Mr. Dacre hastened after him. As they entered the arcade, they passed a constable. Mr. Dacre touched his companion's arm. "Don't you think we'd better ask our friend in blue to walk behind us? His neighbourhood might be handy." "Nonsense!" The Duke stopped short. "Ivor, this is my affair, not yours. If you are not content to play the part of silent witness, be so good as to leave me." "My dear Datchet, I'm entirely at your service. I can be every whit as insane as you, I do assure you." Side by side they moved rapidly down the Burlington Arcade. The Duke was obviously in a state of the extremest nervous tension. Mr. Dacre was equally obviously in a state of the most supreme enjoyment. People stared as they rushed past. The Duke saw nothing. Mr. Dacre saw everything and smiled. When they reached the Piccadilly end of the arcade, the Duke pulled up. He looked about him. Mr. Dacre also looked about him. "I see nothing of your white-hatted and gardenia buttonholed friend," said Ivor. The Duke referred to his watch. "It's not yet 5:30. I'm up to time." Mr. Dacre held his stick in front of him and leaned on it. He indulged himself with a beatific smile. "It strikes me, my dear Datchet, that you've been the victim of one of the finest things in hoaxes." "I hope I haven't kept you waiting." The voice which interrupted Mr. Dacre came from the rear. While they were looking in front of them, someone approached them from behind, apparently coming out of the shop which was at their backs. The speaker looked a gentleman. He sounded like one too. Costume, appearance, manner were beyond reproach, even beyond the criticism of two such keen critics as were these. The glorious attire of a London dandy was surmounted with a beautiful white top hat. In his buttonhole was a magnificent gardenia. In age the stranger was scarcely more than a boy, and a sunny-faced, handsome boy at that. His cheeks were hairless, his eyes were blue. His smile was not only innocent, it was bland. Never was there a more conspicuous illustration of that repose which stamps the caste of Vere de Vere. The Duke looked at him and glowered. Mr. Dacre looked at him and smiled. "Who are you?" asked the Duke. "Ah, that is the question." The newcomer's refined and musical voice breathed the very soul of affability. "I am an individual who is so unfortunate as to be in want of £500. Are you the scoundrel who sent me that infamous letter?" The charming stranger never turned a hair. "I am the scoundrel mentioned in that infamous letter who wants to accost you at the Piccadilly end of the Burlington Arcade before 5:30, as witness my white hat and my gardenia. Where's my wife?" The stranger gently swung his stick in front of him with his two hands. He regarded the Duke as a merry-hearted son might regard his father. The thing was beautiful. "Her Grace will be home almost as soon as you are, when you have given me the money which I perceive you have all ready for me in that scarcely elegant-looking canvas bag." He shrugged his shoulders quite gracefully. "Unfortunately, in these matters one has no choice. One is forced to ask for gold." "And suppose, instead of giving you what is in this canvas bag, I take you by the throat and choke the life right out of you?" "Or suppose," amended Mr. Dacre, "that you do better and commend this gentleman to the tender mercies of the first policeman we encounter." The stranger turned to Mr. Dacre. He condescended to become conscious of his presence. "Is this gentleman your Grace's friend? Ah, Mr. Dacre, I perceive. I have the honour of knowing Mr. Dacre, though possibly I am unknown to him." "You were until this moment." With an airy little laugh, the stranger returned to the Duke. He brushed an invisible speck of dust off the sleeve of his coat. "As has been intimated in that infamous letter, his Grace is at perfect liberty to give me into custody. Why not? Only," he said it with his boyish smile, "if a particular communication is not received from me in certain quarters within a certain time, the Duchess of Datchet's beautiful white arm will be hacked off at the shoulder." "You hound!" The Duke would have taken the stranger by the throat, and have done his best to choke the life right out of him then and there, if Mr. Dacre had not intervened. "Steady, old man." Mr. Dacre turned to the stranger. "You appear to be a pretty sort of a scoundrel." The stranger gave his shoulders that almost imperceptible shrug. "Oh, my dear Dacre, I am in want of money. I believe that you sometimes are in want of money too." Everybody knows that nobody knows where Ivor Dacre gets his money from, so the allusion must have tickled him immensely. "You're a cool hand," he said. "Some men are born that way." "So I should imagine. Men like you must be born, not made." "Precisely as you say." The stranger turned with his graceful smile to the Duke. "But are we not wasting precious time? I can assure your Grace that, in this particular matter, moments are of value." Mr. Dacre interposed before the Duke could answer. "If you take my strongly urged advice, Datchet, you will summon this constable who is now coming down the arcade, and hand this gentleman over to his keeping. I do not think that you need fear that the Duchess will lose her arm, or even her little finger. Scoundrels of this one's kidney are most amenable to reason when they have handcuffs on their wrists." The Duke plainly hesitated. He would, and he would not. The stranger, as he eyed him, seemed much amused. "My dear Duke, by all means act on Mr. Dacre's valuable suggestion. As I said before, why not? It would at least be interesting to see if the Duchess does or does not lose her arm. Almost as interesting to you as to Mr. Dacre. Those blackmailing, kidnapping scoundrels do use such empty menaces. Besides, you would have the pleasure of seeing me locked up. My imprisonment for life would recompense you even for the loss of her Grace's arm. And £500 is such a sum to have to pay, merely for a wife. Why not, therefore, act on Mr. Dacre's suggestion? Here comes the constable." The constable referred to was advancing toward them. He was not a dozen yards away. "Let me beckon to him. I will with pleasure." He took out his watch, a gold chronograph repeater. "There are scarcely 10 minutes left during which it will be possible for me to send the communication which I spoke of, so that it may arrive in time. As it will then be too late, and the instruments are already prepared for the little operation which her Grace is eagerly anticipating, it would, perhaps, be as well, after all, that you should give me into charge. You would have saved your £500, and you would, at any rate, have something in exchange for her Grace's mutilated limb. Ah, here is the constable. Officer!" The stranger spoke with such a pleasant little air of easy geniality that it was impossible to tell if he were in jest or in earnest. This fact impressed the Duke much more than if he had gone in for a liberal indulgence of the, under the circumstances, orthodox melodramatic scowling. And indeed, in the face of his own common sense, it impressed Mr. Ivor Dacre too. This well-bred, well-groomed youth was just the being to realise, au bout des ongles, a modern type of the devil, the type which depicts him as a perfect gentleman who keeps smiling all the time. The constable, whom this audacious rogue had signalled, approached the little group. He addressed the stranger. "Do you want me, sir?" "No, I do not want you. I think it is the Duke of Datchet." The constable, who knew the Duke very well by sight, saluted him as he turned to receive instructions. The Duke looked white, even savage. There was not a pleasant look in his eyes and about his lips. He appeared to be endeavouring to put a great restraint upon himself. There was a momentary silence. Mr. Dacre made a movement as if to interpose. The Duke caught him by the arm. He spoke. "No, constable, I do not want you. This person is mistaken." The constable looked as if he could not quite make out how such a mistake could have arisen, hesitated, then with another salute he moved away. The stranger was still holding his watch in his hand. "Only 8 minutes," he said. The Duke seemed to experience some difficulty in giving utterance to what he had to say. "If I give you this £500, you—" As the Duke paused, as if at a loss for language which was strong enough to convey his meaning, the stranger laughed. "Let us take the adjectives for granted. Besides, it is only boys who call each other names. Men do things. If you give me the 500 sovereigns which you have in that bag, at once, in 5 minutes it will be too late. I will promise, I will not swear. If you do not credit my simple promise, you will not believe my solemn affirmation. I will promise that, possibly within an hour, certainly within an hour and a half, the Duchess of Datchet shall return to you absolutely uninjured, except, of course, as you are already aware, with regard to a few of the hairs of her head. I will promise this on the understanding that you do not yourself attempt to see where I go, and that you will allow no one else to do so. This with a glance at Ivor Dacre. I shall know at once if I am followed. If you entertain such intentions, you had better, on all accounts, remain in possession of your £500. The Duke eyed him very grimly. I entertain no such intentions until the Duchess returns. Again the stranger indulged in that musical laugh of his. Ah, until the Duchess returns. Of course, then the bargain's at an end. When you are once more in the enjoyment of her Grace's society, you will be at liberty to set all the dogs in Europe at my heels. I assure you, I fully expect that you will do so. Why not? The Duke raised the canvas bag. My dear Duke, 10,000 thanks. You shall see her Grace at Datchet House, 'pon my honour, probably within the hour. Well, commented Ivor Dacre, when the stranger had vanished with the bag into Piccadilly, and as the Duke and himself moved toward Burlington Gardens, if a gentleman is to be robbed, it is as well that he should have another gentleman rob him. Part 3. Mr. Dacre eyed his companion covertly as they progressed. His Grace of Datchet appeared to have some fresh cause for uneasiness. All at once he gave it utterance, in a tone of voice which was extremely sombre. Ivor, do you think that scoundrel will dare to play me false? I think, murmured Mr. Dacre, that he has dared to play you pretty false already. I don't mean that, but I mean how am I to know, now that he has his money, that he will still not keep Mabel in his clutches? There came an echo from Mr. Dacre. Just so. How are you to know? I believe that something of this sort has been done in the States. I thought that they were content to kidnap them after they were dead. I was not aware that they had as yet got quite so far as the living. I believe that I have heard of something just like this. Possibly. They are giants over there. And in that case the scoundrels, when their demands are met, refuse to keep to the letter of the bargain and ask for more. The Duke stood still. He clinched his fists and swore. Ivor, if that villain doesn't keep his word, and Mabel isn't home within the hour, I shall go mad. My dear Datchet, Mr. Dacre loved strong language as little as he loved a scene. Let us trust to time and a little to your white-hatted and gardenia buttonholed friend's word of honour. You should have thought of possible eventualities before you showed your confidence, really. Suppose, instead of going mad, we first of all go home. A hansom stood waiting for a fare at the end of the arcade. Mr. Dacre had handed the Duke into it before his Grace had quite realised that the vehicle was there. Tell the fellow to drive faster. That was what the Duke said when the cab had started. My dear Datchet, the man's already driving his gearage off his legs. If a bobby catches sight of him, he'll take his number. A moment later, a murmur from the Duke. I don't know if you're aware that the Prince is coming to dinner. I'm perfectly aware of it. You take it uncommonly cool. How easy it is to bear our brother's burdens. Ivor, if Mabel doesn't turn up, I shall feel like murder. I sympathise with you, Datchet, with all my heart, though I may observe, parenthetically, that I very far from realise the situation even yet. Take my advice. If the Duchess does not show quite as soon as we both of us desire, don't make a scene. Just let me see what I can do. Judging from the expression of his countenance, the Duke was conscious of no overwhelming desire to witness an exhibition of Mr. Dacre's prowess. When the cab reached Datchet's house, his Grace dashed up the steps 3 at a time. The door flew open. Has the Duchess returned? Hereward! The voice floated downward from above. Someone came running down the stairs. It was her Grace of Datchet. Mabel! She actually rushed into the Duke's extended arms. And he kissed her, and she kissed him, before the servants. So you're not quite dead? She cried. I am almost, he said. She drew herself a little away from him. Hereward, were you seriously hurt? Do you suppose that I could have been otherwise than seriously hurt? My darling, was it a Pickford's van? The Duke started. A Pickford's van? I don't understand. But come in here. Come along, Ivor. Mabel, you don't see Ivor. How do you do, Mr. Dacre? Then the trio withdrew into a little anteroom. It was really time. Even then the pair conducted themselves as if Mr. Dacre had been nothing and no one. The Duke took the lady's 2 hands in his. He eyed her fondly. So you are uninjured, with the exception of that lock of hair? Where did the villain take it from? The lady looked a little puzzled. What lock of hair? From a large envelope which he took from his pocket the Duke produced a shining tress. It was the lock of hair which had arrived in the first communication. I will have it framed. You will have what framed? The Duchess glanced at what the Duke was so tenderly caressing, almost, as it seemed, a little dubiously. Whatever is it you have there? It is the lock of hair which that scoundrel sent me. Something in the lady's face caused him to ask a question. Didn't he tell you he had sent it to me? Hereward! Did the brute tell you that he meant to cut off your little finger? A very curious look came into the lady's face. She glanced at the Duke as if she, all at once, was half afraid of him. She cast at Mr. Dacre what really seemed to be a look of inquiry. Her voice was tremulously anxious. Hereward, did the accident affect you mentally? How could it not have affected me mentally? Do you think that my mental organisation is of steel? But you look so well. Of course I look well now that I have you back again. Tell me, darling, did that hound actually threaten you with cutting off your arm? If he did, I shall feel half inclined to kill him yet. The Duchess seemed positively to shrink from her better half's near neighbourhood. Hereward, was it a Pickford's van? The Duke seemed puzzled. Well, he might be. Was what a Pickford's van? The lady turned to Mr. Dacre. In her voice there was a ring of anguish. Mr. Dacre, tell me, was it a Pickford's van? Ivor could only imitate his relative's repetition of her inquiry. I don't quite catch you. Was what a Pickford's van? The Duchess clasped her hands in front of her. What is it you are keeping from me? What is it you are trying to hide? I implore you to tell me the worst, whatever it may be. Do not keep me any longer in suspense. You do not know what I have already endured. Mr. Dacre, is my husband mad? One need scarcely observe that the lady's amazing appeal to Mr. Dacre as to her husband's sanity was received with something like surprise. As the Duke continued to stare at her, a dreadful fear began to loom in his brain. My darling, your brain is unhinged. He advanced to take her 2 hands again in his, but to his unmistakable distress she shrank away from him. Hereward, don't touch me. How is it that I missed you? Why did you not wait until I came? Wait until you came? The Duke's bewilderment increased. Surely if your injuries turned out, after all, to be slight, that was all the more reason why you should have waited after sending for me like that. I sent for you? I? The Duke's tone was grave. My darling, perhaps you had better come upstairs. Not until we have had an explanation. You must have known that I should come. Why did you not wait for me after you had sent me that? The Duchess held out something to the Duke. He took it. It was a card, his own visiting card. Something was written on the back of it. He read aloud what was written. Mabel, come to me at once with the bearer. They tell me that they cannot take me home. It looks like my own writing. Looks like? It is your writing. It looks like it, and written with a shaky pen. My dear child, one's hand would shake at such a moment as that. Mabel, where did you get this? It was brought to me in Cane and Wilson's. Who brought it? Who brought it? Why, the man you sent. The man I sent? A slight burst upon the Duke's brain. He fell back a pace. It's a decoy. Her Grace echoed the words. The decoy? The scoundrel! To set a trap with such a bait. My poor innocent darling, did you think it came from me? Tell me, Mabel, where did he cut off your hair? Cut off my hair? Her Grace put her hand to her head as if to make sure that her hair was there. "Where did he take you to?" "He took me to Draper's Buildings." "Draper's Buildings?" "I have never been in the city before, but he told me it was Draper's Buildings. Isn't that near the Stock Exchange?" "Near the Stock Exchange?" It seemed rather a curious place to which to take a kidnapped victim. The man's audacity! "He told me that you were coming out of the Stock Exchange when a van knocked you over. He said that he thought it was a Pickford's van. Was it a Pickford's van?" "No, it was not a Pickford's van. Mabel, were you in Draper's Buildings when you wrote that letter?" "Wrote what letter?" "Have you forgotten it already? I do not believe that there is a word in it which will not be branded on my brain until I die." "Hereward, what do you mean? Surely you cannot have written me such a letter as that and then have forgotten it already?" He handed her the letter which had arrived in the second communication. She glanced at it askance, then she took it with a little gasp. "Hereward, if you don't mind, I think I'll take a chair." She took a chair. Whatever's this?" As she read the letter, the varying expressions which passed across her face were, in themselves, a study in psychology. Is it possible that you can imagine that, under any conceivable circumstances, I could have written such a letter as this? "Mabel!" She rose to her feet with emphasis. "Hereward, don't say that you thought this came from me." "Not from you?" He remembered Knowles's diplomatic reception of the epistle on its first appearance. "I suppose that you will say next that this is not a lock of your hair." "My dear child, what bee have you got in your bonnet? This a lock of my hair? Why, it's not in the least bit like my hair." Which was certainly inaccurate. As far as colour was concerned, it was an almost perfect match. The Duke turned to Mr. Dacre. "Ivor, I've had to go through a good deal this afternoon. If I have to go through much more, something will crack." He touched his forehead. "I think it's my turn to take a chair." Not the one which the Duchess had vacated, but one which faced it. He stretched out his legs in front of him. He thrust his hands into his trousers pockets. He said in a tone which was not gloomy, but absolutely gruesome, "Might I ask, Mabel, if you have been kidnapped?" "Kidnapped?" "The word I used was kidnapped, but I will spell it if you like, or I will get a dictionary, that you may see its meaning." The Duchess looked as if she was beginning to be not quite sure if she was awake or sleeping. She turned to Ivor. "Mr. Dacre, has the accident affected Hereward's brain?" The Duke took the words out of his cousin's mouth. "On that point, my dear, let me ease your mind. I don't know if you are under the impression that I should be the same shape after a Pickford's van had run over me as I was before, but in any case I have not been run over by a Pickford's van. So far as I am concerned, there has been no accident. Dismiss that delusion from your mind." "Oh!" "You appear surprised. One might even think that you were sorry. But may I now ask what you did when you arrived at Draper's Buildings?" "Did? I looked for you." "Indeed, and when you had looked in vain, what was the next item in your programme?" The lady shrank still farther from him. "Hereward, have you been having a jest at my expense? Can you have been so cruel?" Tears stood in her eyes. Rising, the Duke laid his hand upon her arm. "Mabel, tell me, what did you do when you had looked for me in vain?" "I looked for you upstairs and downstairs and everywhere. It was quite a large place. It took me ever such a time. I thought that I should go distracted. Nobody seemed to know anything about you, or even that there had been an accident at all. It was all offices. I couldn't make it out in the least, and the people didn't seem to be able to make me out either. And when I couldn't find you anywhere, I came straight home again." The Duke was silent for a moment. Then, with a funereal gravity, he turned to Mr. Dacre. He put to him this question: "Ivor, what are you laughing at?" Mr. Dacre drew his hand across his mouth with rather a suspicious gesture. "My dear fellow, only a smile." The Duchess looked from one to the other. "What have you two been doing? What is the joke?" With an air of preternatural solemnity, the Duke took two letters from the breast pocket of his coat. "Mabel, you have already seen your letter. You have already seen the lock of your hair. Just look at this and that." He gave her the two very singular communications which had arrived in such a mysterious manner, and so quickly one after the other. She read them with wide open eyes. Hereward! Wherever did these come from? The Duke was standing with his legs apart, and his hands in his trousers pockets. I would give another £500 to know. Shall I tell you, madam, what I have been doing? I have been presenting 500 golden sovereigns to a perfect stranger with a top hat and a gardenia in his buttonhole. Whatever for? If you have perused those documents which you have in your hand, you will have some faint idea. Ivor, when it's your funeral, I'll smile. Mabel, Duchess of Datchet, it is beginning to dawn upon the vacuum which represents my brain that I've been the victim of one of the prettiest things in practical jokes that ever yet was planned. When that fellow brought you that card at Cane & Wilson's, which I need scarcely tell you never came from me, someone walked out of the front entrance who was so exactly like you that both Barnes and Moysey took her for you. Moysey showed her into the carriage, and Barnes drove her home. But when the carriage reached home, it was empty. Your double had got out upon the road. The Duchess uttered a sound which was half gasp, half sigh. Hereward! Barnes and Moysey, with beautiful and childlike innocence, when they found that they had brought the thing home empty, came straightway and told me that you had jumped out of the brougham while it had been driving full pelt through the streets. While I was digesting that piece of information, there came the first epistle with the lock of your hair. Before I had time to digest that, there came the second epistle with yours inside. It seems incredible. It sounds incredible, but unfathomable is the folly of man, especially of a man who loves his wife. The Duke crossed to Mr. Dacre. I don't want, Ivor, to suggest anything in the way of bribery and corruption, but if you could keep this matter to yourself and not mention it to your friends, our white-hatted and gardenia buttonholed acquaintance is welcome to the £500, and... Mabel, what on earth are you laughing at? The Duchess appeared, all at once, to be seized with inextinguishable laughter. Hereward, she cried, just think how that man must be laughing at you. And the Duke of Datchet thought of it. End of The Lost Duchess by Anonymous.
My Favorite Murder, from the Parenticide Club by Ambrose Bierce. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dale Grothman. My Favorite Murder by Ambrose Bierce. Having murdered my mother under circumstances of singular atrocity, I was arrested and put upon my trial, which lasted 7 years. In charging the jury, the judge of the Court of Acquittal remarked that it was one of the most ghastly crimes he had ever been called upon to explain away. At this my attorney rose and said, "May it please your honor, crimes are ghastly or agreeable only by comparison. If you were familiar with the details of my client's previous murder of his uncle, you would discern in his latest offense, if offense it may be called, something in the nature of a tender forbearance and filial consideration for the feelings of the victim. The appalling ferocity of the former assassination was indeed inconsistent with any hypothesis but that of guilt, and had it not been for the fact that the honorable judge before whom he was tried was the president of a life insurance company that took risks on hanging, and in which my client held a policy, it is hard to see how he could decently have been acquitted. If your honor would like to hear about it for instruction and guidance of your honor's mind, this unfortunate man, my client, will consent to give himself the pain of relating it under oath." The district attorney said, "Your honor, I object. Such a statement would be in the nature of evidence, and the testimony of this case is closed. The prisoner's statement should have been introduced 3 years ago, in the spring of 1881. "In a statutory sense," said the judge, "you are right, and in the court of objections and technicalities, you would get a ruling in your favor. but not in the court of acquittal. The objection is overruled." "I accept," said the district attorney. "You cannot do that," the judge said. "I must remind you that in order to take an exception, you must first get this case transferred for a time to the Court of Exceptions on a formal motion duly supported by affidavits. A motion to that effect by your predecessor in office was denied by me during the first year of this trial. Mr. Clerk, swear the prisoner." The customary oath having been administered, I made the following statement, which impressed the judge with so strong a sense of comparative triviality of the offense for which I was on trial that he made no further search for mitigating circumstances, but simply instructed the jury to acquit, and I left the court without a stain on my reputation. I was born in 1856 in Kalamazoo, Michigan, of honest and reputable parents, one of whom Heaven has mercifully spared to comfort me in my later years. In 1867 the family came to California and settled near Niggerhead, where my father opened a road agency and prospered beyond the dreams of avarice. He was a reticent, saturnine man then, though his increasing years have somewhat relaxed the austerity of his disposition, and I believe that nothing but his memory of the sad event for which I am now on trial prevents him from manifesting a genuine hilarity. 4 years after we had set up the road agency, an itinerant preacher came along, and having no other way to pay for a night's lodging that we gave him, favored us with an exhortation of such power that, praise God, we were all converted to religion. My father at once sent for his brother, the Honorable William Ridley of Stockton, and on his arrival turned over the agency to him, charging him nothing for the franchise nor plant, the latter consisting of a Winchester rifle, a sawed-off shotgun, and an assortment of masks made out of flour sacks. The family then moved to Ghost Rock and opened a dance hall. It was called the Saints' Rest Hurdy-Gurdy, and the proceedings every night began with prayer. It was there that my now sainted mother, by her grace in the dance, acquired the sobriquet, the Bucking Walrus. In the fall of '75, I had occasion to visit Coyote on the road to Mahala, and took the stage at Ghost Rock. There were 4 other passengers. About 3 miles beyond Niggerhead, persons whom I identified as my Uncle William and his 2 sons held up the stage. Finding nothing in the express box, they went through the passengers. I acted a most honorable part in the affair, placing myself in line with the others, holding up my hands, and permitting myself to be deprived of $40 and a gold watch. From my behavior, no one could have suspected that I knew the gentleman who gave the entertainment. A few days later, when I went to Niggerhead and asked for the return of my money and watch, my uncle and cousin swore they knew nothing of the matter, and they affected a belief that my father and I had done the job ourselves in dishonest violation of commercial good faith. Uncle William even threatened to retaliate by starting an opposition dance house at Ghost Rock. As the Saints' Rest had become rather unpopular, I saw that this would assuredly ruin it, and prove a paying enterprise. So I told my uncle that I was willing to overlook the past if he would take me into the scheme and make the partnership a secret from my father. This fair offer he rejected, and then I perceived that it would be better and more satisfactory if he were dead. My plan to that end was soon perfected, and communicating them to my dear parents, I had the gratification of receiving their approval. My father said that he was proud of me, and my mother promised that, although her religion forbade her to assist in the taking of human life, I should have the advantage of her prayers for my success. As a preliminary measure looking to my security in case of detection, I made an application for membership in that powerful order, the Knights of Murder, and in due course was received as a member of the Ghost Rock Commandery. On the day that my probation ended, I was for the first time permitted to inspect the records of the order and learn who belonged to it, all the rites of initiation having been conducted in masks. Fancy my delight when, in looking over the roll of membership, I found the third name to be that of my uncle, who indeed was a junior vice-chancellor of the order. Here was an opportunity exceeding my wildest dreams. To murder, I could add insubordination and treachery. It is what my good mother would have called a special providence. At about this time something occurred that caused my cup of joy, already full, to overflow on all sides, a circular cataract of bliss. 3 men, strangers in that locality, were arrested for the stage robbery in which I had lost my money and watch. They were brought to trial, and despite my efforts to clear them and fasten the guilt upon 3 of the most respectable and worthy citizens of Ghost Rock, convicted on the clearest proof. The murder would now be as wanton and reckless as I could wish. One morning I shouldered my Winchester rifle, and going over to my uncle's house near Niggerhead, asked my Aunt Mary, his wife, if he were home, adding that I had come to kill him. My Aunt Mary replied, with her peculiar smile, that so many gentlemen called on that errand, and were afterward carried away without having performed it, that I must excuse her for doubting my good faith in the matter. She said I did not look as if I would kill anybody, so as an act of good faith I leveled my rifle and wounded a Chinaman who happened to be passing the house. She said she knew whole families that could do a thing of that kind, but Bill Ridley was a horse of another color. She said, however, that I would find him over on the other side of the creek in the sheep lot, and she added that she hoped the best men would win. My Aunt Mary is one of the most fair-minded women I have ever met. I found my uncle down on his knees, engaged in skinning a sheep. Seeing that he had neither gun nor pistol handy, I had not the heart to shoot him. So I approached him, greeted him pleasantly, and struck him a powerful blow on the head with the butt of my rifle. I have a very good delivery, and Uncle William lay down on his side, then rolled over on his back, spread out his fingers, and shivered. Before he could recover the use of his limbs, I seized the knife that he had been using and cut his hamstrings. You know doubtless that when you sever the tendo Achillis, the patient has no further use of his legs. It is just the same as if he had no legs. Well, I parted them both, and when he revived, he was at my service. As soon as he comprehended the situation, he said, "Samuel, you have got the drop on me, and can afford to be generous. I have only one thing to ask you, and that is that you carry me to the house and finish me in the bosom of my family." I told him I thought that a pretty reasonable request, and I would do so if he would let me put him into a wheat sack. He would be easier to carry that way, and if we were seen by the neighbors en route, it would cause less remark. He agreed to that, and going into the barn I got a sack. This, however, did not fit him. It was too short and much wider than he, so I bent his legs, forcing his knees up against his breast, and got him into it that way, tying the sack above his head. He was a heavy man, and I had all that I could do to get him on my back, but I staggered along for some distance until I came to a swing that some of the children had suspended in the branch of an oak. Here I laid him down and sat upon him to rest, and the sight of the rope gave me a happy inspiration. In 20 minutes my uncle, still in the sack, swung free to the sport of the wind. I had taken down the rope, tied one end tightly around the mouth of the bag, thrown the other across the limb, and hauled him up about 5 feet from the ground. Fastening the other end of the rope also about the mouth of the sack, I had the satisfaction to see my uncle converted into a large, fine pendulum. I must add that he was not himself entirely aware of the nature of the change that he had undergone in his relation to the exterior world, though, in justice to a good man's memory, I ought to say that I do not think he would in any case have wasted much of my time in vain remonstrance. Uncle William had a ram that was famous in all that region as a fighter. It was in a state of chronic constitutional indignation. Some deep disappointment in early life had soured its disposition, and it had declared war upon the whole world. To say that it would butt anything accessible is but faintly to express the nature and scope of its military activity. The universe was its antagonist, its method that of a projectile. It fought like the angels and devils, in mid-air, cleaving the atmosphere like a bird, describing a parabolic curve and descending upon its victim at just the exact angle of incidence to make the most of its velocity and weight. Its momentum, calculated in foot-tons, was something incredible. It had been seen to destroy a 4-year-old bull by a single impact upon the animal's gnarled forehead. No stone wall had ever been known to resist its downward swoop. There were no trees tough enough to stay it. It would splinter them into matchwood and defile their leafy honors in the dust. This irascible and implacable brute, this incarnate thunderbolt, this monster of the upper deep, I had seen reposing in the shade of an adjacent tree, dreaming dreams of conquest and glory. It was with a view to summoning it forth to the field of honor that I suspended its master in the manner described. Having completed my preparations, I imparted to the avuncular pendulum a gentle oscillation, and retired to cover behind the contiguous rock, lifting up my voice in a long, raspy cry, whose diminished final note was drowned in the noise like that of a swearing cat, which emanated from the sack. Instantly that formidable sheep was upon its feet, and had taken in the military situation at a glance. In a few moments it had approached, stamping, to within 50 yards of the swinging foeman, who, now retreating and anon advancing, seemed to invite the fray. Suddenly I saw the beast's head drop earthward, as if depressed by the weight of its enormous horns. Then a dim, white, wavy streak of sheep prolonged itself from that spot in a generally horizontal direction to within about 4 yards of a point immediately beneath the enemy. There it struck sharply upward, and before it had faded from my gaze at the place whence it had set out, I heard a horrible thump and a piercing scream, and my poor uncle shot forward, with a slack rope higher than the limb to which he was attached. Here the rope tautened with a jerk, arresting his flight, and back he swung in a breathless curve to the other end of his arc. The ram had fallen, a heap of indistinguishable legs, wool, and horns, but pulled itself together, and dodging as its antagonist swept downward, it retired at random, alternately shaking its head and stamping its forefoot. When it had backed about the same distance as that from which it had delivered the assault, it paused again, bowed its head as if in prayer for victory, and again shot forward, dimly visible as before, a prolonged white streak with monstrous undulations, ending with a sharp ascension. Its course this time was at a right angle to its former one, and its impatience so great that it struck the enemy before he had nearly reached the lowest point of his arc. In consequence, he went flying round and round in a horizontal circle, whose radius was about equal to half the length of the rope, which I forgot to say was nearly 20 feet long. His shrieks, crescendo in approach and diminuendo in recession, made the rapidity of his revolution more obvious to the ear than to the eye. He had evidently not yet been struck in a vital spot. His posture in the sack and the distance from the ground at which he hung compelled the ram to operate upon his lower extremities and the end of his back. Like a plant that has stuck its root into some poisonous mineral, my poor uncle was dying slowly upward. After delivering its second blow, the ram had not again retired. The fever of battle burned hot in its heart. Its brain was intoxicated with the wine of strife. Like a pugilist who in his rage forgets his skill and fights ineffectively at half-arm's length, the angry beast endeavored to reach its fleeting foe by awkward vertical leaps as he passed overhead, sometimes, indeed, succeeding in striking him feebly, but more frequently overthrown by its own misguided eagerness. But as the impetus was exhausted, and the man's circles narrowed in scope and diminished in speed, bringing him nearer to the ground, these tactics produced better results, eliciting a superior quality of screams, which I greatly enjoyed. Suddenly, as if the bugles had sung truce, the ram suspended its hostilities and walked away, thoughtfully wrinkling and smoothing its great aquiline nose, and occasionally cropping a bunch of grass and slowly munching it. It seemed to have tired of war's alarms and resolved to beat the sword into a plowshare and cultivate the arts of peace. Steadily it held its course away from the field of fame until it had gained a distance of nearly a quarter of a mile. There it stopped and stood with its rear to the foe, chewing its cud and apparently half asleep. I observed, however, an occasional slight turn of its head, as if its apathy were more affected than real. Meantime, my Uncle William's shrieks had abated with his motion, and nothing was heard from him but long, low moans, and at long intervals my name, uttered in pleading tones exceedingly grateful to my ear. Evidently the man had not the faintest notion of what was being done to him, and was inexpressibly terrified. When death comes cloaked in mystery, he is terrible indeed. Little by little my uncle's oscillations diminished, and finally he hung motionless. I went to him and was about to give him the coup de grace, when I heard and felt a succession of smart shocks, which shook the ground like a series of light earthquakes, and turned in the direction of the ram, saw a long cloud of dust approaching me with inconceivable rapidity and alarming effect. At a distance of some 30 yards away it stopped short, and from the near end of it rose into the air what I at first thought a great white bird. Its ascent was so smooth and easy and regular that I could not realize its extraordinary celerity, and was lost in admiration of its grace. To this day the impression remains that it was a slow, deliberate movement, being upborne by some power other than its own impetus, and supported through the successive stages of its flight with infinite tenderness and care. My eyes followed its progress through the air with unspeakable pleasure, all the greater by contrast with my former terror of its approach by land. Onward and upward the noble animal sailed, its head bent down almost between its knees, its forefeet thrown back, its hind feet trailing to the rear like the legs of a soaring heron. At a height of 40 or 50 feet, as fond recollection presents it to view, it attained its zenith, and appeared to remain an instant stationary. Then, tilting suddenly forward without altering the relative position of its parts, it shot downward on a steeper and steeper course with augmenting velocity, passed immediately above me with a noise like the rush of a cannon shot, and struck my poor uncle almost squarely on the top of the head. So frightful was the impact that not only the man's neck was broken, but the rope too, and the body of the deceased, forced against the earth, was crushed to pulp beneath the awful front of that meteoric sheep. The concussion stopped all the clocks between Lone Hand and Dutch Dave's, and Professor Davidson, a distinguished authority in matters seismic, who happened to be in the vicinity, promptly explained that the vibrations were from north to southwest. Altogether, I cannot help thinking that in point of artistic atrocity, my murder of my Uncle William has seldom been excelled. The end of My Favorite Murder by Ambrose Bierce.
The Adventure of the Noble Bachelor by Arthur Conan Doyle. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Peter Tomlinson. The Lord St. Simon marriage and its curious termination have long ceased to be a subject of interest in those exalted circles in which the unfortunate bridegroom moves. Fresh scandals have eclipsed it, and their more piquant details have drawn the gossips away from this 4-year-old drama. As I have reason to believe, however, that the full facts had never been revealed to the general public, and as my friend Sherlock Holmes had a considerable share in clearing the matter up, I feel no memoir of him would be complete without some little sketch of this remarkable episode. It was a few weeks before my own marriage, during the days when I was still sharing rooms with Holmes in Baker Street, that he came home from an afternoon stroll to find a letter on the table waiting for him. I had remained indoors all day, for the weather had taken a sudden turn to rain, with high autumnal winds, and the Jezail bullet which I had brought back in one of my limbs as a relic of my Afghan campaign throbbed with dull persistence. With my body in one easy chair and my legs upon another, I had surrounded myself with a cloud of newspapers until at last, saturated with the news of the day, I tossed them all aside and lay listless, watching the huge crest and monogram upon the envelope upon the table, and wondering lazily who my friend's noble correspondent could be. "Here is a very fashionable epistle," I remarked as he entered. "Your morning letters, if I remember right, were from a fishmonger and a tide waiter." "Yes, my correspondence has certainly the charm of variety," he answered, smiling, "and the humbler are usually the more interesting. This looks like one of those unwelcome social summonses which call upon a man either to be bored or to lie." He broke the seal and glanced over the contents. "Oh, come, it may prove to be something of interest after all." "Not social, then?" "No, distinctly professional." "And from a noble client?" "One of the highest in England." "My dear fellow, I congratulate you. I assure you, Watson, without affectation, that the status of my client is a matter of less moment to me than the interest of his case. It is just possible, however, that that also may not be wanting in this new investigation. You have been reading the papers diligently of late, have you not?" "It looks like it," said I ruefully, pointing to a huge bundle in the corner. "I've nothing else to do." "It is fortunate, for you will perhaps be able to post me up. I read nothing except the criminal news and the agony column. The latter is always instructive. But if you have followed recent events so closely, you must have read about Lord St. Simon and his wedding." "Oh, yes, with the deepest interest." "That is well. The letter which I hold in my hand is from Lord St. Simon. I will read it to you, and in return you must turn over these papers and let me have whatever bears upon the matter. This is what he says: "My dear Mr. Sherlock Holmes, Lord Backwater tells me that I may place implicit reliance upon your judgment and discretion. I have determined, therefore, to call upon you and to consult you in reference to the very painful event which has occurred in connection with my wedding. Mr. Lestrade of Scotland Yard is acting already in the matter, but he assures me that he sees no objection to your cooperation, and that he even thinks that it might be of some assistance. I will call at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and, should you have any other engagement at that time, I hope that you will postpone it, as this matter is of paramount importance. Yours faithfully, St. Simon." It is dated from Grosvenor Mansions, written with a quill pen, and the noble lord has had the misfortune to get a smear of ink upon the outer side of his right little finger, remarked Holmes as he folded up the epistle. "He says 4 o'clock. It is 3 now. He will be here in an hour." "Then I have just time, with your assistance, to get clear upon the subject. Turn over those papers and arrange the extracts in their order of time, while I take a glance as to who our client is." He picked a red-covered volume from a line of books of reference beside the mantelpiece. "Here he is," said he, sitting down and flattening it out upon his knee. "Lord Robert Walsingham de Vere St. Simon, second son of the Duke of Balmoral. Arms, azure, 3 caltrops in chief over a fess sable. Born in 1846. He's 41 years of age, which is mature for marriage. Was Under Secretary for the Colonies in a late administration. The Duke, his father, was at one time Secretary for Foreign Affairs. They inherit Plantagenet blood by direct descent, and Tudor on the distaff side. Ha ha! Well, there's nothing very instructive in all this. I think that I must turn to you, Watson, for something more solid." "I have very little difficulty in finding what I want," said I, "for the facts are quite recent, and the matter struck me as remarkable. I feared to refer them to you, however, as I knew that you had an inquiry on hand, and that you disliked the intrusion of other matters." "Oh, you mean the little problem of the Grosvenor Square furniture van? That is quite cleared up now, though, indeed, it was obvious from the first. Pray give me the results of your newspaper selections. Here is the first notice which I can find. It is in the personal column of the Morning Post, and dates, as you see, some weeks back. A marriage has been arranged, it says, and will, if rumour is correct, very shortly take place between Lord Robert St. Simon, second son of the Duke of Balmoral, and Miss Hattie Doran, the only daughter of Aloysius Doran, Esquire, of San Francisco, Cal, USA. That is all." "Terse and to the point," remarked Holmes, stretching his long, thin legs towards the fire. There was a paragraph amplifying this in one of the society papers of the same week. Ah, here it is. "There will soon be a call for protection in the marriage market, for the present free trade principle appears to tell heavily against our home product. One by one the management of the noble houses of Great Britain is passing into the hands of our fair cousins from across the Atlantic. An important addition has been made during the last week to the list of the prizes which have been borne away by these charming invaders. Lord St. Simon, who has shown himself for over 20 years proof against the little god's arrows, has now definitely announced his approaching marriage with Miss Hattie Doran, the fascinating daughter of a Californian millionaire. Miss Doran, whose graceful figure and striking face attracted much attention at the Westbury House festivities, is an only child, and it is currently reported that her dowry will run into considerably over the 6 figures, with expectancies for the future. As it is an open secret that the Duke of Balmoral has been compelled to sell his pictures within the last few years, and as Lord St. Simon has no property of his own save the small estate of Birchmoor, it is obvious that the Californian heiress is not the only gainer by an alliance which will enable her to make the easy and common transition from a Republican lady to a British peeress. "Anything else?" asked Holmes, yawning. "Oh, yes, plenty. Then there is another note in the Morning Post to say that the marriage would be an absolutely quiet one, that it would be at St. George's, Hanover Square, that only half a dozen intimate friends would be invited, and that the party would return to the furnished house at Lancaster Gate that has been taken by Mr. Aloysius Doran. 2 days later, that is on Wednesday last, there was a curt announcement that the wedding had taken place, and that the honeymoon would be passed at Lord Blackwater's place near Petersfield. Those are all the notices which appeared before the disappearance of the bride." "Before the what?" asked Holmes, with a start. "The vanishing of the lady." "When did she vanish, then?" "At the wedding breakfast." "Indeed. This is more interesting than it promised to be. Quite dramatic, in fact. Yes, it struck me as being a little out of the common. They often vanish before the ceremony, and occasionally during the honeymoon, but I cannot call to mind anything quite so prompt as this. Pray let me have the details." "I warn you that they are very incomplete. Perhaps we may make them less so. Such as they are set forth in a single article of a morning paper of yesterday, which I will read to you. It is headed, "Singular Occurrence at a Fashionable Wedding." The family of Lord Robert St. Simon has been thrown into the greatest consternation by the strange and painful episodes which have taken place in connection with his wedding. The ceremony, as shortly announced in the papers of yesterday, occurred on the previous morning, but it is only now that it has been possible to confirm the strange rumours which have been so persistently floating about. In spite of the attempts of the friends to hush the matter up, so much public attention has now been drawn to it that no good purpose can be served by affecting to disregard what is a common subject for conversation. The ceremony, which was performed at St. George's, Hanover Square, was a very quiet one, no one being present save the father of the bride, Mr. Aloysius Doran, the Duchess of Balmoral, Lord Blackwater, Lord Eustace and Lady Clare St. Simon, the younger brother and sister of the bridegroom, and Lady Alicia Whittington. The whole party proceeded afterwards to the house of Mr. Aloysius Doran, at Lancaster Gate, where breakfast had been prepared. It appears that some little trouble was caused by a woman, whose name has not been ascertained, who endeavoured to force her way into the house after the bridal party, alleging that she had some claim upon Lord St. Simon. It was only after a painful and prolonged scene that she was ejected by the butler and the footman. The bride, who had fortunately entered the house before this unpleasant interruption, had sat down to breakfast with the rest, when she complained of a sudden indisposition and retired to her room. A prolonged absence having caused some comment, her father followed her, but learned from her maid that she had only come up to her chamber for an instant, caught up an ulster and bonnet, and hurried down to the passage. One of the footmen declared that he had seen a lady leave the house thus apparelled, but had refused to credit that it was his mistress, believing her to be with the company. On ascertaining that his daughter had disappeared, Mr. Aloysius Doran, in conjunction with the bridegroom, instantly put themselves in communication with the police, and very energetic inquiries are being made, which will probably result in a speedy clearing up of this very singular business. Up to a late hour last night, however, nothing had transpired as to the whereabouts of the missing lady. There are rumours of foul play in the matter, and it is said that the police have caused the arrest of the woman who had caused the original disturbance, in the belief that, from jealousy or some other motive, she may have been concerned in the strange disappearance of the bride. And is that all? Only one little item in another of the morning papers, but it is a suggestive one. And it is that Miss Flora Miller, the lady who had caused the disturbance, has actually been arrested. It appears that she was formerly a danseuse at the Allegro, and that she has known the bridegroom for some years. There are no further particulars, and the whole case is in your hands now, so far as it has been set forth in the public press. And an exceedingly interesting case it appears to be. I would not have missed it for worlds, but there is a ring at the bell, Watson, and as the clock makes it a few minutes after 4, I have no doubt that this will prove to be our noble client. Do not dream of going, Watson, for I very much prefer having a witness, if only as a check to my own memory. Lord Robert St. Simon, announced our page boy, throwing open the door. A gentleman entered, with a pleasant, cultured face, high-nosed and pale, with something perhaps of petulance about the mouth, and with the steady, well-opened eye of a man whose pleasant lot it had ever been to command and to be obeyed. His manner was brisk, and yet his general appearance gave an undue impression of age, for he had a slight forward stoop and a little bend of the knees as he walked. His hair, too, as he swept off his very curly-brimmed hat, was grizzled around the edges and thin upon the top. As to his dress, it was careful to the verge of foppishness, with high collar, black frock coat, white waistcoat, yellow gloves, patent leather shoes, and light-coloured gaiters. He advanced slowly into the room, turning his head from left to right, and swinging in his right hand the cord which held his golden eyeglasses. "Good day, Lord St. Simon," said Holmes, rising and bowing. "Pray take the basket chair. This is my friend and colleague, Dr. Watson. Draw up a little to the fire, and we will talk this matter over." "A most painful matter to me, as you can most readily imagine, Mr. Holmes. I have been cut to the quick. I understand that you have already managed several delicate cases of this sort, sir, though I presume that they were hardly for the same class of society. No, I am descending. I beg pardon? My last client of the sort was a king. Oh, really? I had no idea. And which king? The king of Scandinavia. What? Had he lost his wife? You can understand, said Holmes suavely, that I extend to the affairs of my other clients the same secrecy which I promised to you is yours. Of course. Very right, very right. I'm sure I beg pardon. As to my own case, I'm ready to give you any information which may assist you in forming an opinion. Thank you. I have already learned all that is in the public prints, nothing more. I presume that I may take it as correct, this article, for example, as to the disappearance of the bride. Lord St. Simon glanced over it. Yes, it is correct as far as it goes, but it needs a great deal of supplementing before anyone could offer an opinion. I think that I may arrive at my facts most directly by questioning you. Pray do so. When did you first meet Miss Hattie Doran? In San Francisco, a year ago. You were travelling in the States? Yes. Did you become engaged then? No, but you were on a friendly footing. I was amused by her society, and she could see that I was amused. Her father is very rich? He is said to be the richest man on the Pacific slope. And how did he make his money? In mining. He had nothing a few years ago. Then he struck gold, invested it, and came up leaps and bounds. Now, what is your own impression as to the young lady's, your wife's, character? The nobleman swung his glasses a little faster and stared down into the fire. You see, Mr. Holmes, said he, my wife was 20 before her father became a rich man. During that time she ran free in a mining camp and wandered through woods or mountains, so that her education has come from nature rather than from the schoolmaster. She is what we call in England a tomboy, with a strong nature, wild and free, unfettered by any sort of traditions. She is impetuous, volcanic, I was about to say. She is swift in making up her mind and fearless in carrying out her resolutions. On the other hand, I would not have given her the name which I have the honour to bear, he gave a little stately cough, had I not thought her to be at bottom a noble woman. I believe that she is capable of heroic self-sacrifice, and that anything dishonourable would be repugnant to her. Have you her photograph? I brought this with me. He opened a locket and showed us the full face of a very lovely woman. It was not a photograph but an ivory miniature, and the artist had brought out the full effect of the lustrous black hair, the large dark eyes, and the exquisite mouth. Holmes gazed long and earnestly at it. Then he closed the locket and handed it back to Lord St. Simon. The young lady came to London, then, and you renewed your acquaintance? Yes, her father brought her over for this last London season. I met her several times, became engaged to her, and have now married her. She brought, I understand, a considerable dowry. A fair dowry, not more than is usual in my family. And this, of course, remains to you, since the marriage is a fait accompli. I really have made no inquiries on the subject. Very naturally not. Did you see Miss Doran on the day before the wedding? Yes. Was she in good spirits? Never better. She kept talking of what we should do in our future lives. Indeed, this is very interesting. And on the morning of the wedding, she was as bright as possible, at least until after the ceremony. And did you observe any change in her then? Well, to tell the truth, I saw then the first signs that I had ever seen that her temper was just a little sharp. The incident, however, was too trivial to relate, and can have no possible bearing upon the case. Pray let us have it for all that. Oh, it is childish. She dropped her bouquet as she went towards the vestry. She was passing the front pew at the time, and it fell over into the pew. There was a moment's delay, but the gentleman in the pew handed it up to her again, and it did not appear to be worse for the fall. Yet when I spoke to her of the matter, she answered me abruptly, and in the carriage on our way home she seemed absurdly agitated over this trifling cause. Indeed, you say that there was a gentleman in the pew. Some of the general public were present then? Oh, yes. It is impossible to exclude them when the church is open. This gentleman was not one of your wife's friends? No, no. I called him a gentleman by courtesy, but he was quite a common-looking person. I hardly noticed his appearance, but really I think that we are wandering rather far from the point. Lady St. Simon, then, returned from the wedding in a less cheerful frame of mind than when she had gone to it. What did she do on re-entering her father's house? I saw her in conversation with her maid. And who is her maid? Alice is her name. She is an American and came from California with her. A confidential servant? A little too much so. It seemed to me that her mistress allowed her to take great liberties. Still, of course, in America they look upon these things in a different way. How long did she speak to this Alice? Oh, a few minutes. I had something else to think of. You did not overhear what they said? Lady St. Simon said something about jumping a claim. She was accustomed to using slang of the kind. I have no idea what she meant. American slang is very expressive sometimes. And what did your wife do when she finished speaking to her maid? She walked into the breakfast room. On your arm? No, alone. She was very independent in little matters like that. Then, after we had sat down for 10 minutes or so, she rose hurriedly, muttered some words of apology, and left the room. She never came back. But this maid, Alice, as I understand, deposes that she went to her room, covered her bride's dress with a long ulster, put on a bonnet, and went out. Quite so, and she was afterwards seen walking in Hyde Park in company with Flora Miller, a woman who is now in custody, and who had already made a disturbance at Mr. Doran's house that morning. Ah, yes, I should like a few particulars as to this young lady and your relations to her. Lord St. Simon shrugged his shoulders and raised his eyebrows. We have been on a friendly footing for some years, I may say on a very friendly footing. She used to be at the Allegro. I have not treated her ungenerously, and she had no just cause of complaint against me, but you know what women are, Mr. Holmes. Flora was a dear little thing, but exceedingly hot-headed and devotedly attached to me. She wrote me dreadful letters when she had heard that I was about to be married, and, to tell the truth, the reason why I had the marriage celebrated so quietly was that I feared lest there might be a scandal in the church. She came to Mr. Doran's door just after we returned, and she endeavoured to push her way in, uttering very abusive expressions towards my wife, and even threatening her, but I had foreseen the possibility of something of the sort, and I had 2 police fellows there in private clothes, who soon pushed her out again. She was quiet when she saw that there was no good in making a row. Did your wife hear all this? No, thank goodness she did not. And she was seen walking with this very woman afterwards. Yes, that is what Mr. Lestrade of Scotland Yard looks upon as so serious. It is thought that Flora decoyed my wife out and laid some terrible trap for her. Well, it is a possible supposition. You think so, too? I did not say a probable one, but you do not yourself look upon this as likely. I do not think Flora would hurt a fly. Still, jealousy is a strange transformer of characters. Pray, what is your own theory as to what took place? Well, really, I came to seek a theory, not to propound one. I have given you all the facts. Since you ask me, however, I may say that it has occurred to me as possible that the excitement of this affair, the consciousness that she had made so immense a social stride, had the effect of causing some little nervous disturbance in my wife. In short, that she had become suddenly deranged. Well, really, when I consider that she has turned her back, I will not say upon me, but upon so much that many have aspired to without success, I can hardly explain it in any other fashion. Well, certainly that is also a conceivable hypothesis, said Holmes, smiling. And now, Lord St. Simon, I think that I have nearly all my data. May I ask whether you were seated at the breakfast table so that you could see out of the window? We could see the other side of the road and the park. Quite so. Then I do not think that I need to detain you longer. I shall communicate with you. Should you be fortunate enough to solve this problem, said our client, rising, I have solved it. Eh? What was that? I say that I have solved it. Where, then, is my wife? That is a detail which I shall speedily supply. Lord St. Simon shook his head. "I am afraid that it will take wiser heads than yours or mine," he remarked, and bowing in a stately old-fashioned manner, he departed. "It is very good of Lord St. Simon to honour my head by putting it on a level with his own," said Sherlock Holmes, laughing. "I think that I shall have a whisky and soda and a cigar after all this cross-questioning. I had formed my conclusions as to the case before our client came into the room." "My dear Holmes!" "I have notes of several similar cases, though none, as I remarked before, which were quite as prompt. My whole examination served to turn my conjecture into a certainty. Circumstantial evidence is occasionally very convincing, as when you find a trout in the milk, to quote Thoreau's example. But I have heard all that you have heard, without, however, the knowledge of pre-existing cases which serves me so well. There was a parallel instance in Aberdeen some years back, and something on very much the same lines at Munich the year after the Franco-Prussian War. It is one of those cases. But, hello, here is Lestrade." "Good afternoon, Lestrade. You will find an extra tumbler upon the sideboard, and there are cigars in the box." The official detective was attired in a pea-jacket and cravat, which gave him a decidedly nautical appearance, and he carried a black canvas bag in his hand. With a short greeting he seated himself and lit the cigar which had been offered to him. "What's up, then?" asked Holmes, with a twinkle in his eye. "You look dissatisfied." "And I feel dissatisfied. It is this infernal St. Simon marriage case. I can make neither head nor tail of the business." "Really? You surprise me. Who ever heard of such a mixed affair? Every clue seems to slip through my fingers. I've been at work upon it all day." "And very wet it seems to have made you," said Holmes, laying his hand upon the arm of the pea-jacket. "Yes, I've been dragging the Serpentine." "In heaven's name, what for?" "In search of the body of Lady St. Simon." Sherlock Holmes leaned back in his chair and laughed heartily. "Have you dragged the basin of Trafalgar Square fountain?" he asked. "Why, what do you mean?" "Because you have just as good a chance of finding this lady in the one as in the other." Lestrade shot an angry glance at my companion. "I suppose you know all about it," he snarled. "Well, I've only just heard the facts, but my mind is made up." "Oh, indeed. Then you think that the Serpentine plays no part in the matter?" "I think it very unlikely." "Then perhaps you will kindly explain how it is we found this in it." He opened his bag as he spoke and tumbled onto the floor a wedding dress of watered silk, a pair of white satin shoes, and a bride's wreath and veil, all discoloured and soaked in water. "There," said he, putting a new wedding ring upon the top of the pile. "There is a little nut for you to crack, Master Holmes." "Oh, indeed," said my friend, blowing blue rings into the air. "You dragged them from the Serpentine?" "No, they were found floating near the margin by a park keeper. They have been identified as her clothes, and it seems to me that if the clothes were there the body would not be far off. By the same brilliant reasoning, every man's body is to be found in the neighbourhood of his wardrobe. And pray, what did you hope to arrive at through this?" "At some evidence implicating Flora Miller in the disappearance." "I'm afraid that you will find it difficult." "Are you indeed now?" cried Lestrade with some bitterness. "I am afraid, Holmes, that you are not very practical with your deductions and your inferences. You have made two blunders in as many minutes. This dress does implicate Miss Flora Miller." "And how?" "In the dress is a pocket. In the pocket is a card case. In the card case is a note. And here is the very note." He slapped it down upon the table in front of him. "Listen to this. You will see me when all is ready. Come at once. F.H.M." Now, my theory all along has been that Lady St. Simon was decoyed away by Flora Miller, and that she, with confederates, no doubt, was responsible for her disappearance. Here, signed with her initials, is the very note which was no doubt quietly slipped into her hand at the door and which lured her within their reach. "Very good, Lestrade," said Holmes, laughing. "You really are very fine indeed. Let me see it." He took up the paper in a listless way, but his attention instantly became riveted, and he gave a little cry of satisfaction. "This is indeed important," said he. "Ah, you find it so?" "Extremely so. I congratulate you warmly." Lestrade rose in his triumph and bent his head to look. "Why," he shrieked, "you're looking at the wrong side." "On the contrary, this is the right side." "The right side? You're mad. Here is the note written in pencil over here." "And over here is what appears to be the fragment of a hotel bill, which interests me deeply." "There is nothing in it. I looked at it before," said Lestrade. "October the 4th, room 8 shillings, breakfast 2 and 6pence, cocktail 1 shilling, lunch 2 shillings 6pence, glass sherry 8 pence. I see nothing in that." "Very likely not. It is most important all the same. As to the note, it is important also, or at least the initials are, so I congratulate you again." "I've wasted time enough," said Lestrade, rising. "I believe in hard work and not in sitting by the fire spinning fine theories. Good day, Mr. Holmes. We will see who gets to the bottom of the matter first." He gathered up the garments, thrust them into the bag, and made for the door. "Just one hint to you, Lestrade," drawled Holmes before the rival vanished. "I will tell you the true solution of the matter. Lady St. Simon is a myth. There is not, and there never has been, any such person." Lestrade looked sadly at my companion. Then he turned to me, tapped his forehead 3 times, shook his head solemnly, and hurried away. He had hardly shut the door behind him when Holmes rose to put on his overcoat. "There is something in what the fellow says about the outdoor work," he remarked. "So I think, Watson, that I must leave you to your papers for a little." It was after 5 o'clock when Sherlock Holmes left me, but I had no time to be lonely, for within an hour there arrived a confectioner's man with a very large flat box. This he unpacked with the help of a youth whom he had brought with him, and presently, to my very great astonishment, a quite epicurean little cold supper began to be laid out upon our humble lodging-house mahogany. There were a couple of brace of cold woodcock, a pheasant, a pâté de foie gras pie, with a group of ancient and cobwebby bottles. Having laid out these luxuries, my 2 visitors vanished away, like the genii of the Arabian Nights, with no explanation save that the things had been paid for and were ordered to this address. Just before 9 o'clock Sherlock Holmes stepped briskly into the room. His features were gravely set, but there was a light in his eyes which made me think that he had not been disappointed in his conclusions. "They have laid the supper, then," he said, rubbing his hands. "You seem to expect company. They have laid for 5. "Yes, I fancy we may have some company dropping in," said he. "I am surprised that Lord St. Simon has not already arrived. Ha! I fancy I hear his step now upon the stairs." It was indeed our visitor of the afternoon who came bustling in, dangling his glasses more vigorously than ever, and with a very perturbed expression upon his aristocratic features. "My messenger reached you, then?" asked Holmes. "Yes, and I confess that the contents startled me beyond measure. Have you good authority for what you say?" "The best possible." Lord St. Simon sank into a chair and passed his hand over his forehead. "What will the Duke say," he murmured, "when he hears that one of the family has been subjected to such humiliation?" "It is the purest accident. I cannot allow that there is any humiliation." "Ah, you look on these things from another standpoint." "I fail to see that anyone is to blame. I can hardly see how the lady could have acted otherwise, though her abrupt method of doing it was undoubtedly to be regretted. Having no mother, she had no one to advise her at such a crisis." "It was a slight, sir, a public slight," said Lord St. Simon, tapping his fingers upon the table. "You must make allowance for this poor girl, placed in so unprecedented a position." "I will make no allowance. I am very angry indeed, and I have been shamefully used." "I think I heard a ring," said Holmes. "Yes, there are steps on the landing. If I cannot persuade you to take a lenient view of the matter, Lord St. Simon, I have brought an advocate here who may be more successful." He opened the door and ushered in a lady and a gentleman. "Lord St. Simon," said he, "allow me to introduce you to Mr. and Mrs. Francis Hay Moulton. The lady, I think, you have already met." At the sight of these newcomers our client had sprung from his seat and stood very erect with his eyes cast down and his hand thrust into the breast pocket of his frock coat, a picture of offended dignity. The lady had taken a quick step forward and had held out her hand to him, but he still refused to raise his eyes. It was as well for his resolution, perhaps, for her pleading face was one which it was hard to resist. "You're angry, Robert," said she. "Well, I guess you have every cause to be." "Pray make no apology to me," said Lord St. Simon bitterly. "Oh, yes, I know that I have treated you real bad and that I should have spoken to you before I went, but I was kind of rattled, and from the time I saw Frank here again, I just didn't know what I was doing or saying. I only wonder I didn't fall down and do a faint right there before the altar. Perhaps, Mrs. Moulton, you would like my friend and me to leave the room while you explain this matter." "If I may give an opinion," remarked the strange gentleman, "we've had just a little too much secrecy over this business already. For my part, I should like all Europe and America to hear the rights of it." He was a small, wiry, sunburnt man, clean-shaven, with a sharp face and alert manner. "Then I'll tell our story right away," said the lady. "Frank here and I met in '84. In Macquare's camp near the Rockies, where Pa was working a claim. We were engaged to each other, Frank and I, but then one day Father struck a rich pocket and made a pile, while poor Frank here had a claim that petered out and came to nothing. The richer Pa grew, the poorer was Frank, so at last Pa wouldn't hear of our engagement lasting any longer, and he took me away to Frisco. Frank wouldn't throw up his hand, though, so he followed me there, and he saw me without Pa knowing anything about it. It would only have made him mad to know, so we just fixed it all up for ourselves. Frank said that he would go and make his pile too, and never come back to claim me until he had as much as Pa. So then I promised to wait for him to the end of time, and pledged myself not to marry anyone else while he lived. "Why shouldn't we be married right away then?" said he, "and then I will feel sure of you, and I won't claim to be your husband until I come back." Well, we talked it over, and he had fixed it all up so nicely with a clergyman already in waiting that we just did it right there, and then Frank went off to seek his fortune, and I went back to Pa. The next I heard of Frank was that he was in Montana, and then he went prospecting in Arizona, and then I heard of him from New Mexico. After that came a long newspaper story about how a miners' camp had been attacked by Apache Indians, and there was my Frank's name among the killed. I fainted dead away, and I was very sick for months after. Pa thought I had a decline and took me to half the doctors in Frisco. Not a word of news came for a year and more, so I never doubted that Frank was really dead. Then Lord St. Simon came to Frisco and we came to London, and a marriage was arranged, and Pa was very pleased. But I felt all the time that no man on this earth would ever take the place in my heart that had been given to my poor Frank. Still, if I had married Lord St. Simon, of course I'd have done my duty by him. We can't command our love, but we can our actions. I went to the altar with him with the intention to make him just as good a wife as it was in me to be. But you may imagine what I felt when, just as I came to the altar rails, I glanced back and saw Frank standing and looking at me out of the first pew. I thought it was his ghost at first, but when I looked again, there he was still, with a kind of question in his eyes, as if to ask me whether I were glad or sorry to see him. I wonder I didn't drop. I know that everything was turning round, and the words of the clergyman were just like the buzz of a bee in my ear. I didn't know what to do. Should I stop the service and make a scene in the church? I glanced at him again, and he seemed to know what I was thinking, for he raised his finger to his lips to tell me to be still. Then I saw him scribble on a piece of paper, and I knew that he was writing me a note. As I passed his pew on the way out, I dropped my bouquet over to him, and he slipped the note into my hand when he returned me the flowers. It was only a line asking me to join him when he made the sign to me to do so. Of course, I never doubted for a moment that my first duty was now to him, and I determined to do just whatever he might direct. When I got back, I told my maid, who had known him in California and had always been his friend. I ordered her to say nothing, but to get a few things packed in my ulster ready. I know I ought to have spoken to Lord St. Simon, but it was dreadful hard before his mother and all those great people. I just made up my mind to run away and explain afterwards. I hadn't been at the table 10 minutes before I saw Frank out of the window at the other side of the road. He beckoned to me and then began walking into the park. I slipped out, put on my things, and followed him. Some woman came talking something or other about Lord St. Simon to me. Seemed to me, from the little I heard, as if he had a little secret of his own before marriage also, but I managed to get away from her and soon overtook Frank. We got into a cab together, and away we drove to some lodgings he had taken in Gordon Square, and that was my true wedding after all those years of waiting. Frank had been a prisoner among the Apaches, had escaped, came on to Frisco, found that I had given him up for dead, and had gone to England, followed me there, and had come upon me at last on the very morning of my second wedding. I saw it in a paper, explained the American. It gave the name and the church, but not where the lady lived. Then we had a talk as to what we should do, and Frank was all for openness. But I was so ashamed of it all that I felt as if I should like to vanish away and never see any of them again. Just sending a line to Pa, perhaps, to show him that I was alive. It was awful to me to think of all those lords and ladies sitting around that breakfast table and waiting for me to come back. So Frank took my wedding clothes and things and made a bundle of them so that I should not be traced, and dropped them away somewhere where no one could find them. It is likely that we should have gone on to Paris tomorrow, only that this good gentleman, Mr. Holmes, came round to us this evening, though how he found us is more than I can think. And he showed us very clearly and kindly that I was wrong and that Frank was right, and that we should be putting ourselves in the wrong if we were so secret. Then he offered to give us a chance of talking to Lord St. Simon alone, and so we came right away round to his rooms at once. Now, Robert, you have heard it all, and I am very sorry if I have given you pain, and I hope that you do not think very meanly of me. Lord St. Simon had by no means relaxed his rigid attitude, but he had listened with a frowning brow and a compressed lip to this long narrative. "Excuse me," he said, "but it is not my custom to discuss my most intimate personal affairs in this public manner." "Then you won't forgive me? You won't shake hands before I go?" "Oh, certainly, if it would give you any pleasure." He put out his hand and coldly grasped that which she extended to him. "I had hoped," suggested Holmes, "that you would have joined us in a friendly supper." "I think that there you ask a little too much," responded his lordship. "I may be forced to acquiesce in these recent developments, but I can hardly be expected to make merry over them. I think that with your permission I will now wish you all a very good night." He included us all in a sweeping bow and stalked out of the room. "Then I trust that you at least will honour me with your company," said Sherlock Holmes. "It is always a joy to meet an American, Mr. Moulton, for I am one of those who believe that the folly of a monarch and the blundering of a minister in far-gone years will not prevent our children from being some day citizens of the same world-wide country under a flag which shall be a quartering of the Union Jack with the Stars and Stripes." "The case has been an interesting one," remarked Holmes when our visitors had left us, "because it serves to show very clearly how simple the explanation may be of an affair which at first sight seems to be almost inexplicable. Nothing could be more natural than the sequence of events as narrated by this lady, and nothing stranger than the result when viewed. For instance, by Mr. Lestrade of Scotland Yard. You were not yourself at fault at all, then?" "From the first, two facts were very obvious to me. The one, that the lady had been quite willing to undergo the wedding ceremony, the other that she had repented of it within a few minutes of returning home. Obviously something had occurred during the morning then to cause her to change her mind. What could that something be? She could not have spoken to anyone when she was out, for she had been in the company of the bridegroom. Had she seen someone, then? If she had, it must be someone from America, because she had spent so short a time in this country that she could hardly have allowed anyone to acquire so deep an influence over her that the mere sight of him would induce her to change her plans so completely. You see, we have already arrived, by a process of exclusion, at the idea that she might have seen an American. Then who could this American be, and why should he possess so much influence over her? It might be a lover, it might be a husband. Her young womanhood had, I knew, been spent in rough scenes and under strange conditions. So far I had got before I ever heard Lord St. Simon's narrative. When he told us of a man in a pew, of the change in the bride's manner, of so transparent a device for obtaining a note as the dropping of a bouquet, of her resort to her confidential maid, and of her very significant allusion to claim-jumping, which in miners' parlance means taking possession of that which another person has a prior claim to, the whole situation became absolutely clear. She had gone off with a man, and the man was either a lover or was a previous husband, the chances being in favour of the latter. And how in the world did you find them? It might have been difficult, but friend Lestrade held information in his hands, the value of which he did not himself know. The initials were, of course, of the highest importance, but more valuable still was it to know that within a week he had settled his bill at one of the most select London hotels. How did you deduce the select by the select prices? 8 shillings for a bed and 8 pence for a glass of sherry pointed to one of the most expensive hotels. There are not many in London which charge at that rate. In the second one, which I visited in Northumberland Avenue, I learned by an inspection of the book that Francis H. Moulton, an American gentleman, had left only the day before, and on looking over the entries against him, I came upon the very items which I had seen in the duplicate bill. His letters were to be forwarded to 226 Gordon Square, so thither I travelled, and being fortunate enough to find the loving couple at home, I ventured to give them some paternal advice and to point out to them that it would be better in every way that they should make their position a little clearer to both the general public and to Lord St. Simon in particular. I invited them to meet him here, and as you see, I made him keep the appointment. "But with no very good result," I remarked. "His conduct was certainly not very gracious." "Ah, Watson," said Holmes, smiling, "perhaps you would not be very gracious either if, after all the trouble of wooing and wedding, you found yourself deprived in an instant of wife and of fortune. I think that we may judge Lord St. Simon very mercifully and thank our stars that we are never likely to find ourselves in the same position. Draw your chair up and hand me my violin, for the only problem we have still to solve is how to while away these bleak autumnal evenings." End of The Adventure of the Noble Bachelor by Arthur Conan Doyle. Recording by Peter Tomlinson. The Secret of a Train by G.K. Chesterton. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Peter Tomlinson. All this talk of a railway mystery has sent my mind back to a loose memory. I will not merely say that this story is true, because, as you will soon see, it is all truth and no story. It has no explanation and no conclusion. It is, like most of the other things we encounter in life, a fragment of something else which would be intensely exciting if it were not too large to be seen. For the perplexity of life arises from there being too many interesting things in it for us to be interested properly in any of them. What we call its triviality is really the tag ends of numberless tales. Ordinary and unmeaning existence is like 10,000 thrilling detective stories mixed up with a spoon. My experience was a fragment of this nature, and it is, at any rate, not fictitious. Not only am I not making up the incidents, what there were of them, but I am not making up the atmosphere of the landscape, which were the whole horror of the thing. I remember them vividly, and they were as I shall now describe. About noon on an ashen autumn day some years ago, I was standing outside the station at Oxford, intending to take the train to London, and for some reason, out of idleness, or the emptiness of my mind, or the emptiness of the pale grey sky, or the cold, a kind of caprice fell upon me that I would not go by that train at all, but would step out on the road and walk at least some part of the way to London. I do not know if other people are made like me in this matter, but to me it is always dreary weather, what may be called useless weather, that slings into life a sense of action and romance. On bright blue days I do not want anything to happen. The world is complete and beautiful, a thing for contemplation. I no more ask for adventures under the turquoise dome than I ask for adventures in church. But when the background of a man's life is a grey background, then, in the name of a man's sacred supremacy, I desire to paint on it in fire and gore. When the heavens fail, man refuses to fail. When the sky seems to have written on it, in letters of lead and pale silver, the decree that nothing shall happen, then the immortal soul, the prince of the creatures, rises up and decrees that something shall happen, if it only be the slaughter of a policeman. But this is a digressive way of stating what I have said already, that the bleak sky awoke in me a hunger for some change of plans, that the monotonous weather seemed to render unbearable the use of the monotonous train, and that I set out into the country lanes, out of the town of Oxford. It was perhaps at that moment that a strange curse came upon me out of the city and the sky, whereby it was decreed that years afterwards I should, in an article in the Daily News, talk about Sir George Trevelyan in connection with Oxford, when I knew perfectly well that he went to Cambridge. As I crossed the country, everything was ghostly and colourless. The fields that should have been green were as grey as the skies. The tree tops that should have been green were as grey as the clouds and as cloudy. And when I had walked for some hours, the evening was closing in. A sickly sunset clung weakly to the horizon, as if pale with reluctance to leave the world in the dark. And as it faded more and more, the sky seemed to come closer and to threaten. The clouds, which had been merely sullen, became swollen, and then they loosened and let down the dark curtains of the rain. The rain was blinding and seemed to beat like blows from an enemy at close quarters. The skies seemed bending over and bawling in my ears. I walked on many more miles before I met a man, and in that distance my mind had been made up, and when I met him I asked him if anywhere in the neighbourhood I could pick up the train for Paddington. He directed me to a small silent station, I cannot even remember the name of it, which stood well away from the road and looked as lonely as a hut on the Andes. I do not think I've ever seen such a type of time and sadness and scepticism and everything devilish as that station was. It looked as if it had always been raining there ever since the creation of the world. The water streamed from the soaking wood of it as if it were not water at all, but some loathsome liquid corruption of the wood itself, as if the solid station were eternally falling to pieces and pouring away in filth. It took me nearly 10 minutes to find a man in the station. When I did, he was a dull one, and when I asked him if there was a train to Paddington, his answer was sleepy and vague. As far as I understood him, he said there would be a train in half an hour. I sat down and lit a cigar and waited, watching the last tail of the tattered sunset and listening to the everlasting rain. It may have been in half an hour or less, but a train came rather slowly into the station. It was an unnaturally dark train. I could not see a light anywhere in the long black body of it, and I could not see any guard running beside it. I was reduced to walking up to the engine and calling out to the stoker to ask if the train was going to London. "Well, yes, sir," he said, with an unaccountable kind of reluctance. "It is going to London, but—" It was just starting, and I jumped into the first carriage. It was pitch dark. I sat there smoking and wondering as we steamed through the continually darkening landscape, lined with desolate poplars, until we slowed down and stopped, irrationally, in the middle of a field. I heard a heavy noise, as if of someone clambering off the train, and a dark, ragged head suddenly put itself into my window. "Excuse me, sir," said the stoker, "but I think, perhaps you ought to know, there's a dead man in this train." Had I been a true artist, a person of exquisite susceptibilities, and nothing else, I should have been bound, no doubt, to be finally overwhelmed with this sensational touch, and to have insisted on getting out and walking. As it was, I regret to say, I expressed myself politely but firmly, to the effect that I didn't care particularly if the train took me to Paddington. But when the train had started with its unknown burden, I did do one thing, and do it quite instinctively, without stopping to think, or to think more than a flash. I threw away my cigar, something that is as old as man, and has to do with all mourning and ceremonial told me to do it. There was something unnecessarily horrible, it seemed to me, in the idea of there being only two men in that train, and one of them dead and the other smoking a cigar. And as the red and gold of the butt end of it faded like a funeral torch trampled out at some symbolic moment of a procession, I realized how immortal ritual is. I realized, what is the origin and essence of all ritual, that in the presence of those sacred riddles about which we can say nothing, it is more decent merely to do something. And I realized that ritual will always mean throwing away something, destroying our corn or wine upon the altar of our gods. When the train panted at last into Paddington Station, I sprang out of it with a sudden released curiosity. There was a barrier and officials guarding the rear part of the train. No one was allowed to press towards it. They were guarding and hiding something, perhaps death in some too shocking form, perhaps something like the Merstham matter, so mixed up with human mystery and wickedness that the land has to give it a sort of sanctity, perhaps something worse than either. I went out gladly enough into the streets and saw the lamps shining on the laughing faces. Nor have I ever known from that day to this into what strange story I wandered, or what frightful thing was my companion in the dark. End of The Secret of a Train by G.K. Chesterton. Recording by Peter Tomlinson.
The Sinking Ship, from Fables by Robert Louis Stevenson. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dale Grothman. The Sinking Ship by Robert Louis Stevenson. "Sir," said the first lieutenant, bursting into the captain's cabin, "the ship is going down." "Very well, Mr. Spoker," said the captain, "but that is no reason to go about half-shaved. Exercise your mind a moment, Mr. Spoker, and you will see that to the philosophic mind there is nothing new in our position. The ship, if she is to go down at all, may be said to have been going down since she was launched." "She's settling fast," said the first lieutenant as he returned from shaving. "Fast, Mr. Spoker?" asked the captain. "The expression is a strange one, for time, if you will think of it, is only relative." "Sir," said the lieutenant, "I think it is scarcely worth while to embark in such a discussion when we shall all be in Davy Jones's locker in 10 minutes. By parity of reasoning, returned the captain quietly, it would never be worthwhile to begin any inquiry of importance. The odds are always overwhelming that we must die before we shall have brought it to an end. You have not considered, Mr. Spoker, the situation of man, said the captain, smiling and shaking his head. I am more engaged in considering the position of the ship, said Mr. Spoker. Spoken like a good officer, replied the captain, laying his hand on the lieutenant's shoulder. On deck they found the men had broken into the spirit room and were fast getting drunk. My men, said the captain, there is no sense in this. The ship is going down, you will tell me, in 10 minutes. Well, and what then? To the philosophic eye, there is nothing new in our position. All our lives long, we may have been about to break a blood vessel, or to be struck by lightning, not merely in 10 minutes, but in 10 seconds. And that has not prevented us from eating dinner, no, nor from putting money in the savings bank. I assure you, with my hand on my heart, I fail to comprehend your attitude. The men were already too far gone to pay much heed. This is a painful sight, Mr. Spoker, said the captain. And yet to the philosophic eye, or whatever it is, replied the first lieutenant, they may be said to have been getting drunk since they came aboard. I do not know if you always follow my thought, Mr. Spoker, returned the captain gently, but let us proceed. In the powder magazine they found an old salt smoking his pipe. Good God, cried the captain, what are you about? Well, sir, said the old salt apologetically, they told me as she was going down. And suppose she were, said the captain. To the philosophic eye, there would be nothing new in our position. Life, my old shipmate, life at any moment and in any view is as dangerous as a sinking ship. And yet it is man's handsome fashion to carry umbrellas, to wear India rubber overshoes, to begin vast works, and to conduct himself in every way as if he might hope to be eternal. And for my poor part, I should despise the man who, even on board a sinking ship, should omit to take a pill or to wind up his watch. That, my friend, would not be the human attitude. I beg your pardon, sir, said Mr. Spoker, but what is precisely the difference between shaving in a sinking ship and smoking in a powder magazine? Or doing anything at all in any conceivable circumstances, cried the captain. Perfectly conclusive. Give me a cigar. 2 minutes afterward, the ship blew up with a glorious detonation. The end of The Sinking Ship by Robert Louis Stevenson.
Sretnivashtar by Saki. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Michael Maggs. Sretnivashtar. Conradin was 10 years old, and the doctor had pronounced his professional opinion that the boy would not live another 5 years. The doctor was silky and effete and counted for little, but his opinion was endorsed by Mrs. de Ropp, who counted for nearly everything. Mrs. de Ropp was Conradin's cousin and guardian, and in his eyes she represented those 3/5 of the world that are necessary and disagreeable and real. The other 2/5, in perpetual antagonism to the foregoing, were summed up in himself and his imagination. One of these days, Conradin supposed, he would succumb to the mastering pressure of wearisome necessary things, such as illness and coddling restrictions and drawn-out dullness. Without his imagination, which was rampant under the spur of loneliness, he would have succumbed long ago. Mrs. de Ropp would never, in her honestest moments, have confessed to herself that she disliked Conradin, though she might have been dimly aware that thwarting him for his good was a duty which she did not find particularly irksome. Conradin hated her with a desperate sincerity which he was perfectly able to mask. Such few pleasures as he could contrive for himself gained an added relish from the likelihood that they would be displeasing to his guardian, and from the realm of his imagination she was locked out, an unclean thing which should find no entrance. In the dull, cheerless garden, overlooked by so many windows that were ready to open with a message not to do this or that, or a reminder that medicines were due, he found little attraction. The few fruit trees that it contained were set jealously apart from his plucking, as though they were rare specimens of their kind, blooming in an arid waste. It would probably have been difficult to find a market gardener who would have offered 10 shillings for their entire yearly produce. In a forgotten corner, however, almost hidden behind a dismal shrubbery, was a disused tool-shed of respectable proportions, and within its walls Conradin found a haven, something that took on the varying aspects of a playroom and a cathedral. He had peopled it with a legion of familiar phantoms, evoked partly from fragments of history and partly from his own brain, but it also possessed 2 inmates of flesh and blood. In one corner lived a ragged-plumaged Houdan hen, on which the boy lavished an affection that had scarcely another outlet. Further back in the gloom stood a large hutch, divided into 2 compartments, one of which was fronted with close iron bars. This was the abode of a large polecat ferret, which a friendly butcher-boy had once smuggled, cage and all, into its present quarters in exchange for a long-secreted hoard of small silver. Conradin was dreadfully afraid of the lithe, sharp-fanged beast, but it was his most treasured possession. Its very presence in the tool-shed was a secret and fearful joy, to be kept scrupulously from the knowledge of the woman, as he privately dubbed his cousin. And one day, out of heaven knows what material, he spun the beast a wonderful name, and from that moment it grew into a god and a religion. The woman indulged in religion once a week at a church nearby, and took Conradin with her. But to him the church service was an alien rite in the house of Rimmon. Every Thursday, in the dim and musty silence of the tool-shed, he worshipped with mystic and elaborate ceremonial before the wooden hutch where dwelt Sredni Vashtar, the great ferret. Red flowers in their season and scarlet berries in the winter-time were offered at his shrine, for he was a god who laid some special stress on the fierce, impatient side of things, as opposed to the woman's religion, which, as far as Conradin could observe, went to great lengths in the contrary direction. And on great festivals powdered nutmeg was strewn in front of his hutch, an important feature of the offering being that the nutmeg had to be stolen. These festivals were of a regular occurrence, and were chiefly appointed to celebrate some passing event. On one occasion, when Mrs. de Ropp suffered from acute toothache for 3 days, Conradin kept up the festival during the entire 3 days, and almost succeeded in persuading himself that Sredni Vashtar was personally responsible for the toothache. If the malady had lasted for another day, the supply of nutmeg would have given out. The Houdan hen was never drawn into the cult of Sredni Vashtar. Conradin had long ago settled that she was an Anabaptist. He did not pretend to have the remotest knowledge of what an Anabaptist was, but he privately hoped that it was dashing and not very respectable. Mrs. de Ropp was the grand plan on which he based and detested all respectability. After a while, Conradin's absorption in the tool-shed began to attract the notice of his guardian. "It is not good for him to be pottering down there in all weathers," she promptly decided, and at breakfast one morning she announced that the Houdan hen had been sold and taken away overnight. With her short-sighted eyes she peered at Conradin, waiting for an outbreak of rage and sorrow, which she was ready to rebuke with a flow of excellent precepts and reasoning. But Conradin said nothing. There was nothing to be said. Something, perhaps, in his white-set face gave her a momentary qualm, for at tea that afternoon there was toast on the table, a delicacy which she usually banned on the ground that it was bad for him. Also because the making of it gave trouble, a deadly offence in the middle-class feminine eye. "I thought you liked toast," she exclaimed, with an injured air, observing that he did not touch it. "Sometimes," said Conradin. In the shed that evening there was an innovation in the worship of the hutch god. Conradin had been wont to chant his praises. Tonight he asked a boon. "Do one thing for me, Srednivashtar." The thing was not specified. As Srednivashtar was a god, he must be supposed to know. And choking back a sob as he looked at that other empty corner, Conradin went back to the world he so hated. And every night in the welcome darkness of his bedroom, and every evening in the dusk of the tool-shed, Conradin's bitter litany went up, "Do one thing for me, Srednivashtar." Mrs. de Ropp noticed that the visits to the shed did not cease, and one day she made a further journey of inspection. "What are you keeping in that locked hutch?" she asked. "I believe it's guinea pigs. I'll have them all cleared away." Conradin shut his lips tight, but the woman ransacked his bedroom till she found the carefully hidden key, and forthwith marched down to the shed to complete her discovery. It was a cold afternoon, and Conradin had been bidden to keep to the house. From the furthest window of the dining-room, the door of the shed could just be seen beyond the corner of the shrubbery, and there Conradin stationed himself. He saw the woman enter, and then he imagined her opening the door of the sacred hutch and peering down with her short-sighted eyes into the thick straw bed where his god lay hidden. Perhaps she would prod at the straw in her clumsy impatience, and Conradin fervently breathed his prayer for the last time, but he knew as he prayed that he did not believe. He knew that the woman would come out presently with that pursed smile he loathed so well on her face, and that in an hour or two the gardener would carry away his wonderful god, a god no longer, but a simple brown ferret in a hutch. And he knew that the woman would triumph always as she triumphed now, and that he would grow ever more sickly under her pestering and domineering and superior wisdom, till one day nothing would matter much more with him, and the doctor would be proved right. And in the sting and misery of his defeat he began to chant loudly and defiantly the hymn of his threatened idol. Srednivashtar went forth. His thoughts were red thoughts, and his teeth were white. His enemies called for peace, but he brought them death. Srednivashtar the beautiful. And then of a sudden he stopped his chanting and drew closer to the window-pane. The door of the shed still stood ajar as it had been left, and the minutes were slipping by. They were long minutes, but they slipped by nevertheless. He watched the starlings running and flying in little parties across the lawn. He counted them over and over again, with one eye always on that swinging door. A sour-faced maid came in to lay the table for tea, and still Conradin stood and waited and watched. Hope had crept by inches into his heart, and now a look of triumph began to blaze in his eyes that had only known the wistful patience of defeat. Under his breath, and with a furtive exultation, he began once again the paean of victory and devastation, and presently his eyes were rewarded. Out through that doorway came a long, low, yellow and brown beast with eyes a-blink in the waning daylight, and dark wet stains around the fur of jaws and throat. Conradin dropped on his knees. The great polecat ferret made its way down to a small brook at the foot of the garden, drank for a moment, then crossed a little plank bridge and was lost to sight in the bushes. Such was the passing of Srednivashtar. "Tea is ready," said the sour-faced maid. "Where's the mistress?" "She went down to the shed some time ago," said Conradin. And while the maid went to summon her mistress to tea, Conradin fished a toasting fork out of the sideboard drawer and proceeded to toast himself a piece of bread. And during the toasting of it, and the buttering of it with much butter, and the slow enjoyment of eating it, Conradin listened to the noises and silence which fell in quick spasms beyond the dining-room door. The loud, foolish screaming of the maid, the answering chorus of wondering ejaculations from the kitchen region, the scurrying footsteps and hurried embassies for outside help, and then, after a lull, the scared sobbings and the shuffling tread of those who bore a heavy burden into the house. "Whoever will break it to the poor child? I couldn't for the life of me!" exclaimed a shrill voice. And while they debated the matter among themselves, Conradin made himself another piece of toast. End of Srednivashtar by Saki.
Told in the Storm, from The Crimson Gardenia and Other Tales of Adventure by Rex Beach. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dale Grothman. Told in the Storm by Rex Beach. The front room of the roadhouse was deserted, save for the slumbering bartender, back tilted in the corner, his chin upon his chest, and one other man who sat in the glare of a swing lamp playing solitaire. It was, perhaps, 3 hours after midnight. The last carouser had turned in. There was no sound save the screaming of the black night and the cry of the salt wind. At intervals only, when the storm lulled, there came from the back room the sound of many men asleep. I stumbled out from the rear room, heavy-eyed, half-clad, and of a vicious temper, dressing in sour silence beside the stove. "Did they wake you up?" the card-player inquired. "Yes." "Me, too. I'd rather bunk with a herd of walrus in the mating season." He was a long, slim man with blue-black hair and a gas-bleached face of startling pallor, from which glinted 2 wild and roving eyes that flitted in and out of my visual line toward, to, and past me with a baffling elusive glimmer like that of jet spangles. His hands were slender and bony and colorless, but while he talked they worked, each independently. They performed queer, wizard antics with the cards, one-handed cuts, rapid fluttering shuffles, and frame-ups after each pass, leaving the pile of pasteboards as square-edged and even as before. While he observed me over his shoulder, one hand wandered to some scattered poker chips, which clicked together beneath his touch into a solid ivory column, as if separately magnetized. He shuffled and dealt and cut the discs and made them do odd capers like the cards. "I've slept in a menagerie tent once," he said, "but these people have got it on the animals." He nodded toward the sleeping quarters. "The open life seems to make a Pan's pipe out of the human nose," I said with disgust. My indignation was intense and underlaid with a sullen fury at losing my rest. I seized the stranger and led him with me to the open door, saying roughly, "Listen to that." The room was large and low, dimly lit, and walled with tiers of canvas-bottomed standees, 3 high. The floor was littered with boots. the benches piled with garments. Every bed was full, and the place groaned with sounds of strangulation, asphyxiation, and other disagreeable demises. The bunks were peopled with tortured bodies, which seemed to cry of throttlings, garrotings, and sundry hideous punishments. My nervous system, unable to stand it, had risen a quiver, then shrieked for mercy. From the nearest sleeper came the most unhappy sounds. He snored at free and easy intervals with the voice of a whistling buoy in a groundswell, a handsome, resonant intake that died away reluctantly, then changed to a loathsome gurgle, as if he blew his breath through a tube into a pot of thick liquid. Now and then he smacked his lips and ground his teeth until the gooseflesh arose on my neck. "That's the fellow that drove me out," said my new acquaintance, as we went back to our seats beside the stove. "I had the berth below him. I sleep light, anyhow, since I woke up one night down on the Texas Panhandle and found a Chinaman astraddle my brisket with a butcher knife." "That must have been nice," I said at random. "What did you do?" "I doubled up my legs and kicked him into the campfire." The stranger was dealing cards again, this time into a fan-like, intricate solitaire, much affected by gamblers. "I tried the trick again tonight, but I went wrong. I went to stop the swan song of the guy above my head, so I lifted my feet and put 'em where the canvas sagged lowest. Then I stretched my legs like a Jap juggler, but I fetched away my own bunk and came down on the man below. I broke a snore short off in him. He'll never get it out unless he has it pulled. That was us you heard 2 hours ago." I was too tired and sleepy to talk, for I had come down from the hills the previous afternoon to find the equinoctial raging, and as a result the roadhouse full from floor to ridgepole with the motley crew that had sifted out from the interior. The coastwise craft were hugging the lees of the sandy islet, waiting for the blow to abate. Telephone wires were down, and the Bering's water had piled up in the south until they flooded the endless sloughs and tide flats from Solomon City, destroyed the ferries, and cut us off both east and west, by land and by sea. It were better, I had thought, to wait on the coast for a day or so, watching for a chance to dodge to Nome, than to return to the mines, so I had lugged my war bag into Anderson's place and made a formal demand for shelter. The proprietor had apologized as he assigned me a bunk. "It's the best I got," he said. "I put you alongside of the stove, so if the boys snore too loud, you can heave a coal at 'em. Them big lumps are better than your boots." I had tried both fuel and foot gear fruitlessly, and when my outraged ears would not permit further slumber, I had given up the attempt. Now, while the blue-haired man with insomnia dealt idiot's delight, I sat vaguely fascinated by the plays of his hands, half dozing under the drone of his voice. The wind rioted without, whipping the sea spray across the sand dunes until it rattled upon our walls like shot. Meanwhile, my companion adventured aimlessly. His strange and vagrant fancies called for no answer. His odd and morbid journeyings matched well with the whimpering night. His stories were without beginning, and they lacked an end. They commenced without reason, led through infrequented paths, then closed with no cause. Through them ran no thread of relevancy. They were neither cogent nor cohesive. Their incidents took shape and tumbled forth irrelated and inconsequent. Wherefore I knew them for the truth, and found myself ere long wide-eyed and still, my brain as keen as ever nature made it. The story of the dead Frenchman has seemed strained and gruesome to me since, but that night the storm made it real, and the stranger's unsmiling earnestness robbed it of offense. His words told me a tale of which he had no thought, and painted pictures quite apart from those he had in mind. His very frame of mind, his pagan superstition, his frank, irreverent philosophy disclosed queer glimpses of this land where morals are of the fourth dimension, where life is a gamble and death a joke. Whether he really believed all that he said, or whether he made sport of me, I do not know. It may be that the elfin voices of the storm roused in him an impulse to gratify his distorted sense of humor at my expense, or at his own. He began somewhat as follows. "It's a good night for a dead man to walk." Then, seeing the flicker in my eyes, he ran on, "You don't think they can do it, eh? Well, I didn't believe it neither, and I'm not sure I believe it now. But I've seen queer things, and I've only got one pair to draw to. Either they happened as I saw them, or I'm crazy." He leapt up his story boldly. "I'm pretty tired and hungry when I hit Council City late one fall, for I'd upset my rowboat, lost my outfit, and mushed it 150 miles. My whole digestive paraphernalia is in a state of innocuous desuetude, if you know what that is, because all I saved from the wreck is a flour sack full of cigarette papers and a package of chocolate pills about the size of a match head. Each one of these pellets is warranted to contain sufficient nourishment to last the German army for 1 month. I read it on the label. They may have had it in them. I don't know. I swallowed one every morning and then filled up on reindeer moss till I felt like the leaping pad in a circus. Now, when I reach camp, I find there ain't any fresh grub to speak of, but I can't get away, so I stuck on till spring. See, in time we begin to have scurvy something terrible. 1 man out of every 5 cashes in. I'm living in a cabin with a lot of Frenchmen, and we bury 7 from this one shack. 7. That's all. It gets on my nerves finally. I don't like dead men. Now the last 2 who fall sick is Old Man Maynard and my pal Pete Defoe. Pete has a $10 gold piece, and Maynard owns a dog. Inasmuch as they both knew that they couldn't weather it out till the break-up, Pete bets his $10 against the dog that he'll die before Maynard. Well, this was something new in the sporting life, and we began to string our bets pretty free. There ain't much excitement going on, so the boys visit the cabin every day, look over the entries, then go outside and make book. I opened up a Paris Mutual. The old man is a 7-to-1 favorite at the start because he has all the best of it in form, but the youngster puts up a grand race. For 3 weeks they seesaw back and forth. First one looks like the winner, then the other. It's as pretty running as I ever see. Then Pete lets out a wonderful burst of speed, zings over the last quarter, noses out Maynard at the wire, and brings home the money. He dies at 3 a.m. and wins by 4 hours. I cop $84, 6 pairs of suspenders, a keg of wire nails, and a frying pan, which constitutes all the circulating medium of the camp. I'm the stakeholder for the late deceased also, so I find myself the administrator of Maynard's dog and the $10 that Pete put up. Now, seeing that it had been a killing finish, we arranged for a double-barreled burial and a swell funeral. The ground is frozen, of course, but we dig 2 holes through the gravel till we break a pick point and decide to let it go at that. The bareheaded kid is clergyman because he has a square-cut coat that buttons up the front to his chin. There ain't any Bible in camp, so he reads some recipes out of a baking powder cookbook, after which Deaf Mike tries to play taps on a cornet. But he's held the horn in his mitt during the services, and the temperature being 40 degrees below zero, when he wets his lips to play they stick to the mouthpiece and crab the hymn. As a whole it was an enjoyable affair, however, and the best conducted funeral of the winter. Everybody has a good time, though nothing rough. Now I've been friendly to young Pete Defoe. Him and I bunk together, and the next night he comes to me and says he can't rest. I see him as plain as I see you. "What's wrong?" I said. "Are you cold?" "No, the ground is chilly, but it ain't that. Maynard, the old hellion, won't let me sleep. He's doing a sand jig on my grave." He said I won that bet crooked and died ahead of time just to get his dog. He's sore on you, too." "What's he sore on me for?" says I. "He says he's an old man and he'd have died first if you hadn't put in with me to double-cross him. He's laying for you," said Pete. Well, I'm pretty sick myself with a 4 months diet of pea soup and oatmeal, and when I wake up I think it's a dream. But the next night Pete is back again, complaining worse than ever. It seems that the ghost of old man Maynard is still buck-and-winging it on Pete's coffin, and he begs me to come down and call the old reprobate off so he can get some rest. He comes back the third night, and the fourth, and the fifth, and by and by Maynard himself comes up to the cabin and begins to abuse me. He said he wants his dog back, but naturally I can't give it to him. It gets so that I can't sleep at all. Finally, when Pete ain't sitting on my bunk, Maynard is calling me names and gritting his teeth at me. I begin to fall off in weight like a jockey in a sweat bath. It gets so I have to sit up all night in a chair and make the fellers prod me in the stomach with a stick whenever I doze off. I tell you, stranger, it is worse than horrible. I don't know how I made it through till spring. Well, in the early summer, I got a letter from the steamboat agent at Nome, saying Maynard's people out in the States have slipped him some coin, with instructions to send the old man out so they can give him a decent burial. He offers me $150 to bring him down to the coast. Now, this decent burial talk makes me sore, for I staged the obsequies myself, and they were in perfect form. It was one of the tastiest funerals I ever mixed with. However, I'm broke, so I agree to deliver what is left of Maynard at the mouth of the river, and the agent says he'll have a first-class coffin shipped down to the trader in Chinook, our landing. When I deliver Maynard, ready for shipment, I get my $150. I give you my word I ain't tickled pink with this undertaking. I'm not strong on body snatching, and I have a hunch that the shade of old Maynard is still hanging around somewhere. However, a bird in the hand is the noblest work of God, and I need that role, so I made ready. It takes me half a day to get drunk enough to want to do the job, and when I get drunk enough to want to do it, I'm so drunk I can't. Then I have to sober up and begin all over again. The minute I get sober enough to do the trick, I realize I ain't drunk enough to stand the strain. I jockey that way for quite a spell, till I finally strike an average, being considerably scared and reckless to the same extent. I remember that we planted the old man in the left-hand grave, but when I get to the graveyard, I can't recollect whether I stood at the foot or at the head of the hole during the services. A pint of that mining camp's hooch would box the compass for any man, so I think I'll make sure. I have brought along 3 tools, a pick, a shovel, and a bottle of rye. The ground is froze, so I use all of them. Naturally, I can't afford to get the wrong Frenchman, so I pry up the lid of the first box I uncover and take a good rubber. Well, sir, it is a shock. Instead of rags and bones like I'm expecting, there is old Maynard in statuary quo, so to speak. Froze? Maybe so. Anyway, he grins at me. That's what I said, he grins at me, and I take it on the lam. Understand, I have no intentions of running away. In fact, I don't know I'm doing it until I fetch up back in the saloon. It seems I just balanced my body on my legs, and they did all the work. Well, I'm pretty rattled, so I blot up another pint of painkiller, and finally the bartender goes back with me and helps load Maynard into my Peterborough. I'm pretty wet by this time. We get the box into the canoe all right, but it's too big to fit under the seat, so we place the foot of it on the bottom of the boat and rest the other end on a paddle laid across the gunwales. This sort of gives Maynard the appearance of lounging back on an incline. You see, when I ripped up the boards to take a look, I broke off a piece at a knothole, and that allows him a chance to look out with one eye. He seems to approve of the position, however, so I get into the stern facing him and ask if he's ready. He gives me the nod, and I shove off. Just for company, I take my grave-digging tools along. That is, all but the pick and the shovel. It was pretty near full when I started, but I loose the cork and drink it up for safety. I don't remember much about the first part of the trip, except that I get awfully lonesome. By and by, I begin to sing. Oh, the French are in the bay, says Jean Van Vaux. The French are in the bay, says Jean Van Vaux. The French are in the bay, they'll be here without delay, but their colors will decay, says Jean Van Vaux. I've got a mean singing voice when I'm sober, but when I'm kippered, it's positively insulting. It makes my passenger sore, and he shows it. Now, I'm not saying that Maynard wasn't as dead as a dried herring. He was past and gone, and he'd made his exit all right. He'd moved out, and his lease had expired. But I saw that box move. It shifted from side to side. I quit singing. My song fountain ran dry. Says I to myself, I just neglected to lash you down, Mr. Maynard. You didn't really turn over. It was the motion of the boat. Then, just to make sure, I break forth into Johnny Crapaud, keeping my eye on the right lens of the old man, where it shows through the broken board. This time there ain't a doubt of it. He lurches, box and all, clean out of plumb, and nearly capsizes me. His one lamp blazes. Yes, sir, blazes, and I tries to get out of the range of it, but it follers me like a searchlight. I creeps forward to cover it with my coat, but the old frog-eater leans to starboard so far that I have to balance on the port gunwale to keep from going over. We begin to spin in the current. Maynard sees he has me buffaloed, and it pleases him. He wags his head at me and grins like he did when he came to me in my sleep. Well, sir, that eye enthralls me. It destroys my chain of thought. I feel the chills stealing into my marrow, and that $150 looks mighty small and insignificant. By and by, I begin to figure it out this way. Says I, I've outrun him once today, and if I can get ashore, I'll try it again. But when I turn the canoe toward shore, Maynard heels over till we take water. Lie still, you blame fool, says I. If you feel that way about it, I'll stay with the ship, of course. I can see the corner of his mouth curl up at that, and he slides back into position. Then I know that he'll let me stick as long as I don't try to pull out and leave him flat. You really can't blame a corpse much under the circumstances. However, I can't swim, so I try to square myself. I make conversation of a polite and friendly nature, and the old boy settles back to enjoy himself. Well, this one-sided talk fest gets tiresome after a while. I run out of topics, so I tell him funny stories. Sometimes he likes them, and sometimes he most jumps out of the box. Sore? Say, when I pull a wheeze that he don't like, he makes it known quick, and I sit clutching the gunwales, with my hair on end, while he rocks the boat like a demon. When I get to the mouth of the river, it's night. I find a stiff breeze blowing and the bay covered with whitecaps. So I try to convince Maynard that we'd better camp, but I no more than suggest it till I have to bail for dear life. Seeing that he's dead set to keep going, I kiss myself goodbye and paddle out across the bay. How we ever made it, I don't know, but long about midnight we blow into Chinook, with me singing songs to my passenger and cracking Joe Millers that came over in '76. I'm still pretty drunk. The trader tells me that the coffin hasn't come from Nome yet, but the steamer is due before morning, so I ask him to cache Maynard somewhere and wake me up when the boat comes. Then I go to the hay. I'm tuckered out. It seems that the coaster comes in a few hours later, but the trader is dealing a stud game and tells the purser to dump his freight on the beach. They do as ordered, then pull out. About daylight the wind shifts and the tide rises and begins to wash the merchandise away. Two roughnecks get busy saving their outfit, when what comes bobbing past on a wave but a handsome zinc-lined casket, the one from Nome, "Hey, Bill, cop that box. It'll make a swell bathtub," said one. So the other pulls up his rubber boots, wades out, and brings it in. The trader hears that his goods are in danger, adjourns the game long enough to see about it. He hurries down to the beach, looks over his stuff, then inquires, "Where's my coffin?" "You ain't got no more coffin than a rabbit," says one of the miners. "Oh, yes, I have. That's it right there." "I guess not. That's my coffin. I copped it on the high seas, flotsam and jetsam," says the roughneck. "What's more, I'm going to use it for a cupboard or a cozy corner. If you want it bad, pay me $50 salvage, and it's yours." Naturally, the trader belched. "All right, if you don't want it, I'll use it myself," said the miner. "That's the first one I ever had, and I like it fine. There's no telling when I'll get another." "Said time ain't but a minute," observed the trader, "unless you give me that freight." There is some further dispute until the miner, being a quick-tempered party, reaches for his gat. After the smoke clears away, it is found that he has made an error in judgment, that the storekeeper is gifted as a prophet, and that the roughneck is ready for his coffin. Now, inasmuch as this had been a purely personal affair, and the boys was anxious to reopen the stud game, they exonerated the trader from all blame completely. And he, being ever anxious to maintain a reputation for fair dealing, and just to show that there ain't no animus behind his action, gives the coffin to the man who claimed it. What's more, he helps to lay him out with his own hands. Naturally, this is considered conduct handsome enough for any country. In an hour the man is buried, and the poker game is open again. The trader apologizes to the boys for the delay, saying, "The box is mine all right, and I'm sorry this play came up, but the late lamented was so set on having that piece of bric-a-brac that it seems a shame not to give it to him." At this point the narrator fell silent, much to my surprise, for throughout this weird recital I had sat spellbound, forgetful of the hour, the storm outside, and the snoring men in the bunk room. When he had gone thus far, he began with a bewildering change of topic. "Did you ever hear how Sam Dawson cut the ears off a bank dealer?" "Hold on," I said. "What's the rest of this story? What became of Maynard?" "Oh, he's still there yet, for all I know," said the stranger as he shuffled the cards. "His folks wouldn't send no more money. The steamboat agent at Nome had done his share, and the trader at Chinnock said he wasn't responsible." "And you? Did you get your $150? "No. You see, it was a COD shipment. I wake up along about noon, put my head under the pump, and then look up at the trader. He is still playing stud." "Where's my casket?" I said. "I've got my dead man, but I don't collect on him until he's crated an FOB. The trader has an ace in the hole and 2 kings in sight, so he says over his shoulder, 'I'm sorry, old man, but while you was asleep a tenderfoot jumped your coffin.' Now this Dawson Sam was a crooked bank dealer named—" "I think I'll go to bed," I said. The end of Told in the Storm by Rex Beat. The Two Businessmen by Carolyn Wells. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dale Grothman. The Two Businessmen by Carolyn Wells. Once upon a time, 2 businessmen were each confronted with what seemed to be a fine chance to make money. One man, being of a cautious and prudent nature, said, "I will not take hold of this matter until I have carefully examined it in all its aspects and inquired into all its details." While he was thus occupied in a thorough investigation, he lost his chance to become a partner in the project, and as it proved to be a booming success, he was much chagrined. The other man, when he saw a golden opportunity looming up before him, embraced it at once, without a preliminary question or doubt. But alas, after he had invested all his fortune in it, the scheme proved to be worthless, and he lost all his money. Morals. This fable teaches that you should strike while the iron is hot, and look before you leap. The end of The Two Businessmen by Carolyn Wells.
Two Gallants by James Joyce. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Peter Tomlinson. The grey, warm evening of August had descended upon the city, and a mild, warm air, a memory of summer, circulated in the streets. The streets, shuttered for the repose of Sunday, swarmed with a gaily coloured crowd. Like illumined pearls, the lamps shone from the summits of their tall poles upon the living texture below, which, changing shape and hue unceasingly, sent up into the warm grey evening air an unchanging, unceasing murmur. Two young men came down the hill of Rutland Square. One of them was just bringing a long monologue to a close. The other, who walked on the verge of the path and was at times obliged to step on to the road, owing to his companion's rudeness, wore an amused, listening face. He was squat and ruddy. A yachting cap was shoved far back from his forehead, and the narrative to which he listened made constant waves of expression break forth over his face from the corners of his nose and eyes and mouth. Little jets of wheezing laughter followed one another out of his convulsed body. His eyes, twinkling with cunning enjoyment, glanced at every moment towards his companion's face. Once or twice he rearranged the light waterproof which he had slung over one shoulder in toreador fashion. His breeches, his white rubber shoes, and his jauntily slung waterproof expressed youth. But his figure fell into rotundity at the waist. His hair was scant and grey, and his face, when the waves of expression had passed over it, had a ravaged look. When he was quite sure that the narrative had ended, he laughed noiselessly for fully half a minute. Then he said, "Well, that takes the biscuit." His voice seemed winnowed of vigour, and to enforce his words he added with humour, "That takes the solitary, unique, and if I may so call it, recherché biscuit." He became serious and silent when he had said this. His tongue was tired, for he had been talking all the afternoon in a public house in Dorset Street. Most people considered Lenehan a leech, but, in spite of this reputation, his adroitness and eloquence had always prevented his friends from forming any general policy against him. He had a brave manner of coming up to a party of them in the bar and holding himself nimbly at the borders of the company until he was included in a round. He was a sporting vagrant armed with a vast stock of stories, limericks, and riddles. He was insensitive to all kinds of discourtesy. No one knew how he achieved the stern task of living, but his name was vaguely associated with racing tissues. "And where did you pick her up, Corley?" he asked. Corley ran his tongue swiftly along his upper lip. "One night, man," he said, "I was going along Dame Street, and I spotted a fine tart under Waterhouse's clock and said good night, you know. So we went for a walk round by the canal, and she told me she was a slavey in a house in Baggot Street. I put my arm round her and squeezed her a bit that night. Then next Sunday, man, I met her by appointment. We went out to Donnybrook, and I brought her into a field there. She told me she used to go with a dairyman. It was fine, man. Cigarettes every night she'd bring me, and paying the tram out and back. And one night she bought me 2 bloody fine cigars. Oh, the real cheese, you know, that the old fellow used to smoke. I was afraid, man, she'd get in the family way, but she's up to the dodge." "Maybe she thinks you'll marry her," said Lenehan. "I told her I was out of a job," said Corley. "I told her I was in Pimm's. She doesn't know my name. I was too hairy to tell her that. But she thinks I'm a bit of class, you know." Lenehan laughed again, noiselessly. "Of all the good ones ever I heard," he said, "that emphatically takes the biscuit." Corley's stride acknowledged the compliment. The swing of his burly body made his friend execute a few light skips from the path to the roadway and back again. Corley was the son of an inspector of police, and he had inherited his father's frame and gait. He walked with his hands by his sides, holding himself erect and swaying his head from side to side. His head was large, globular and oily. It sweated in all weathers, and his large round hat, set upon it sideways, looked like a bulb which had grown out of another. He always stared straight before him, as if he were on parade, and when he wished to gaze after someone in the street, it was necessary for him to move his body from the hips. At present he was about town. Whenever any job was vacant, a friend was always ready to give him the hard word. He was often to be seen walking with policemen in plain clothes, talking earnestly. He knew the inner side of all affairs and was fond of delivering final judgments. He spoke without listening to the speech of his companions. His conversation was mainly about himself, what he had said to such a person, and what such a person had said to him, and what he had said to settle the matter. When he reported these dialogues, he aspirated the first letter of his name after the manner of Florentines. Lenehan offered his friend a cigarette. As the two young men walked on through the crowd, Corley occasionally turned to smile at some of the passing girls, but Lenehan's gaze was fixed on the large faint moon circled with a double halo. He watched earnestly the passing of the grey web of twilight across its face. At length he said, "Well, tell me, Corley, I suppose you'll be able to pull it off all right, eh?" Corley closed one eye expressively as an answer. "Is she game for that?" asked Lenehan dubiously. "You can never know women." "She's all right," said Corley. "I know the way to get around her, man. She's a bit gone on me." "You're what I call a gay Lothario," said Lenehan. "And the proper kind of a Lothario, too." A shade of mockery relieved the servility of his manner. To save himself he had the habit of leaving his flattery open to the interpretation of raillery, but Corley had not a subtle mind. "There's nothing to touch a good slavey," he affirmed. "Take my tip for it." "By one who has tried them all," said Lenehan. "First I used to go with girls, you know," said Corley, unbosoming. "Girls off the South Circular. I used to take them out, man, on the tram somewhere, and pay the tram, or take them to a band or a play at the theatre, or buy them chocolate and sweets, or something that way. I used to spend money on them right enough," he added, in a convincing tone, as if he was conscious of being disbelieved. But Lenehan could well believe it. He nodded gravely. "I know that game," he said, "and it's a mug's game." "And damn the thing I ever got out of it," said Corley. "Ditto here," said Lenehan. "Only off of one of them," said Corley. He moistened his upper lip by running his tongue along it. The recollection brightened his eyes. He too gazed at the pale disk of the moon, now nearly veiled, and seemed to meditate. "She was a bit of all right," he said regretfully. He was silent again. Then he added, "She's on the turf now. I saw her driving down Earl Street one night with two fellows with her on a car." "I suppose that's your doing," said Lenehan. "There was others at her before me," said Corley philosophically. This time Lenehan was inclined to disbelieve. He shook his head to and fro and smiled. "You know you can't kid me, Corley," he said. "Honest to God," said Corley, "didn't she tell me herself?" Lenehan made a tragic gesture. "Base betrayer," he said. As they passed along the railings of Trinity College, Lenehan skipped out into the road and peered up at the clock. 20 after, he said. Time enough, said Corley. She'll be there all right. I always let her wait a bit. Lenehan laughed quietly. Ecod, Corley, you know how to take them, he said. I'm up to all their little tricks, Corley confessed. But tell me, said Lenehan again, are you sure you can bring it off all right? You know it's a ticklish job. They're damn close on that point. Eh? What? His bright small eyes searched his companion's face for reassurance. Corley swung his head to and fro as if to toss aside an insistent insect, and his brows gathered. I'll pull it off, he said. Leave it to me, can't you? Lenehan said no more. He did not wish to ruffle his friend's temper, to be sent to the devil and told that his advice was not wanted. Little tact was necessary, but Corley's brow was soon smooth again. His thoughts were running another way. She's a fine, decent tart, he said, with appreciation. That's what she is. They walked along Nassau Street and then turned into Kildare Street. Not far from the porch of the club, a harpist stood in the roadway, playing to a little ring of listeners. He plucked at the wires heedlessly, glancing quickly from time to time at the face of each newcomer, and from time to time wearily also at the sky. His harp, too, heedless that her coverings had fallen about her knees, seemed weary alike of the eyes of strangers and of her master's hands. One hand played in the bass the melody of Silent O Moyle, while the other hand careered in the treble after each group of notes. The notes of the air sounded deep and full. The two young men walked up the street without speaking, the mournful music following them. When they reached Stephen's Green, they crossed the road. Here the noise of trams, the lights and the crowd released them from their silence. There she is, said Corley. At the corner of Hume Street a young woman was standing. She wore a blue dress and a white sailor hat. She stood on the curbstone, swinging a sunshade in one hand. Lenehan grew lively. Let's have a look at her, Corley, he said. Corley glanced sideways at his friend, and an unpleasant grin appeared on his face. Are you trying to get inside me? He asked. Damn it, said Lenehan boldly. I don't want an introduction. All I want is to have a look at her. I'm not going to eat her. Oh, a look at her, said Corley more amiably. Well, I'll tell you what. I'll go over and talk to her and you can pass by. Right, said Lenehan. Corley had already thrown one leg over the chains when Lenehan called out, And after, where will we meet? 10:30, answered Corley, bringing over his other leg. Where? Corner of Merrion Street. We'll be coming back. Work it all right now, said Lenehan in farewell. Corley did not answer. He sauntered across the road, swaying his head from side to side. His bulk, his easy pace, and the solid sound of his boots had something of the conqueror in them. He approached the young woman and, without saluting, began at once to converse with her. She swung her umbrella more quickly and executed half-turns on her heels. Once or twice when he spoke to her at close quarters she laughed and bent her head. Lenehan observed them for a few minutes. Then he walked rapidly along beside the chains at some distance and crossed the road obliquely. As he approached Hume Street corner he found the air heavily scented, and his eyes made a swift, anxious scrutiny of the young woman's appearance. She had her Sunday finery on. Her blue serge skirt was held at the waist by a belt of black leather. The great silver buckle of her belt seemed to depress the centre of her body, catching the light stuff of her white blouse like a clip. She wore a short black jacket with mother-of-pearl buttons and a ragged black boa. The ends of her tulle collarette had been carefully disordered, and a big bunch of red flowers was pinned in her bosom, stem upwards. Lenehan's eyes noted approvingly her stout, short, muscular body. Frank, rude health glowed in her face, on her fat red cheeks, and in her unabashed blue eyes. Her features were blunt. She had broad nostrils, a straggling mouth which lay open in a contented leer, and two projecting front teeth. As he passed, Lenehan took off his cap and, after about 10 seconds, Corley returned a salute to the air. This he did by raising his hand vaguely and pensively, changing the angle of position of his hat. Lenehan walked as far as the Shelbourne Hotel, where he halted and waited. After waiting for a little time, he saw them coming towards him, and when they turned to the right, he followed them, stepping lightly in his white shoes, down one side of Merrion Square. As he walked on slowly, timing his pace to theirs, he watched Corley's head, which turned at every moment towards the young woman's face like a big ball revolving on a pivot. He kept the pair in view until he had seen them climbing the stairs of the Donnybrook tram. Then he turned about and went back the way he had come. Now that he was alone, his face looked older. His gaiety seemed to forsake him, and as he came by the railings of the Duke's lawn, he allowed his hand to run along them. The air which the harpist had played began to control his movements. His softly padded feet played the melody, while his fingers swept a scale of variations idly along the railings after each group of notes. He walked listlessly round Stephen's Green and then down Grafton Street. Though his eyes took note of many elements of the crowd through which he passed, they did so morosely. He found trivial all that was meant to charm him, and did not answer the glances which invited him to be bold. He knew that he would have to speak a great deal, to invent and to amuse, and his brain and throat were too dry for such a task. The problem of how he could pass the hours till he met Corley again troubled him a little. He could think of no way of passing them but to keep on walking. He turned to the left when he came to the corner of Rutland Square and felt more at ease in the dark, quiet street, the sombre look of which suited his mood. He paused at last before the window of a poor-looking shop over which the words "Refreshment Bar" were printed in white letters. On the glass of the window were two flying inscriptions, "Ginger Beer" and "Ginger Ale." A cut ham was exposed on a great blue dish, while near it on a plate lay a segment of very light plum pudding. He eyed this food earnestly for some time, and then, after glancing warily up and down the street, went into the shop quickly. He was hungry, for, except some biscuits which he had asked two grudging curates to bring him, he had eaten nothing since breakfast time. He sat down at an uncovered wooden table opposite two work girls and a mechanic. A slatternly girl waited on him. "How much is a plate of peas?" he asked. "3 halfpence, sir," said the girl. "Bring me a plate of peas," he said, "and a bottle of ginger beer." He spoke roughly in order to belie his air of gentility, for his entry had been followed by a pause of talk. His face was heated. To appear natural, he pushed his cap back on his head and planted his elbows on the table. The mechanic and the two work girls examined him point by point before resuming their conversation in a subdued voice. The girl brought him a plate of grocer's hot peas, seasoned with pepper and vinegar, a fork, and his ginger beer. He ate his food greedily and found it so good that he made a note of the shop mentally. When he had eaten all the peas, he sipped his ginger beer and sat for some time thinking of Corley's adventure. In his imagination he beheld the pair of lovers walking along some dark road. He heard Corley's voice in deep, energetic gallantries, and saw again the leer of the young woman's mouth. This vision made him feel keenly his own poverty of purse and spirit. He was tired of knocking about, of pulling the devil by the tail, of shifts and intrigues. He would be 31 in November. Would he never get a good job? Would he never have a home of his own? He thought how pleasant it would be to have a warm fire to sit by and a good dinner to sit down to. He had walked the streets long enough with friends and with girls. He knew what those friends were worth. He knew the girls too. Experience had embittered his heart against the world. But all hope had not left him. He felt better after having eaten than he had felt before, less weary of his life, less vanquished in spirit. He might yet be able to settle down in some snug corner and live happily if he could only come across some good, simple-minded girl with a little of the ready. He paid 2 halfpenny to the slatternly girl and went out of the shop to begin his wandering again. He went into Capel Street and walked along towards the City Hall. He then turned into Dame Street. At the corner of George's Street he met two friends of his and stopped to converse with them. He was glad that he could rest from all his walking. His friends asked him had he seen Corley and what was the latest. He replied that he had spent the day with Corley. His friends talked very little. They looked vacantly after some figures in the crowd and sometimes made a critical remark. One said that he had seen Mac an hour before in Westmoreland Street. At this Lenehan said that he had been with Mac the night before in Egan's. The young man who had seen Mac in Westmoreland Street asked was it true that Mac had won a bit over a billiard match. Lenehan did not know. He said that Holohan had stood them drinks in Egan's. He left his friends at 10:15 and went up George's Street. He turned to the left at the city markets and walked on into Grafton Street. The crowd of girls and young men had thinned, and on his way up the street he heard many groups and couples bidding one another good night. He went as far as the clock of the College of Surgeons. It was on the stroke of 10. He set off briskly along the northern side of the green, hurrying for fear Corley should return too soon. When he reached the corner of Merrion Street he took his stand in the shadow of a lamp and brought out one of the cigarettes which he had reserved and lit it. He leaned against the lamp-post and kept his gaze fixed on the part from which he expected to see Corley and the young woman return. His mind became active again. He wondered had Corley managed it successfully. He wondered if he had asked her yet, or if he would leave it to the last. He suffered all the pangs and thrills of his friend's situation as well as those of his own. But the memory of Corley's slowly revolving head calmed him somewhat. He was sure Corley would pull it off all right. All at once the idea struck him that perhaps Corley had seen her home by another way and given him the slip. His eyes searched the street. There was no sign of them. Yet it was surely half an hour since he had seen the clock of the College of Surgeons. Would Corley do a thing like that? He lit his last cigarette and began to smoke it nervously. He strained his eyes as each tram stopped at the far corner of the square. They must have gone home by another way. The paper of his cigarette broke and he flung it into the road with a curse. Suddenly he saw them coming towards him. He started with delight and, keeping close to his lamp-post, tried to read the result in their walk. They were walking quickly, the young woman taking quick short steps, while Corley kept beside her with his long stride. They did not seem to be speaking. An intimation of the result pricked him like the point of a sharp instrument. He knew Corley would fail. He knew it was no go. They turned down Baggot Street and he followed them at once, taking the other footpath. When they stopped, he stopped too. They talked for a few moments and then the young woman went down the steps into the area of a house. Corley remained standing at the edge of the path, a little distance from the front steps. Some minutes passed. Then the hall door was opened slowly and cautiously. A woman came running down the front steps and coughed. Corley turned and went towards her. His broad figure hid hers from view for a few seconds and then she reappeared running up the steps. The door closed on her and Corley began to walk swiftly towards Stephen's Green. Lenehan hurried on in the same direction. Some drops of light rain fell. He took them as a warning and, glancing back towards the house which the young woman had entered to see that he was not observed, he ran eagerly across the road. Anxiety and his swift run made him pant. He called out, "Hello, Corley!" Corley turned his head to see who had called him, and then continued walking as before. Lenehan ran after him, settling the waterproof on his shoulders with one hand. "Hello, Corley!" he cried again. He came level with his friend and looked keenly in his face. He could see nothing there. "Well," he said, "did it come off?" They had reached the corner of Ely Place. Still without answering, Corley swerved to the left and went up the side street. His features were composed in stern calm. Lenehan kept up with his friend, breathing uneasily. He was baffled and a note of menace pierced through his voice. "Can't you tell us?" he said. "Did you try her?" Corley halted at the first lamp and stared grimly before him. Then, with a grave gesture, he extended a hand towards the light and, smiling, opened it slowly to the gaze of his disciple. A small gold coin shone in the palm. End of Two Gallants by James Joyce. Recording by Peter Tomlinson.
The Two Prisoners by Carolyn Wells. From The Wit and Humor of America in 10 volumes. Volume 4. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Recording by Dale Grothman. The Two Prisoners by Carolyn Wells. Once upon a time there were two prisoners at the bar who endeavored to plead for themselves with tact and wisdom. One concealed certain facts prejudicial to his cause, upon which the judge said, "If you had confessed the truth, it would have biased me in your favor. As it is, I condemn you to punishment." The other stated his case with absolute truth and sincerity, concealing nothing, and the result was that he was condemned for his misdemeanors. Morals. This fable teaches that honesty is the best policy, and that truth should not be spoken at all times. The end of The Two Prisoners by Carolyn Wells. The Two Young Men by Carolyn Wells. From The Wit and Humor of America in 10 volumes. Volume 3. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Recording by Dale Grothman. The Two Young Men by Carolyn Wells. Once upon a time there were two young men of promising capabilities. One pursued no especial branch of education, but contented himself with a smattering of many different arts and sciences, exhibiting a moderate proficiency in each. When he came to make a choice of some means of earning a livelihood, he found that he was unsuccessful, for he had no specialty, and every employer seemed to require an expert in his field. The other, from his earliest youth, bent all his energies toward playing the piano. He studied at home and abroad, with the greatest masters, and he achieved wonderful success. But as he was about to begin his triumphant and profitable career, he had the misfortune to lose both thumbs in a railway accident. Thus he was deprived of his intended means of earning a living, and as he had no other accomplishment, he was forced to subsist on charity. Morals. This fable teaches that a jack of all trades is a master of none, and that it is not well to put all our eggs in one basket. The end of Two Young Men by Carolyn Wells.